Did you know? The Nintendo Entertainment System, or Family Computer in Japan, was almost the world's first online multiplayer gaming system. According to Shigeru Miyamoto, plans for an online multiplayer network were scrapped due to the telecommunication infrastructure at the time not being able to support it. Nintendo eventually released a modern peripheral for the Famicom in Japan, but it wasn't used for gaming. Instead, it was positioned as a device for adults. It allowed users to view and trade stocks, gamble on horse races, and view banking data, amongst other things. Due to persistent connection problems and the inability to attract financial-savvy users to the child-friendly gaming console, support for the modem was dropped. But according to Nintendo hardware designer Masayuki Yamura, the experience with the Famicom modem helped lead the Super Famicom's Satellaview add-on. The development of the Famicom began in the spring of 1982 under the codename Project Gamecom. Initially, Nintendo's research and development division were interested in creating a system that would allow near one-to-one ports of arcade hits in the home market. In fact, when negotiating with chip manufacturers for their upcoming console, Nintendo brought the arcade version of Donkey Kong as an example of what they wanted, instead of using the other home game consoles as a reference. Ultimately, the final CPU chosen for the Famicom's hardware was different from what Nintendo used in their arcade machines. This meant that the porting process of arcade games wouldn't be as simple as converting the pre-existing program. The games had to be recreated from scratch. In the case of Donkey Kong, designers meticulously examined every pixel of the arcade screen and measured the timing of animations with a stopwatch. The outer design of the Famicom was given the color red by request of Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi, because it was the color of his favorite scarf. The console's eject button, which would cause cartridges to pop out, was suggested by designer Gunpei Yokai. It served no practical purpose and was simply added because he thought children would like it. The Famicom came with two controllers hardwired into the back of the unit. This was done in an effort to reduce costs, but the decision was made after initial plans to add controller connection ports to the front. Remnants of this can be found inside the system, as the controller wires actually connect in the front of the circuit board, but are extended out to the back internally. More early plans for the Famicom's controllers included arcade-like joysticks, but Nintendo eventually settled on using their patented D-pad from the Game & Watch portables. In fact, at one point, a Game & Watch unit was gutted and wired to the board of the Famicom prototype as a controller for testing. Like the Game & Watch, early releases of the Famicom controller came with soft, rubbery buttons, but these soft buttons wore down easily, causing Nintendo to update the controllers with hard, round buttons. Concerns over degradation also informed the design of the game cartridges. Nintendo worried about the physical quality of the cartridge pins because of the bad experiences with faulty connections and abrasion in their arcade units. So, rather than using pre-existing connection technology, Nintendo developed their own custom hardware. However, this meant that they had to test the connections themselves. This resulted in a period where employees were tasked to insert and remove games over 5,000 times in a row to ensure the cartridges wouldn't degrade for average users. Because of different cultures and expectations, Nintendo made drastic changes to the Famicom when releasing it overseas. Unlike Japan, North America experienced a monumental video game market crash in 1983, and retailers were unsure about the viability of home consoles in the region. Nintendo's first console unveiling for North America came at the Las Vegas Consumer Electronics Show in 1983, and was met with criticism. At this time, the console was renamed the Nintendo Advanced Video Systems. The new name and design was chosen to distinguish the system from other gaming consoles, partially due to the poor reputation video games garnered from the market crash. One change in the design ended up causing internal damage to many NES consoles over time. The Famicom's cartridge slot was changed to a front-loading cartridge socket on the NES. This was an effort to more closely associate the system with a common household item, the VCR. However, the force of repeatedly pressing cartridges down caused extra wear and tear, leading to glitches and system failures. Many gamers reacted to these problems by blowing into the cartridges to clean them. This did nothing at best because it failed to address the real problem. And at worst, the moisture from the player's breath actually sped up corrosion and the tarnishing of the copper connectors. On the marketing side of things, Rob, the robotic operating buddy, and the NES Zapper were included in various bundles to help sell the system as a toy. This was another effort to disassociate the NES with other video game systems. The Japanese version of the NES Zapper, the Famicom Gun, is slightly different. It was originally released with the game Wild Gunman and is based on a revolver-style handgun. The way the Famicom Gun and NES Zapper actually functions is similar to a camera. When the trigger is pressed, the screen goes black for a single frame. If the Zapper's light sensor didn't detect any light, it goes on to the next step. On the next frame, the screen displays a white square where the target is. If the gun's sensor detects the square, then it registers it as a hit. If it fails one of the tests, it registers as a miss. Rob worked very similarly and communicated via optical sensors and flashes from the television. Because of differing refresh rates, both the NES Zapper and Rob only work with CRT televisions, not with LCD or plasma screen TVs. The NES and Famicom had more interesting peripherals. Nintendo experimented using 3D visuals with a stereoscopic headset called the Famicom 3D system. The headset caused nausea and headaches. It wasn't commercially successful, and it was never released outside of Japan. Another unreleased peripheral was aimed at a different audience. Nintendo once planned a knitting add-on for the NES called the Nintendo Knitting Machine. Outside of North America and Japan, the NES made its debut in a variety of other regions, both officially and unofficially. In South Korea, the system was distributed by Hyundai Electronics under the name Comboy. This was due to a trade embargo South Korea enacted on Japan after World War II. An unofficial clone of the Famicom was sold in China under the guise of an educational system. At the time, the Chinese government had a ban on recreational video games. The clone was known as the Little Tyrant, and the system was endorsed by film star Jackie Chan in commercials and promotional material. In 1992, Russia and other former members of the Soviet Union saw the release of the Taiwan-manufactured Dendy system. It was an unofficial hardware clone of the NES, and nearly its entire library of games were bootlegs of NES and Famicom games. By 1994, over 1 million Dendys were sold at a price of roughly $35 per unit. One last bit of trivia about the Famicom comes from its home country. Nintendo of Japan continued to support the 1983 console for nearly a quarter of a century. It wasn't until 2007 that Nintendo of Japan announced that they would no longer repair Famicom systems, and it was only due to the increasing shortage of necessary parts.
It's been almost 40 years since it was introduced, but the NES has continued to be a relevant part of the gaming space. People can't get enough of the fresh ideas that were born in the 8-bit era thanks to Nintendo's incredibly well-planned system, with its, at least for the time, developer-friendly approach to creating games. Their own titles during this era are some of the most iconic franchises to this day, and for good reason. With their deceptively simple appearance, refined with a ridiculous volume of polish, games like Kid Icarus, Zelda, Mother, Kirby, Super Mario Bros. 3, these have all made an impact. These are titles that many of us would happily pick up and play at any time of day just to get a short burst of simple and pristine fun. And we'll be discussing these games in this episode, as well as more, revealing secrets in games that are older than most of our audience and us, since we're all young and ever so handsome, obviously. But first off, we're going to start with some good old-timey Super Mario Bros. 2. This second entry of Super Mario Bros. Recognized one element of what made the original Super Mario so great: its horizontal screen scrolling, a revolutionary and truly fundamental mechanic. For the second entry, Nintendo didn't want to have just horizontal screen scrolling, but also vertical scrolling, introducing a whole new way and a whole new dimension in which the player must navigate the bizarre scenery of the game. To make it clear that this was a new feature of the game, the first screen in which the player takes control immediately drops them from a door into a falling state, so the player can easily recognize that falling off the bottom of a screen may not result in immediate death. But this does introduce a question, one to which there'd been no answer, but remained in the minds of many players. If the player's character is falling out of the sky, out of a door, what is on the other side of that door? This is a question that would have been impossible to answer around the game's release on the NES, because there was no method of landing in front of the door or opening it. That is until the modern age of reverse engineering and modifying old game code. If a solid platform is hacked into the game, just below the door, and the player attempts to enter it, a shocking result occurs. The player will respawn back to where they started, though the hacked-in platform will be removed, forcing progress to take place. This isn't just true for the original NES release of the game, however, but also true for the Game Boy Advance release. From one Nintendo classic to another, and this time, rather than answering a question, it's a hidden feature that was overlooked by many players of this cult franchise: Kid Icarus. The game had a hidden feature that enabled Pit to actually haggle with shopkeepers to lower the prices of the store's items. This is done through the use of the second controller attached to the NES system by simultaneously pressing both the A and B buttons. For the Japanese Famicom release, the secret is even more obscure. The microphone built into the system's second controller is used instead of pressing A and B, with players having to speak into the mic to haggle. The main catch to haggling in the game is that the price of items will only be successfully lowered if Pit's offensive strength is 1 point higher than the first number of the stage that he is currently on when attempting to haggle. So having 2 points of strength when haggling on stage 1, for example, would lead to a good result. If this condition isn't met, the shopkeeper will of course raise the price of the items instead. However, these prices will not change until the shopkeeper's text has finished scrolling across the screen, so there will be a small window of opportunity to still get the item at the right price before he tries to gouge you. This feature was even introduced into the 3DS Classics port, where instead of using a non-existent second controller, the player can haggle using the A button and pressing either Start or Select. Some NES secrets don't just appear within the game themselves, but within the instruction manuals. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, had a curious situation when it was published in France, without actually receiving a translation into French, at least not fully. Instead, the game was published entirely in English, but with a translated manual and an additional secondary booklet which translated most of the game's text. Pretty rough for kids back in the day who would spend half their time looking at the screen and half the time staring at the book just to know what the villagers were saying, even if what they say is massively confusing, like the classic "I am error" situation. And this wasn't the only time a game was published in France without an in-game localization. In fact, many NES games were released in Europe only in English, and sometimes they didn't even have a translation manual. Another interesting game on the NES is Star Tropics. Both this game and its sequel were exclusive to the West, never having a release in Japan, and the second game only made it to Europe thanks to the Wii U Virtual Console. The NES release of the first game actually included a letter inside the game's packaging from the in-game character Dr. Jones. This is the basis of one of the biggest hurdles of kids back in the day. During the events of the game, Dr. Jones will tell you to dip the letter into water, though many assumed that this was a reference to an in-game item. You can imagine the confusion this caused as a result. The player actually needed to physically dip the letter included in the box into water in order to reveal a secret code written in invisible ink, something which many players would be reluctant to do, and we're pretty sure we would all be too. This led to Nintendo Power getting involved, where they published the code that the player was supposed to take from this letter, 747, in their Counselor's Corner section, which was created to help players who got stuck in games. For the game's digital release on the Wii Virtual Console, this of course became impossible, so the code was instead added to the game's manual, which displays a short animation of the letter being dipped into a bucket before revealing the code. On the Wii U, the animation was removed and it was simply explained that the original release involved physically dipping a letter, and the Nintendo Switch release just doesn't include any digital alternative, and as a result, makes progressing impossible without having to look online. Another curiosity involves an item which features in the game, the Island Yo-Yo. This name was met with some complications over the years as a result of the word yo-yo being copyrighted in Canada. This meant that the item needed to be renamed when it came to a digital release, so it was changed to the Island Star in order to avoid any infringement. Yet another interesting fact can be found in the game's sequel, Zoda's Revenge, Star Tropics 2. When the player finds the pizza delivery person in the middle of the desert in the game's third chapter, they'll be riding a turtle which strongly resembles a Koopa Trooper from the Super Mario series. Quite a sly homage, if you ask us. One game with an interesting international story is Mother, the game that came before the massively popular Earthbound. This title originally only saw a release in Japan, but a US release was intended at one stage, with localization work having been completed to remove content unsuitable for the West, and translating the game's text into English. 14 years after the Japanese release of the game on the Famicom, Nintendo re-released the game in Japan alongside Earthbound in the Mother 1 and 2 compilation for the Game Boy Advance. Though this Japanese exclusive release is a curious one because the version of Mother included on the cart was actually the then unreleased American NES localized version of the game, which had then been translated back into Japanese. We know this because of the censorship changes made to the game, as well as the addition of a new ending, at least to Japanese fans, that was included in the then unreleased English version. Another change is that the movement on the game's overworld is not tile-based, and instead allows for more fluid movement similar to Earthbound, as well as the smash icon having its palette fixed, stopping it from taking on the colours of whatever enemy the player is currently facing. Another change is that the sing command is only usable in the final battle of the game, while in the original, the player could use it in any battle so long as Nintendo's party had already sung the 8 melodies to Queen Mary. One more NES title that had regional differences is Little Nemo, the Dream Master. This revolutionary title let the main character ride a reptile months before Super Mario World even released, and even gave players a choice on which creature they'd mount. One of the rideable creatures in the game is Gorilla, which appears to be a perfectly normal gorilla in the North American and European versions of the game. In the Japanese game, however, this gorilla quite likes to smoke the odd cigar. The character Flip would also smoke cigars in the Japanese game, but the two characters had to give up their habit for their international debut. Despite this, however, the game's manual in Western regions still features artwork of the gorilla and a smoking cigar. And the gorilla's sprite still has curled lips as if it were holding the cigar in its mouth. Speaking of alterations to a game, Kirby's Adventure has an absolute ton of content that was cut before the game received its release. According to the Kirby's Dream Collection Celebration booklet, a number of ideas were removed from the game entirely, which would have seen the player able to dig holes, turn invisible, multiply, and even turn into a puddle of water. Most of these ideas never made it past the initial planning and sketching phase, though an unused ability does appear to still be in the game's data. The graphics for a mini Kirby can be found, which would suggest that the game was set to allow the player to become tiny, similar to an ability which would appear in a much later entry of the Kirby series, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Because of where these graphics are found in the NES game's data, it's speculated by many that this ability wound up being replaced by the UFO ability. More unused graphics can even be found showing an unused 7th stage door, suggesting that there is an original plan to have 7 stages in at least one of the game's main hubs. Though in the final release, the most stages a hub area contains is 6. Oddly, one piece of unused data is technically still used in the final release. There was originally a cannon icon that would appear whenever Kirby was on a cannon, and while it was cut from the game for its original purpose, the cannon icon can still be seen when using the mix ability. During the roulette section of abilities, the cannon icon can still be seen, though it's unlikely any real human would have noticed this without the use of frame-by-frame advancement. Though, as a slight curiosity, for some reason this icon takes on its original purpose in only the French release of the game, and nobody knows why. And now it's time for some trivia from the NES game that we get asked about the most by far, Super Mario Bros. 3. You may already know that the whistle sound effect in the game comes from The Legend of Zelda. But this isn't the only audio reference in Mario 3. The Tanuki Mario transformation sound effect actually originates from the mysterious Murasame Castle. A Japan-only Nintendo game made with the same engine as the original Legend of Zelda and released 2 full years before Mario 3. There's a great regional video on that. It's the first one I ever did if you want to cringe at an old voiceover. Another secret in the game is that for some reason, the hammer suit item that pops out of a large question block appears to actually be a Toad suit. The other items, the frog and Tanuki suits, actually match their inventory sprites, so several sleuths have posed the question, why is one different and not matching? Though it was fixed in the Super NES and Game Boy Advance remakes. It's worth noting that in the original game, the hammer suit is something of a secret power-up, as it only shows up in hidden areas and randomly from Toad houses, though in later versions, it is made to consistently appear in certain Toad houses. This could be why the outfit appears to be a Toad when small, but even this seems a bit nonsensical since all the other small suit sprites match their larger suit sprites. So yeah, it's a mystery.
Did you know? The first rumor of a new Nintendo console came only a year after the Wii U's launch. On January 21, 2014, Nintendo News reported Nintendo was preparing a follow-up to the Wii U due to the console's limited success. According to their anonymous source, the console was called the Nintendo Fusion and would combine Nintendo's handheld and home console lines. The rumor's credibility was boosted by a detailed list of technical specs. 2 versions of the console would be released, the handheld Fusion DS and the home console Fusion Terminal. The terminal was backwards compatible with Wii U software and came in 2 versions, one with a disk drive and one without. The console supposedly had an inductive charge surface, allowing players to charge both Wii Remote Plus controllers and the Fusion DS. The implication was that the Fusion would hybridize a home console and a handheld by being 2 separate consoles that connected. Complicating the story, Nintendo owned the domain name NintendoFusion.com. The site was created in 2003 to support the Nintendo Fusion Tour, a series of rock and video game-themed music festivals held from 2003 to 2006. However, the names of the components provided in the specifications raised some suspicions. Dan Van Winkle at the Mary Sue said names such as Jumpman, Kong, and Barrel did not fit with Nintendo's history of thematic but non-game related names for the components. For example, the GameCube's GPU was named Flipper, a reference to its codename, Dolphin. Kotaku's Jason Schreier also scrutinized the Nintendo news article, asking writer Kevin McMinn about his source. Although McMinn knew little about the source's identity, they'd provided him reliable insider information in the past. McMinn was frustrated that while he carefully stressed none of his claims were verified, the online community did little to heed his warning. He said in the future he'd probably keep these tips to himself, as the article was nothing more than a pain in the neck, really. Further doubt was cast when the same rumor, including the list of specs, was posted to the website Gaming Realm on the 1st of January that year. The info supposedly came from an anonymous source, and the article admitted the info should be taken with a huge grain of salt. Schreier concluded his investigation by noting 1 or 2 anonymous emails could easily snowball into articles on some of the largest gaming websites. With the Wii U being just a year old, some dismissed any rumors, believing it was too soon for a new console. But late Nintendo president Satoru Iwata confirmed in a May 2014 investors meeting that Nintendo was already exploring new hardware ideas. The goal for the Switch had been decided. The company wanted to redefine video game platforms. Iwata estimated it would take around 2 years to accomplish this goal. In December 2014, an article was published in the Japan Times claiming the Sharp Corporation was entering a deal with Nintendo to supply the company free-form display LCDs that could fit any shape. Mass production of the screens would supposedly start in early 2016, and many assumed Nintendo would use Sharp screens in a new portable console. One of the Japan Times' sources even suggested Nintendo intended to use the screens' free-form capabilities to create a hole in the center of the display. The Switch, then named the NX, was first officially named on March 17, 2015 at a Nintendo investors meeting. Nintendo was mostly focused on their new partnership with DNA and their plans to bring Nintendo properties to mobile. To assure investors they were still dedicated to gaming systems, Iwata revealed the existence of a new dedicated game platform codenamed NX. He hoped Nintendo's foray into mobile gaming would get casual gamers to buy the NX through their new interest in Nintendo. Nintendo would also launch a service where players could log into a Nintendo account regardless of which system they played on. No further details were announced at the time, and with a lack of details came rumors, many of which anticipated a connection between the NX and Nintendo's new foray in mobile games. Some outlets read the announcement as the death of the Wii U and anticipated further details at E3 that year. However, Iwata soon clarified the new console wasn't imminent, and the company would not make announcements about it at E3. It was only announced to dispel concerns about Nintendo exiting the console market. Iwata also said the NX wouldn't be a continuation of either the Wii U or the 3DS. Rather, it would appeal to a broad audience by taking into account different playing habits worldwide. This comment sparked speculation that the NX would lack region locking, letting players import games without modding their console. Around this time, Wired's Chris Kohler made an accurate prediction. The NX would integrate a handheld and home console into a single device. He presented the investors his presentation in March 2014 as evidence, where Iwata expressed frustration that Nintendo had to make handheld and home console software separately. The handheld and home console divisions of Nintendo had historically been separated as a result, but in 2013, Iwata united the two under Genyo Takeda's supervision. Iwata claimed vast technical advances allowed Nintendo to achieve a fair degree of architectural integration. Taking advantage of this allowed Nintendo to easily port games between handhelds and home consoles, helping solve the problem of game shortages on their systems. However, Iwata said Nintendo would only truly be able to take advantage of this advance with their next system. He was doubtful Nintendo could completely integrate the hardware into a single device and envisioned an architecture more like the iOS, a singular platform allowing Nintendo to upgrade hardware more frequently. Kohler concluded by predicting the NX was a suite of devices rather than a single one. It was around the time of this restructuring that Nintendo began taking pitches from third parties to develop hardware for their next console. AMD in particular was highlighted in rumors surrounding the NX. In July 2015, VentureBeat speculated Nintendo would collaborate with AMD due to their accelerated processing units, allowing for easier backwards compatibility. Nintendo previously used PowerPC processors alongside an AMD GPU in the Wii U, which, with its low power and extra screen, made developing for the console awkward for third-party developers. Consoles at the time tended to use x86 technology, which is industry standard and easier to develop for. On June 14, 2015, a video claiming to show leaked footage of Nintendo's new console was uploaded to YouTube. Supposedly having been filmed on a phone at E3 2015, even though it started circulating before Nintendo's presentation, the console revealed in the footage was called the XDS. It combined features of the Wii U and 3DS and was able to play games from both systems. The top screen could be turned around and slotted back in, making the XDS resemble a more traditional single-screen unit. Many spotted signs the presentation was fake. The voice used in the clip seemed to be Bill Trinin's, a Nintendo Treehouse employee unlikely to host such a high-profile presentation. It was speculated the audio was lifted from a Treehouse event or Nintendo Direct. Additionally, Nintendo had no physical presentation at E3 that year, opting for a Nintendo Direct presentation. Finally, the idea for the console contradicted Iwata's statements that the NX wouldn't continue the Wii U or 3DS lines. No major news sites reported on the footage, instead reporting on contradictory yet more reliable rumors. But then, another fake presentation surfaced. This one showed a console called the Nintendo Cross, which played on rumors about the partnership between Nintendo and AMD. The console was supposedly able to stream Wii U and 3DS games to tablets, smartphones, or the Wii U gamepad. It also boasted an unrealistic launch lineup, including Mario, Metroid, and The Legend of Zelda. The controller shown as a part of the presentation was an edited image of a Wii U Pro controller, with obvious artifacting around the edges. As with the XDS, this obviously fake leak didn't get much traction. In July 2015, Taiwan-based news organization DigiTimes claimed Nintendo entered a contract with Foxconn Electronics and planned to begin pilot assembly on the NX by October. This information, which also claimed the NX had a projected July release, came from an inside source but couldn't be verified. Rumors began circulating that Nintendo's new console was a virtual reality/augmented reality machine. News outlet DigiCapital speculated Nintendo was entering the VR space to try and fill a market gap, as Miyamoto and Reggie Fils-Aimé both had talked about a lack of fun social games commercially viable in VR. On August 21st, a Nintendo patent was published for a stationary game apparatus, game system, recording medium, and speed control method. The patent was filed on February 10th and describes a controller with a display screen that has no disk drive. In its place is a card slot, where a memory card containing software can be inserted. Some speculated this meant a return to cartridge-based systems. In October, the Wall Street Journal reported Nintendo had begun distributing NX development kits among third-party developers such as Square Enix, who had announced Dragon Quest X and XI for the NX in July. However, they shortly walked this back and said an NX launch was only being considered. The Wall Street Journal's sources stated the NX took the form of a console with at least one portable component. They also reported the console used industry-leading chips. These reports of a portable component led to speculation that the console was going to be similar to the Wii U, with a separate portable device. Analyst David Gibson told the Wall Street Journal it was likely Nintendo would launch the NX in 2016 due to declining support for their current hardware. In November 2015, a DigiTimes article claimed 12 million NX units were expected to ship globally in 2016. According to the article, the target was initially 20 million, but this number was scaled back due to difficulty obtaining the required components. Around this time, another patent was published online. The patent, filed by Nintendo in June 2015, was for a game apparatus and information processing apparatus, and showed a long oval device with two pentagons at either side similar to the 3DS's circle pad. These pentagons could be used as buttons that adjusted to meet the player's preferences, such as changing to suit left or right-handed players. Most notably, the entire front of the pad was a touchscreen display. While it wasn't confirmed to be an official Nintendo venture, the nature of this patent and the odd shape of the display led some to conclude the device was the reason Nintendo partnered with Sharp. Sharp's free-form display was perfect for such a device, and the rumored holes in the screen could be used for analog pads. Another patent was registered by Nintendo of America on December 3rd. The patent hinted at a device that was both a home console and a portable console. The portable console attached to a supplemental computing device to provide additional processing resources. There's been no official connection made between this patent and the NX, though it sounds like it describes the Nintendo Switch dock. In January 2016, market research company GFK released a survey inexplicably containing information about the NX. The survey stated the console would allow the player to make video calls, support 4K 60 frames per second video streaming, and support 900p 60 frames per second gameplay. Participants were asked how much they'd pay for such a console. These specs seemed odd, as many Wii U games ran at 1080p. The survey was later confirmed to be pure speculation on GFK's part. Then came even more rumors. The Wall Street Journal tech reporter Takashi Mochizuki claimed the NX might work with smartphones, PCs, and even rival the PlayStation 4. He cited industry insider David Gibson as a source for this. On January 28th, industry consultant Dr. Serkan Toto announced Bandai Namco was developing several NX titles, including Super Smash Bros., which was said to be a launch title. Whether this game was to be a sequel to or port of Super Smash Bros. For Wii U was unclear. In February 2016, behind-the-scenes info was given to DualPixels.com from a leaker known as Gino. Gino had a reliable track record of leaks, having accurately predicted new Pokémon forms and Microsoft's Illumaroom project. He outlined a console that started production in 2014 and alleged Nintendo hadn't had this much forward momentum on a console launch since the original Famicom. Internally, the NX was supposedly thought of as Iwata's final project, and employees were said to end meetings and brainstorms by chanting, "For Iwata." Gino went on to describe a console with a wireless HDMI dongle that allowed it to connect to the television, and the analog sticks had small motors in them for haptic feedback. This meant if the player ran into a wall, the analog stick could snap in the opposite direction to give a sense of impact. The feature would also be used when firing a gun, taking damage, or moving over rough terrain. The console was able to sync via Bluetooth with everything, including smartphones and tablets for viewing texts and phone calls. It ran on an operating system called Nintendo OS, and was said to have social features similar to Pokémon Go. The system architecture was easy to develop for, and the system was allegedly closest in power to the Xbox One. This was pointed to as the reason Nintendo was happy to give out dev kits so late. One dev is quoted as saying the NX was the easiest device we've ever developed for. On the 3rd of March, Gino once again provided DualPixels with info about the NX. They claimed Ubisoft's long-awaited Beyond Good and Evil 2 was to be an NX exclusive, with Nintendo funding the project in a manner similar to Bayonetta 2. The game was said to be titled Beyond Good and Evil: The Prejudices of Philosophers, a reference to a specific chapter dealing with authority and morality in Friedrich Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil. This rumor was lent weight by Michael Ansel name-dropping Miyamoto when discussing the sequel with Tim Schafer. Upon investigation, Destructoid confirmed many of Gino's details with a second unnamed source. On the 15th of March, DualPixels published another article, this time claiming Luigi's Mansion 3 was to be a launch title for the NX. The game would show off how powerful the console was by creating a game that looked like the American commercial for Luigi's Mansion: Dark Moon. The game would also use haptic feedback in the analog sticks. The following month, Gino claimed Activision was throwing their support behind the NX, gunning for a new Call of Duty game called Bloodlines to be on the console. On March 17, 2016, images began circulating of a controller with an LCD screen that looked very similar to the patent made public in December 2015. Initial images were posted to Reddit by user Idris2Dev, containing the console and a post-it note reading, "You will say wow." The quote was from Iwata in reference to the Wii. Idris2Dev claimed the shoulder buttons had a scroll function similar to a mouse wheel. Users were quick to point out inconsistencies with the image, suggesting it was fake. The lighting under the screen wasn't uniform, and the image on it appeared to be an Unreal Engine 4 demo, which Nintendo was unlikely to use. A similar image was uploaded by user Perkel37 6 days later. The entire rumor was soon undermined when the first image was revealed as a fake. A video was posted proving the 3D image of Idris2Dev's controller was edited together. Perkel37's photo was soon proven fake as well, but unlike the first hoax, it was of a physical object made using a 3D printer. YouTube user Frank Sanquist uploaded a video on March 25th showing how he made the mock-up. At a Nintendo investors meeting in March 2016, Iwata's successor Tatsumi Kimishima confirmed the NX would launch in March 2017 and would not be sold at a loss. More rumors emerged in April 2016. Reddit user Untyped Hero posted small tidbits of information. The NX ran on an x86 architecture, backed up data to a Nintendo server, could handle ports of current-gen games, interacted with smartphones and tablet apps, and could support an additional screen. The user was verified by the mod team as someone with connections to Wii U developers, lending weight to his claims. Then in came a large information dump from NeoGAF user 10K, describing yet another console Nintendo supposedly had in development. Said to be a successor to the Wii U's gamepad streaming technology, the console would have a screen controller with basic OS functions, but no processing power of its own. This controller was able to access the NX console from anywhere, though 10K did not explain the logistics of such a feature. They added that the console would have a custom Polaris-like GPU, referencing the Polaris series of AMD chips. According to the post, Final Fantasy XV was coming to the system, and the NX would launch at different times around the world. These rumors led to some speculation about the future of Nintendo's handheld consoles, as well as the feasibility of the proposal in consideration of the Wii U's performance. On April 12th, industry insider Emily Rogers tweeted that several ports were in development for the NX, including Zelda, Smash Bros., Mario Maker, and Splatoon. However, she made it clear that while these ports were in development, this was not confirmation they would be released. While Zelda was ported, the other three games received sequels instead. Rogers then doubled down on these rumors, posting Zelda was coming to both Wii U and NX, that the game featured full voice acting with the exception of Link, and that players could choose between a male and a female Link. While the latter prediction was untrue, it must be noted this possibility was debated internally at Nintendo. In the same month, Nintendo confirmed on Twitter that the NX would launch in March 2017. This announcement came on the heels of the same info being presented in their consolidated financial statements for 2015 through 2016. Nintendo also announced Breath of the Wild would release on both Wii U and NX simultaneously, delaying its release until March 2017. Many assumed the console was going to finally be revealed at E3 that year, but Nintendo stated they were showing only the new Zelda at E3, and not the NX. In June, DigiTimes reported on this rumor, claiming Nintendo delayed mass production of the NX from mid-2016 to early 2017 in order to add VR features. As the only VR feature Nintendo has added takes the form of Nintendo Labo, this claim is doubtful. In May, rumors the NX was ditching optical discs for cartridges resurfaced. Macronix, the company historically responsible for supplying Nintendo with its ROM chips, stated they were expecting a large amount of growth around the launch of Nintendo's new console. On May 13th, Rogers posted on her blog, refuting claims the NX ran on x86 architecture. She said the console used custom-made industry-leading chips. She finished her post by noting the only console the NX beat in terms of power was the Wii U. Rogers' claims were corroborated by Reggie Fils-Aimé in June. After Microsoft's Xbox One X was announced at E3 2016 under the name Project Scorpio, discussions about the new system's revolutionary power opened up. When asked about the NX in an interview with Bloomberg West, Fils-Aimé said they were prioritizing content over power. On June 14th, a trademark was submitted for Breath of the Wild, which stated a game was downloadable, available on game disc, and available on a video game cartridge, confirming the cartridge rumor. Another Nintendo patent was made public on June 30th. Filed on December 3, 2015, the patent described a handheld game console with speakers, a touchscreen, and force feedback. The patent noted sound and vibration in conjunction gave the player a sense of depth and direction in three-dimensional space. This rumble patent is similar to the Switch Joy-Cons' HD rumble feature. On July 26, a major leak confirmed a number of details about the Switch. Tom Phillips of Eurogamer sourced info that said the NX was a handheld console with detachable controllers on each side. The mock-up Eurogamer presented is remarkably similar to the final product. Phillips also accurately claimed the portable console would connect to a TV using a dock, and the console used cartridges. According to Phillips's information, Nintendo considered making the NX digital download only, but eventually decided against it. The console wouldn't be backwards compatible, and the report claimed the final product ran on Nvidia's Tegra processor rather than AMD as many assumed. The information was largely accurate. It was also backed up by an independent report from the Wall Street Journal, whose sources described a hybrid console. However, they added the erroneous detail that the device could play Nintendo's mobile games such as Pokémon Go. Metro reported similar details, but added some speculation of their own about the existence of the supplemental computing device Nintendo had patented the previous year. This speculation proved to be on the money. Over the following months, information came out supporting Eurogamer's report. NeoGAF user Disorientator found a patent from Nintendo detailing detachable controllers like in the report. Nintendo also patented a gesture control feature that hasn't been seen on their console. Laura Kate Dale, while conducting independent research into the NX for Let's Play video games, found the Eurogamer report was accurate and added the console allowed force feedback and Wii Remote functionality for multiplayer games. Dale later posted a new article detailing a handheld device with a striking resemblance to the Switch. While some of the details are inaccurate, the overall shape is unmistakably the Switch. The drawing even had segmented directional buttons rather than a D-pad. Dale reported the console did not have region locking. In August, an anonymous 4chan leak claimed the console was called the Nintendo Focus and was a hybrid console. So far so good, but the leaker also included a lineup of games that left many skeptical. The lineup included both a new Super Smash Bros. For Focus, as well as Super Smash Bros. Melee HD, ports of Pokémon Gold and Silver and Pokémon Sun and Moon, and a Retro Studios helmed new F-Zero. On September 16th, the Breath of the Wild amiibo range inadvertently revealed the NX's release date. They were posted with a launch date of March 4th, 2017, although this date was quickly changed to a vague March. The date ended up being one day out, with the Switch launching on March 3rd. On September 20th, Pokémon Company CEO Tsunekazu Ishihara stated in an interview with the Wall Street Journal that the NX was trying to change the concept of what it means to be a home console device or a handheld device. Many took his statement as definitive proof the NX was a hybrid console. Later that same month, what was believed to be a sketch from a Foxconn employee was posted to NeoGAF. The sketch detailed a machine that looked very similar to the final Switch console, including one stating the dock improved the power of the handheld. The accuracy of the sketch is surprising, as it was soon confirmed to be fake. The original image was sourced to a since-deleted Chinese forum thread where users posted their ideas for the NX. However, it must be noted the same forum had previously been used to leak the PlayStation 4 Slim and PlayStation 4 Pro designs. On October 14th, My Nintendo news writer SSF1991 revealed that the Macquarie Group, an investment banking firm, had predicted the NX would be revealed the following week. This information was correct, and the NX was unveiled as the Nintendo Switch on October 20th, 2016, putting an end to years of rumors. However, rumors persisted even after this announcement. In December 2016, 3 sources told Eurogamer that the Switch would have GameCube games on its Virtual Console service. Several GameCube games were apparently running, with Mario Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion, and Super Smash Bros. Melee emulating perfectly, and an Animal Crossing emulation was being worked on. Eurogamer were also told there'd be an upgrade program similar to the Wii U's, where past Virtual Console purchases could be upgraded for a small amount rather than being purchased again at full price. Apparently, the Switch's increased power over Wii U allowed for proper GameCube emulation, which is why Nintendo avoided GameCube during the Wii U era. Another driving force behind the GameCube Virtual Console was apparently Nintendo's desire for Super Smash Bros. Melee to be easily playable. With the announcement of Nintendo Online in January 2017, this rumor was seemingly debunked. On October 4th, 2018, the Wall Street Journal reported Nintendo was planning a new version of the Switch to be released the next year. The new model was meant to boost the console's momentum, which had waned after its launch year. Nintendo's known for revised versions of their handheld hardware, such as the Game Boy Advance SP, the DS Lite and DSi, and the 3DS XL and new 3DS. Nintendo frequently denied claims they were planning a hardware revision. In January 2019, President Shuntaro Furukawa stated in an interview with the Sankei News that rumors of a price drop or hardware revision weren't true. Nevertheless, a Nikkei report issued soon afterwards claimed that Nintendo would release a smaller, cheaper Switch in 2019. This smaller Switch was to cost less, but have fewer features. In April, Nintendo gave a muted forecast for its financial performance and included no plans to unveil a new version of the Switch at E3 that year. Some investors and analysts considered this a bad move. However, a drop in the number of Switches Nintendo held in inventory led many to believe they were indeed preparing for the release of a new Switch. The Wall Street Journal, citing sources from a supply chain in Southeast Asia, reported Nintendo would continue releasing the original Switch model along with 2 new versions. In June, a series of Switch Lite accessories appeared on Chinese gaming accessory manufacturer Hanson CN's website. Many were skeptical as the renders used a mock-up of a Switch Mini that was circulating online. There also were no specifications listed for the item's size or weight. On July 1st, WinFuture leaker Roland Quant received images of a silicone case for the console from a reliable source, suggesting the final product's look. This was followed by the Nintendo Switch Lite being officially revealed on July 10, 2019. Of course, the Wall Street Journal had reported 2 new versions of the Switch. On August 7th, they reported Sharp was to supply Nintendo with IGZO display panels for its new video game machines. IGZO displays are designed to be high-resolution, durable displays that don't consume much power. Sharp didn't specify which Switch models were outfitted with IGZO displays. On September 7th, Nintendo Life uncovered a new patent for Nintendo's Joy-Con controllers. Appearing on Japan's official patent database, the patent displayed what appears to be Joy-Cons with hinges. These hinges allow the left analog stick and face buttons to be angled down while in use. Back in February, several outlets including Direct Feed Games, Game Informer, and Jeux Video claimed Xbox Game Pass would be coming to the Switch. This would work via an app that streamed the games to Switch from a Microsoft server. A few months later, industry insider David Gibson reported on Twitter that Nintendo would work with Microsoft's Azure to offer its own streaming service. Although several rumors about Nintendo and Microsoft collaborating in some way surfaced around this time, there's little evidence to directly support them.
The Game Boy Advance has so many good games on it, and they even managed to outlast the console that they were made for. Thanks to Nintendo's keen interest in backwards compatibility for their handheld systems, the Nintendo DS gave players access to not just the newest DS titles, but they could continue to enjoy the backlog of games released for the GBA. A godsend for many, particularly those strapped for cash, as having a new system that could play older games means that the legacy of some of the Game Boy Advance's most iconic titles could live on with those who have a tight budget, or who were simply curious about the past. They could try out great games like WarioWare, Castlevania Circle of the Moon, Fire Emblem, Zelda the Minish Cap and Four Swords, Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, and even Pokemon's Pinball spin-off. These are just some of the titles we'll be talking about in this episode, with our first splash landing in the world of microgame mania. WarioWare Inc. Mega Microgames was a pretty dramatic change for Wario's position within Nintendo's library of games, giving him his own incredibly distinct cast of supporting characters, and leaving players with no mistakes that Wario is a comedic element of the Mario franchise. That humour can be found throughout WarioWare, and ranges from being on the nose to being pretty well hidden, such as one reference that requires some extra effort one may not think to put in. After clearing the first set of Wario's microgames, the player can then play them again endlessly. Doing so means that the player can repeatedly beat the boss of this stage, which will present them with a short animation of Wario resting on a sofa watching TV. It's actually possible for the player to turn the TV on during this animation by pressing the A button, revealing what Wario is watching. After beating the boss on the third difficulty cycle, the words "Thank you for playing" appears instead of "Rest," and by turning on the TV, a smartly dressed businessman with glasses will be revealed. Though this isn't, of course, just any businessman, it is in fact the great iconic visage of the late Nintendo president Satoru Iwata. But this isn't the game's only secret. Another reference comes in during the Staff roll, which lets the player change the shape of stars that fly past the screen through button inputs. If the player pressed down the down button on the game's controller, the stars will turn into small Triforces from the Legend of Zelda series, while pressing the right direction will change them into the GameCube logo instead. Another series that made quite the impression on GBA is Konami's Castlevania series, and Circle of the Moon has its own reference to another, earlier title released by the publisher, though this time around, some players may have never even known the game they were referencing. A wearable item dropped by the skeleton medalist is the Bear Ring, a ring which the game describes as holding the Curse of the Bear. It may appear to be a rather useless item all in all, providing them with a loss of 100 strength, defense, intelligence, and luck, suggesting the player shouldn't use it for lack of any real benefit. However, if the player does equip this item at the same time as activating the dual setup combination of Pluto and Black Dog, rather than the usual effect of turning into a skeleton, they will instead turn into a cartoonish green bear called Bear Tank. Bear Tank is actually a character that appeared in an earlier Konami title, Rakuga Kids, a 2.5D fighting game released for the Nintendo 64 in 1998. We actually covered the game on Resurrect if you do want to check it out. The game was only ever published in Japan and PAL territories, so he's not too recognizable to US audiences, but he has made appearances in other Konami titles as well, including Konami Crazy Racers for GBA. This transformation in Circle of the Moon is considered to actually still be pretty useless, as though it does have some unique and rather interesting attacks, his damage is still well below that of Nathan's human form, and he will die in just a single blow. In reality, this item is nothing more than a joke, but as a lover of the Bear Tank, we can't say it's an unwelcome one. Another series of games which had little acknowledgement overseas is the legendary Starfy series, probably as a result of most of the games in the series never getting an international release. The first game, Densetsu no Starfy, originally began its life being developed for the Game Boy all the way back in 1995, before eventually having development move to the Game Boy Color in 1998, before it was shifted once again, shortly before its completion, to the new GBA hardware in 1999. Because of all of these shifts in the game's long production, it wasn't even released until 2002, a 7-year development period. The series as a whole wouldn't have any release in the West at all until the 5th entry on the Nintendo DS, released as the legendary Starfy. But one of Starfy's adventures on the GBA did have some recognizable faces in it. In Densetsu no Starfy 3, Wario himself is prominently featured within the game's 8th world, giving them treasures such as a copy of WarioWare Inc. with an actual GBA, and teaching Starfy how to use his shooting star ability. Moving from an obscure franchise to a huge one, Nintendo had a pretty rocky start with its international adoption of the Fire Emblem franchise. Even when Fire Emblem The Blazing Blade managed to be localized around the globe, it still found itself in a spot of bother, with every version of the game having its own unique errors in their dialogue. In the original Japanese version, Lyn as a Blade Lord will incorrectly be shown using her regular battle sprites and animations if she is wielding the Soul Katai, as a result of the animations being assigned to Durandal. This error was fixed when the game was localized elsewhere, but other issues will crop up instead. With the North American release of the game, all dialogue mentioning Aenir has some sort of translation error, with the character sometimes being referred to as a location instead of a person. One character straight up says, "Daddy has to go to Aenir, I'm going to get money." But the issues don't just stop there, as the English language mode of both European releases adds its own unusual error on the world map sequence of Chapter 16XE or 17XH, where the game's script will suddenly drop the English language in place of Italian. This mistake isn't that the game suddenly points the game to read from the Italian language script instead, but rather it is part of the English text, as it even occurs in another release of the game in Europe, which didn't actually include an Italian language option. Fire Emblem may be huge these days, but an even bigger Nintendo series is The Legend of Zelda. Unused code is always fun to unearth in games, and one particularly fun game is the Minish Cap. Lon Lon Milk makes an appearance in this pocket adventure, which serves only to heal the player out in the field, but it seems as though there may have been another function for this item entirely in earlier builds. Unused data suggests that, at least at one stage, Link would have been able to churn Lon Lon Milk into butter, with a chunk of unused text which reads, "Your Lon Lon Milk turned into butter. It's very fresh and delicious." With that said, the conditions required to turn the milk into butter aren't made obvious, but it would seem likely that Link was supposed to have taken the Lon Lon Milk to a particular character to have it churned, but who that is isn't all too clear. It's possible that they too were also removed before the game's final release, but one Minish found in the Minish village can produce Picolite for Link, a substance that increases the rate of finding certain items. To create a variety of different colours of Picolite and make them available for Link to purchase, the player must bring them the correct ingredients, with one of these ingredients being Lon Lon Milk, in order to unlock yellow Picolite. This is a particularly interesting item to have to deliver, as it isn't particularly hard to come by, unlike the rest of the items needed for the other colours. So it may be that in an early version of the game, Link would have had to churn Lon Lon Milk into Lon Lon Butter and deliver it to unlock yellow Picolite instead. The Minish Cap also has many connections with another Zelda title on GBA, Four Swords. One of the new enemies created for Four Swords was the rather irritating Rupee Wraith, a ghost-like creature that pursues Link after being let out of its treasure chest hiding spot. Rather than take out Link's health, the Wraith instead starts to drain the player's rupee count, but the Rupee Wraith actually makes another appearance in the Minish Cap, though as a different being entirely, sharing a sprite with the ghost which haunts Greedle. The Rupee Wraith's squealing sounds can also be heard in the Minish Cap, having been given to the Big Octorok boss. But other data from Four Swords appears in the Minish Cap, though goes entirely unused. Both Zols and Gels appear to have been considered for the game at some stage, but they remain dormant in Minish Cap's data. One interesting tidbit comes from the Zol boss of Four Swords. An interesting part of this boss comes in its name, Derazol, with Dera appearing to be a shortening of Dorai, a Japanese word for immense or awesome, meaning this boss's name essentially translates into Awesome Zol. The Bomba Rosa enemy also has an interesting name, originating from the term Bomba Rosa, which, when translated from Italian, means red bomb, though this name is only used in the game's English localization. In fact, not only is this name used in the game's English releases, but the Italian translation of the game actually uses the original Japanese name, Bombu, possibly to obscure the enemy's name from being a bit too obvious to Italian speakers. Now, the Game Boy Advance's Pokemon offerings saw massive success, like it had before, and as it would continue to do. But before we dive into those mainline titles, let's take a look at a spin-off that sold well in its own right. Many have fond memories of playing Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire on their GBAs in the early 2000s. And by many, we mean a great deal, with the game selling around 1 million units worldwide. But there was another version of this game, a far more exclusive experience that only a few got to try. At least one full-size pinball machine based on the game was produced by Personal Pinball Inc. for Pokemon USA. It was ultimately housed at the New York Pokemon Center, and Personal Pinball was so proud of it, they featured it on their company flyer. This physical version seems to take elements from both boards featured in the GBA game. As for the game that this pinball spin-off is based on, Ruby and Sapphire showed a resurging presence in 2020 as well, all thanks to a pair of fish. In May 2020, a Japanese live streamer began a lengthy series using his two pet Siamese fighting fish to play through Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire using a system involving several programs connected to the game's emulator. These programs rely on a webcam to track the fish's movements and determine what individual action to perform by where it swims over a map placed behind the fish tank. So, wherever the fish swims, it blocks a map square with a picture of a controller input on it, and the system performs said input in-game. On October 3rd, 2020, during a live stream of Pokemon Sapphire, one of the fish was working on a boulder puzzle in the seafloor cavern on Route 128 when it performed a very rare glitch that appeared to have not been widely known in the past. The fish used strength on a boulder, which moved it and additionally created a duplicate boulder in its place, making the puzzle unsolvable until the room was reset. The streamer later figured out how to trigger the glitch himself and uploaded a step-by-step guide to YouTube on how to perform it. Amazingly, another fish that belonged to the owner found another glitch a few months later. This time, the glitch happened during a stream of Pokemon Crystal, where the player picked up an item through a wall.
The Game Boy had an incredibly long life for a piece of gaming hardware, with it being released in 1989 and not being discontinued until the year 2003. This long life brought tons of memorable and beloved games with it, and despite the system's audio and graphical limitations, it was the first time gamers could genuinely take good and engaging titles on the go. The system was the birth of the Pokemon franchise, which went on to become, well, the Pokemon franchise, that you definitely know about already, but other smash hit titles like Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins also pushed Nintendo into the status of a home entertainment staple. And of course we'll be talking about Super Mario Land 2 as well as Pokemon Gold and Silver in today's episode. But first we want to talk about a surprisingly interesting Game Boy game with a truly unique feature, Mission Impossible. Film tie-ins used to be far more prevalent in the gaming space at the time of the Game Boy, with most of which honestly being a total waste of time. Companies knew that they could make a quick buck selling games to people that had just seen the latest blockbuster, so relatively mundane video games were a great means of extra revenue for small to mid-sized game studios and film studios alike. With Mission Impossible, which was released for the Game Boy Color, a rather unique feature was included in the game which made use of a new addition to the Game Boy Color's hardware, the IR sensor. The game includes the Impossible Mission Force Agent Organizer, essentially a rudimentary PDA at a time when such devices would have cost an arm and a leg. Players could store notes, addresses or messages and then transmit that data from one player to another who also had a copy of the game. However, the infrared sensor was used for something a little more impressive than even wireless communication circa 2000, the ability to use your games console as a remote control for your TV. The game was able to learn signals used by remote controls for things like radios or televisions, allowing you to change the channel without access to the remote control, essentially serving as a universal remote. This can be handy while at home, though booting up Mission Impossible on your Game Boy Color may be a bit long-winded to switch channels from Law and Order to Countdown. But it would also mean that you could change channels on a TV out in public, if you've configured your system correctly, even working from up to 20 feet away. This essentially grants the player the ability to be their own small-time Tom Cruise, or even smaller-time Tom Cruise. From a major blockbuster film series to a blockbuster game franchise, Final Fantasy Legend is well known for not always being a Final Fantasy game. It's pretty well known these days that the title's branding was changed in the West to focus entirely on Final Fantasy, when the game's Japanese name being Seiken Densetsu, with Final Fantasy Gaiden being its subtitle. But this isn't the only time the game was changed, and this is far from the biggest change that occurred. According to a Japanese Seiken Densetsu guidebook, one of the title's programmers claimed that the game actually began its life as an experimental tennis game. The quote, as translated by Clyde Mandolin, reads, "This game actually started out as an experimental tennis game. At some point, the court turned into scrollable screens, the racket turned into the playable character, the ball into a weapon, the opponent's racket turned into enemies, and the court became what was referred to as the map. And before I realized it, a story was added into it, and then the game was released as Seiken Densetsu. It was a curious experience." It isn't going to be a Nintendo system without some kind of breakout hit Mario title making an appearance. And while the first Super Mario Land was by no means a bad experience, Nintendo made great leaps with their sequel, Super Mario Land 2: 6 Golden Coins. The first Mario Land was perhaps limited in its appearance, with Mario being just 10 pixels tall, but for 6 Golden Coins, we got a more detailed look at the plumber and the world he's in. But this more detailed look put a spotlight on how strange the game's art direction and design really was, with things like a Jason Voorhees-inspired enemy and a world made of knockoff Lego. But apparently, the game was originally far more unusual. During an interview with the game's director and designer, Hiroji Kiyotake, he stated, "With Super Mario Land 2, one of our ideas was not to be bound by the conventions of the previous games. However, when we showed our first draft to everyone, they were like, 'I don't know, is this Mario?' We realized that we were on the wrong path. So we toned down that idea and made something a little closer to the existing Mario world." But it seems that the developers may have overcorrected, and later in development tried once again distancing Mario Land 2 from other Mario games. The title originally used the same sound effect for Mario turning into Super Mario as Super Mario World. But halfway into development, the team decided that hearing the Super Mario World sound effect on the Game Boy was just a bit off. And they were afraid that players would become negatively conscious of the fact that they were playing on a small screen, and begin to compare Mario Land 2 with the audibly and graphically far superior Mario World. 6 Golden Coins was also the birthplace of one of Mario's most iconic characters, Wario. Wario didn't just work as a fantastic villain for the series, but could even transition the gap of antagonist to protagonist. Wario Land 2 for the Game Boy was an extremely well-received title, and most likely served as the cement for Wario's position in the Mario franchise. The title received a re-release just a few months after its initial release on the OG Game Boy, which optimized it for the Game Boy Color hardware. In the Game Boy Color enhanced release of the game, while still possible to play on a Game Boy or a Game Boy Color, the save files for both systems were not compatible with each other. For this reason, when trying to play a Game Boy Color save file on the Game Boy, or vice versa, the game will go through a set of menus to delete old save data to accommodate that of the other system. So forget about lending it to a friend and expecting your save data back. Another change between both versions appears in the levels Turn Off the Giant Faucet and Escape from the Teacup. These levels contain a unique fish enemy that grabs Wario and pins him to a wall until he escapes. For unknown reasons, the Game Boy Color release replaces this unique fish enemy with a standard sawfish. Despite this omission, full color graphics for the unique fish are still present in the game's code, so at some point it was clearly planned to remain in the game. Another Nintendo series with a strong following is the curled ball of strawberry milkshake Kirby. Kirby's Dream Land 2 actually contains a fairly large number of secret and cameo appearances from other familiar faces, such as the mini-boss Blocky, who originally appeared as one of the enemies in HAL Labs' earlier series, Adventures of Lolo. Not only this, but if the player frees the same animal friend as they're already riding, then there is a fairly infrequent occurrence that the sacks which usually contain Gooey will instead contain Blob, a female version of GUI. This isn't the case in the game's original Japanese release though, where Blob's role is actually taken by Chao, the female protagonist from Famicom Fairy Tales Yuyuki, a Japanese-only Famicom Disk System adventure game by Nintendo. It's also possible to unlock a sound test mode in the game, which displays an image of Kirby, Rick, Kine and Ku all sitting around a table, whilst GUI and Blob play a piano in the background. Once again, however, this differs from the Japanese release of the game, where Chao can be seen sitting at the piano, recreating a scene from Famicom Fairy Tales Yuyuki. Another of the Pink Puffball's games to hit the Game Boy was Kirby Star Stacker, and this too had a number of elements changed when localized outside of Japan. One of the most notable is the game's various food items being swapped from fairly common dishes in Japanese cuisine to something more commonly found throughout the West. One other thing missing from Western territories was a complete remake of the game, released as Kirby's Super Star Stacker in 1998, exclusively in Japan for the Super Famicom. At one stage the game was set to be localized internationally, but because the Super Nintendo was coming to the end of its lifespan in North America and Europe, the decision was made to keep it exclusive to Japan. Now, Radar Mission is likely one Nintendo-developed game that you didn't keep up with. Released in 1990, the title is a fairly simple take on the classic tabletop game Battleships, and since the general theme of the game is war, it seems Nintendo wanted to sneak in their own little Easter egg to reference another of their popular licenses. In the game, the player uses a star symbol, while the enemy forces use a moon symbol, the same symbols used by the ally and enemy forces in Famicom Wars, as well as the other Wars titles, such as Advance Wars. And now it's time for what probably half of you clicked the video for, some Pokemon trivia. Here's some very obscure trivia from Pokemon Gold and Silver that is so rare it can only be seen by trading important items with your friends. Gaming YouTuber Pika's Prey managed to discover a small piece of text that only appears under certain conditions. In the game, Claire, the leader of Blackthorn Gym, gives the player the task of setting out for the Dragon's Den in order to obtain a Dragon Fang, a key item only found in this location. However, if the player obtains the Dragon Fang through another means, such as either trading it through a Pokemon who is holding the item, or by hacking the item into the player's inventory, Claire will be most upset. She actually refrains from giving the player the Rising Badge, and will call them out for having cheated, as the item has not been obtained from the game's Dragon's Den. She will say, "You did not get that at Dragon's Den. Trying to cheat like that. I'm disappointed in you." The Game Boy was revolutionary. It took gaming on the go and it had some killer games to boot. The only real problems with the system was that it wasn't exactly pocket friendly, and you couldn't see the screen if you had no external lighting. This is often riffed on, but it seems a pretty glaring issue with the system, and viewing the Game Boy games through a modern lens really paints the experience in a different light. But regardless, the games were solid, and Nintendo's first-party offerings were quite remarkable, all things considered. Mario's Picross, Donkey Kong Land, Metroid 2, Link's Awakening, and Pokemon Gold and Silver demonstrated that great products can come in compact sizes, if you consider the OG Game Boy to actually be compact, that is. The experiences of these games may have been limited by hardware, but their design was top-notch, meaning that they continue to see relevance in later years, with Metroid 2 even getting a full remake treatment for the 3DS in 2017. But the idea of remaking the game was much older than that. With the original Game Boy releasing back in the early 90s, Retro Studios had considered remaking the game as early as the mid-2000s. Ben Sprout, an artist with Retro Studios, posted on his WordPress blog in 2009 in response to a Metroid 2 fan remake of the game being released online, stating, "I've always thought it would be awesome to remake Metroid 2. A group of us at Retro even discussed doing it as a side project at one point. Nothing ever came of it, though I still think it'd be fun to remake it as a 3D side-scroller." Another name which appears in Metroid 2's credits is Dylan Cuthbert, widely recognized for his work as the main programmer on the original Star Fox released for the Super Nintendo. In Metroid 2, he receives a name drop under the special thanks section, which according to Cuthbert in a 2016 interview is thanks to the work he did assisting the team, providing programming advice, and helping with the game's optimization while he was working on his own title, X, also released for the Game Boy. Speaking of which, X is an important game in and of itself. In order for Dylan to create X, his team at Argonaut had to create their own Game Boy development kit, a task that was not so simple to achieve. According to Dylan, "We hacked together a Game Boy development kit with a camera pointed at the Game Boy. They'd gotten it into circuit printing and were printing the circuit boards in this bath full of acid. We're not certain, but X may well be the only game that came to be partly thanks to a bathtub full of acid." Our next Game Boy title is Mario's Picross, a great little puzzle game which stood the test of time. This is another Nintendo title that had a whole bunch of changes when it was brought to the West. These included a number of changes to the puzzles, altering what the player must draw out on the Picross boards. One of these was the alteration for a puzzle featuring a picture of a cocktail drink, which was changed into that of a Boo character from the Mario series, essentially changing booze into a boo. It seems Nintendo's main focus was on removing references to alcohol, like with another puzzle that was changed from a glass of wine into a hat, or a mug of beer that was turned into a crow. References to the Buddhist religion were also removed by placing a Buddhist bell with some garlic. A similar change happens with what seems to be a Buddhist guardian, Neo, being swapped out with chili peppers. References to Japanese culture were also changed to more universally recognized images, with the removal of a Japanese tea kettle for a much more recognizable burger, and the change of a hand drum and yokai to popular animals. Another puzzle was changed to remove a cigarette, which is a surprising image to include in the first place, considering it's a game for all ages. Other changes include a toy puzzle having been turned into a unicorn, and despite efforts to distance the game from religious iconography, a fan puzzle was turned into an angel. When it comes to creating a new title for the Game Boy, it makes sense to work on a game specifically designed for pocket adventures, with inspirations coming from games on home consoles. However, while Donkey Kong Land wound up being an entirely unique game in its own right, the original plan was for the game to be a straight-up port of one of the SNES's most graphically impressive titles, Donkey Kong Country. Programmer Paul Mahacek, however, managed to convince higher-ups at Rare that a new, original title would make more financial sense, saying, "Whenever anyone asked me to convert a console game onto Game Boy, I expressed the opinion that we'd be better off writing a new game in the same vein, and that the extra resources to do that wouldn't be much greater than for doing a port, whilst not limiting your market and reducing its size to those people who hadn't just bought the console game. It was a point of view I expressed in 1994 when I was asked to port DKC and instead wrote DKL for Game Boy. This was also a sentiment that Cranky Kong would get behind, as Donkey Kong Land's manual expressed the whole game was made after Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong had a bet with Cranky that they could have fun even without fancy graphics and modern music." Despite this point, however, the original Donkey Kong Country was given a port to the handheld's mid-generation upgrade, the Game Boy Color, albeit a whole 5 years after Donkey Kong Land. Another one of Donkey Kong Land's secrets is that the game was originally going to feature a new animal buddy called Rambunctious. Little is known about what this little fellow could do, and why he never made it into the game, just that they were, a ram. Maybe they were just a little bit sheepish. Hearing from developers who worked on our favourite games gives us some great insight into game creation, a job which for many may seem like a dream come true until you find yourself on the other side. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening was a game that certainly delivered joy to many players, but in the files from the Giga Leaks a couple of years ago, a development note from one of the game's programmers revealed some more sentiments around their work at Nintendo over the years. Left by programmer Kazuaki Morita, the note titled Bearded Uncle goes on to talk about his experience working with Nintendo and his thoughts as he moves forward in his career. It reads, "I think there are jobs game developers will never forget, in the same way that people who fish remember their first catch regardless of its size. For me, it's Super Mario Bros. It had a huge 32 kilobyte programming area for the time, and I packed in nearly that much. It was a big fuss even if you had a few free bytes. Then the Infinite Lives, the Minus World, I think the word tricks started being used around this time. I'm relieved they're not always called bugs. It's been about 8 years since then, and I've been involved in various other games, but as I get older, I feel my head is spinning and my memory is weakening. However, I think that my slyness has been only further enhanced. It is often said that a programmer's life is up to 30 years long, but that's just a social custom, saying it happens because you don't have to work, when really it's that you are unable to work. and I think I might quit this job if I feel I've reached my limit, since there's no such thing as a programmer who cannot program. You may be pleased to hear that Kazuaki would stick with Nintendo for many years after Link's Awakening was released, mostly sticking to work on the Zelda franchise as a programmer, though in recent years taking on more roles as a supervisor, possibly starting to feel his age when it comes to his programming tricks. What would a variety of Nintendo games be without the mention of Pokémon? Pokémon Gold, Silver and Crystal came after Red and Blue, so players were of course expecting some riveting new features to their grand adventure. It turns out that there was a feature set to change the game's immersive experience, giving the player a sense of being in the Pokémon world, but it was removed before the game's final release. A fully functional feature that allowed the player to name their mother. This function was included in the data of the Space World 97 demo of the game, which offers the choice of calling your mother Mother, Mama, Mommy, or the option of giving her the name of your choice. A curiosity around this data takes place during the demo's Pokemon catching tutorial, however, in which the player's name is copied to the same location in the game's RAM as the mother's name is stored, suggesting that by the time Nintendo had finished creating the game's tutorial, the mechanism of naming the mother was already planned to go unused. Another bit of interesting content can be found within the game's data. Interestingly, all 26 forms of Unknown have shiny variants, but only the Unknown that are shaped like an I and a V can be shiny. This is, by complete coincidence, due to both how Unknown forms and shininess are dependent on IVs. This means that there are 24 forms of Unknown which have unused shiny variants. The Game Boy was revolutionary. It took gaming on the go and it had some killer games to boot. The only real problems with the system was that it wasn't exactly pocket friendly, and you couldn't see the screen if you had no external lighting. This is often riffed on, but it seems a pretty glaring issue with the system, and viewing the Game Boy games through a modern lens really paints the experience in a different light. But regardless, the games were solid, and Nintendo's first-party offerings were quite remarkable, all things considered. Mario's Picross, Donkey Kong Land, Metroid 2, Link's Awakening, and Pokemon Gold and Silver demonstrated that great products can come in compact sizes, if you consider the OG Game Boy to actually be compact, that is. The experiences of these games may have been limited by hardware, but their design was top-notch, meaning that they continue to see relevance in later years, with Metroid 2 even getting a full remake treatment for the 3DS in 2017. But the idea of remaking the game was much older than that. With the original Game Boy releasing back in the early 90s, Retro Studios had considered remaking the game as early as the mid-2000s. Ben Sprout, an artist with Retro Studios, posted on his WordPress blog in 2009 in response to a Metroid 2 fan remake of the game being released online, stating, "I've always thought it would be awesome to remake Metroid 2. A group of us at Retro even discussed doing it as a side project at one point. Nothing ever came of it, though I still think it'd be fun to remake it as a 3D side-scroller." Another name which appears in Metroid 2's credits is Dylan Cuthbert, widely recognized for his work as the main programmer on the original Star Fox released for the Super Nintendo. In Metroid 2, he receives a name drop under the Special Thanks section, which according to Cuthbert in a 2016 interview, is thanks to the work he did assisting the team, providing programming advice, and helping with the game's optimization while he was working on his own title, X, also released for the Game Boy. Speaking of which, X is an important game in and of itself. In order for Dylan to create X, his team at Argonaut had to create their own Game Boy development kit, a task that was not so simple to achieve. According to Dylan, "We hacked together a Game Boy development kit with a camera pointed at the Game Boy. They'd gotten it into circuit printing and were printing the circuit boards in this bath full of acid. We're not certain, but X may well be the only game that came to be partly thanks to a bathtub full of acid." Our next Game Boy title is Mario's Picross, a great little puzzle game which stood the test of time. This is another Nintendo title that had a whole bunch of changes when it was brought to the West. These included a number of changes to the puzzles, altering what the player must draw out on the Picross boards. One of these was the alteration for a puzzle featuring a picture of a cocktail drink, which was changed into that of a Boo character from the Mario series, essentially changing Boos into a Boo. It seems Nintendo's main focus was on removing references to alcohol, like with another puzzle that was changed from a glass of wine into a hat, or a mug of beer that was turned into a crow. References to the Buddhist religion were also removed by placing a Buddhist bell with some garlic, A similar change happens with what seems to be a Buddhist guardian, Neo, being swapped out with chili peppers. References to Japanese culture were also changed to more universally recognized images, with the removal of a Japanese tea kettle for a much more recognizable burger, and the change of a hand drum and yokai to popular animals. Another puzzle was changed to remove a cigarette, which is a surprising image to include in the first place, considering it's a game for all ages. Other changes include a toy puzzle having been turned into a unicorn, and despite efforts to distance the game from religious iconography, a fan puzzle was turned into an angel. When it comes to creating a new title for the Game Boy, it makes sense to work on a game specifically designed for pocket adventures, with inspirations coming from games on home consoles. However, while Donkey Kong Land wound up being an entirely unique game in its own right, the original plan was for the game to be a straight-up port of one of the SNES's most graphically impressive titles, Donkey Kong Country. Programmer Paul Mahachek, however, managed to convince higher-ups at Rare that a new, original title would make more financial sense, saying, "Whenever anyone asked me to convert a console game onto Game Boy, I expressed the opinion that we'd be better off writing a new game in the same vein, and that the extra resources to do that wouldn't be much greater than for doing a port, whilst not limiting your market and reducing its size to those people who hadn't just bought the console game." It was a point of view I expressed in 1994 when I was asked to port DKC and instead wrote DKL for Game Boy. This was also a sentiment that Cranky Kong would get behind, as Donkey Kong Land's manual expressed the whole game was made after Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong had a bet with Cranky that they could have fun even without fancy graphics and modern music. Despite this point, however, the original Donkey Kong Country was given a port to the handheld's mid-generation upgrade, the Game Boy Color, albeit a whole 5 years after Donkey Kong Land. Another one of Donkey Kong Land's secrets is that the game was originally going to feature a new animal buddy called Rambunctious. Little is known about what this little fellow could do, and why he never made it into the game, just that they were, a ram. Maybe they were just a little bit sheepish. Hearing from developers who worked on our favourite games gives us some great insight into game creation, a job which for many may seem like a dream come true until you find yourself on the other side. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening was a game that certainly delivered joy to many players, but in the files from the Giga Leaks a couple of years ago, a development note from one of the game's programmers revealed some more sentiments around their work at Nintendo over the years. Left by programmer Kazuaki Morita, the note titled Bearded Uncle goes on to talk about his experience working with Nintendo and his thoughts as he moves forward in his career. It reads, "I think there are jobs game developers will never forget, in the same way that people who fish remember their first catch regardless of its size. For me, it's Super Mario Bros. It had a huge 32 kilobyte programming area for the time, and I packed in nearly that much. It was a big fuss even if you had a few free bytes. Then the Infinite Lives, the Minus World, I think the word tricks started being used around this time. I'm relieved they're not always called bugs. It's been about 8 years since then, and I've been involved in various other games, but as I get older, I feel my head is spinning and my memory is weakening. However, I think that my slyness has been only further enhanced. It is often said that a programmer's life is up to 30 years long, but that's just a social custom, saying it happens because you don't have to work, when really it's that you are unable to work. And I think I might quit this job if I feel I've reached my limit, since there's no such thing as a programmer who cannot program. You may be pleased to hear that Kazuaki would stick with Nintendo for many years after Link's Awakening was released, mostly sticking to work on the Zelda franchise as a programmer, though in recent years taking on more roles as a supervisor, possibly starting to feel his age when it comes to his programming tricks. What would a variety of Nintendo games be without the mention of Pokemon? Pokemon Gold, Silver and Crystal came after Red and Blue, so players were of course expecting some riveting new features to their grand adventure. It turns out that there was a feature set to change the game's immersive experience, giving the player a sense of being in the Pokemon world, but it was removed before the game's final release. A fully functional feature that allowed the player to name their mother. This function was included in the data of the Space World 97 demo of the game, which offers the choice of calling your mother Mother, Mama, Mommy, or the option of giving her the name of your choice. A curiosity around this data takes place during the demo's Pokemon catching tutorial, however, in which the player's name is copied to the same location in the game's RAM as the mother's name is stored, suggesting that by the time Nintendo had finished creating the game's tutorial, the mechanism of naming the mother was already planned to go unused. Another bit of interesting content can be found within the game's data. Interestingly, all 26 forms of Unknown have shiny variants, but only the Unknown that are shaped like an I and a V can be shiny. This is, by complete coincidence, due to both how Unknown forms and shininess are dependent on IVs. This means that there are 24 forms of Unknown which have unused shiny variants.
Did you know? Although the DS was very profitable for Nintendo, the system's games are one of the most pirated products in gaming history. In 2010, Japan's Computer Entertainment Suppliers Association published a list of Japan's most pirated DS games. CESA's findings showed that the 20 best-selling DS games were downloaded almost 20 million times collectively in Japan. Pokemon Platinum was illegally downloaded almost 2.1 million times, a figure that nearly matched the game's 2.7 million regional sales. Most of this piracy can be attributed to flash cartridges such as the R4, which allowed users to play DS ROM files using a micro SD card. Nintendo took measures to combat piracy on their platforms, but with limited success. In 2008, Nintendo teamed up with 54 other video game companies to take legal action to halt sales of R4 units. Their lawsuit used Japan's unfair competition prevention law and asked that all companies involved with the R4s to stop importing, selling, and advertising the devices. Unfortunately, Nintendo's actions had little effect, and consumers continued to buy R4 devices online. In 2009, Nintendo publicly called out the governments of China, South Korea, Brazil, Mexico, Spain, and Paraguay. A statement was made about each country and how piracy was negatively affecting Nintendo in each region, in hopes of the governments cracking down on pirates. This, too, seemed to have little effect. The system has a fairly interesting history. The DS wasn't originally intended to be the successor to the Game Boy line of handheld consoles. At the time of its release, Nintendo was still supporting both the Game Boy Advance and GameCube, and the DS was planned to launch as a third pillar alongside these systems. Most likely, this was due to the fact that the DS was a more experimental piece of hardware, and Nintendo didn't want to risk devaluing the Game Boy brand should the new system fail. The DS also marked a major turning point for Nintendo as a company. While speaking about the upcoming release of the DS, former Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi stated that Nintendo's goal at that time was to help lift Japan out of economic depression. They planned to do this by re-energizing the game market, though they were uncertain about the future of their own company. Yamauchi even went so far as to state that if the DS succeeds, we will rise to heaven, but if it fails, we will sink to hell. Despite all concerns, the Nintendo DS proved to be a massive success. As of 2018, it is officially the #1 best-selling game system in the United States and the second best-selling system in the world, after Sony's PlayStation 2. The DS went through several different code names while in development. Its earliest iteration was known as Iris, a name that predates the system's dual screens. The official Nintendo DS emulation software was called Ensata, named after the Iris Ensata flower, commonly known as simply the Japanese Iris. As former Nintendo president Satoru Iwata described, Iris was just the codename of next-generation hardware designed to succeed the Game Boy Advance. It's often speculated that the Ensata emulator was developed by Intelligent Systems. However, there is little evidence to prove this. The code of Ensata only has copyrights relating to Nintendo, which implies it was developed in-house. The source of this confusion may have been the fact that Intelligent Systems developed the hardware tools for the DS. Before the handheld was officially revealed, leaks indicated that its final name kept going back and forth between the Nintendo DS and Nintendo Nitro. In an Iwata Asks interview, Iwata confirmed that Nitro was one of the codenames used for the device. As a holdover from when it was codenamed the Nitro, the serial numbers printed on DS game cards all begin with the letters NTR. The final name for the system, the Nintendo DS, actually has two meanings. On the surface, it stands for dual screen. However, according to Nintendo, it also stands for Developer's System, as it was meant to give game creators brand new tools which will lead to more innovative innovative games. In 2004, Nintendo filed a trademark for game hardware under the name City Boy, suggesting that this might have been another name considered for the DS. According to games journalist Emily Rogers, the City Boy name was meant to help market Nintendo's handheld systems to a younger, more modern demographic. It was also chosen to compete against the growing mobile phone game industry. The Nintendo DS also has the unique distinction of being physically carried to the highest point on Earth. Mountain climbers Neil Mueller and Chris Grubb brought their DS systems with them during their ascent of Mount Everest. While most of the team's electronics were ruined during the climb, their DS systems survived the entire ascent. The devices managed to endure the bitter cold, fierce winds, and having curry spilled directly on them while the team's Sherpa guides played them in the kitchen. A large part of the DS's international appeal was its lack of region locking, as all DS systems can play any game from any region. The only exception to this is the Chinese version, known as the iQDS. This version of the DS can still play games from any region, but games released specifically for the iQDS are region locked and cannot be played on regular DS systems. Attempting to do so will simply trigger a message that says, "Only for iQDS." Oddly, this region locking only functions on the original DS, as all versions of the DSi and 3DS can play iQDS games without issue. Only 6 games were released for the iQDS: Super Mario 64 DS, New Super Mario Bros., Yoshi Touch and Go, WarioWare Touched, Polarium, and a version of Nintendogs that came pre-installed on the upgraded iQDSi. Another region-specific quirk can be found while setting up the DS's Wi-Fi connection settings. Japanese DS systems have an option to connect to the internet using a portable Wi-Fi router. Because these routers are used almost exclusively in Japan, the option to use it was removed internationally. However, there is a workaround for users to access the option outside of Japan. In order to do so, the user has to specifically calibrate the touchscreen incorrectly by touching the bottom right corner of the screen when asked to touch the middle. While on the Wi-Fi setup menu, this option can then be accessed by touching the very top left corner of the touchscreen. This is still possible to do even in the 3DS's version of the menu. The Nintendo Wi-Fi connection instruction booklet included with the DS also contains an interesting secret. One page of the booklet explains the steps to input a WEP key in order to connect to a wireless router. In the example picture, the code used for the WEP key is 8675309. This is a reference to the 1981 pop song 8675309 Jenny by Tommy Two-Tone. This isn't the only Easter egg for the DS system. If the player starts up their DS on their birthday, the boot up sound will have a slightly higher pitch. And if they continue into the PictoChat application and go to a room, they will receive a happy birthday message. Although having multiple brightness levels was an advertised feature of the DS Lite, later shipments of the original DS actually had support for multiple brightness levels as well. However, there was no way to actually take advantage of it outside of homebrew applications. The DS and DS Lite eventually received a significant hardware overhaul in the form of the DSi, which included new features such as cameras and SD card support. The system's name was inspired by the Nintendo Wii, with the single I meant to convey individuality and emphasize the idea of players personalizing their own systems. The sound editor was included as a last-second addition at the insistence of Shigeru Miyamoto, which actually contains an interesting Easter egg. While on the sound selection menu, if the player highlights one of their recorded sounds and waits for about a minute, the sound editor will start playing a rendition of the Super Mario Bros. Theme, composed from the highlighted sound. The DSi's cameras were a key component to the system's redesign. Satoru Iwata compared the device's microphone and touchscreen as its ears and sense of touch, so the cameras were intended to give the system eyes. The DSi included 2 cameras, one on the front of the system and one on the back. These cameras actually take pictures at a resolution 2.5 times greater than the resolution of the DSi's screen, so the pictures could be zoomed in without losing detail. Originally, the design team only intended to include one camera and make the top screen able to swivel round in order to take pictures both in front and behind the system. However, the swivel mechanic was deemed too expensive and impractical, so the decision was made to include a camera on both sides. Another feature that had to be cut was a second game slot, something that had been heavily requested by both fans and Nintendo employees. Upon the first presentation of the DSi prototype, however, company executives expressed concern at the system's bulk, and the second game slot had to be removed in order to make the DSi smaller.
We have a bunch of new information on Game Boy Advance games for you coming up in this episode, but we're going to kick things off with some newly translated details about the Game Boy Advance itself. These details come from a great interview we had translated from 64 Dreams' April 2001 issue. Taking part in the interview are three men who were essential to the Game Boy Advance's design and development: Satoru Okada, Kenichi Sugino, and Ryuji Umezu. Okada in particular is a true Nintendo OG. He had a hand in creating the Game & Watch, Game Boy, and every other Nintendo handheld up to the DSi XL before he retired in 2012. Okada begins by saying Nintendo had been, quote, experimenting with colorization constantly since 1994. Right off the bat, this is pretty interesting. Development on the Game Boy Color started in 1996, but Okada says Nintendo was testing the waters a whole 2 years earlier, and we think we know what he's alluding to. The time frame of those experiments lines up with the development of Project Atlantis, a failed Game Boy successor that allegedly boasted a 32-bit ARM microprocessor half a decade before the Game Boy Advance. Rumors about Atlantis first sprung up in 1996, but besides one or two confirmations, it was basically all hearsay. That was until 2009's Game Developers Conference. At that year's GDC, Nintendo's Masato Kuwahara spoke about his time leading development on the DSi and showed off some prototypes. One of them was this. It was Atlantis. Kuwahara gave us photo evidence that it was real and existed circa 1995. Though, thanks to Okada, we know development started on it in 1994. So those Atlantis rumors in 1996 got the name right, but what about that 32-bit ARM processor that they mentioned? And why was Atlantis scrapped? Over the years, people have speculated that it was too bulky or that it had poor battery life. And if Nintendo's PR is to be believed, it's because the Game Boy was doing great and they didn't want to cannibalize their own hardware sales. But we think we might have stumbled upon the real reason it was canned: money. And it has something to do with those 32-bit ARM processor rumors. In June 2019, the Talks at Google YouTube channel uploaded a discussion with Dave Jagger, a hardware designer who worked at ARM for over a decade starting in 1991. In the interview, Dave states that he was talking to and visiting Nintendo in 1994, a time frame that matches up with those magazine rumors. This was just after ARM unleashed ARM 7, which Dave actually led development on. The original ARM 700 was a 32-bit microprocessor that was benchmarking well, but it had a few issues that made it less than ideal for a handheld gaming system. The biggest problem relevant to games hardware was that it had poor code density. Let's explain. Initially, ARM 7 could only use the default ARM instruction set that's a 32-bit fixed-width instruction set. Every instruction then took up 32 bits, even simple instructions, leading to a fair amount of unoptimized and bloated code requiring a lot of storage space. This is problematic because if a game's total size grows to, say, 9 megabytes, and its data can't be cut or compressed any lower, instead of being published on an 8 megabyte cartridge, it would have to be put on a 16 meg cart. This is because computer storage grows most efficiently by doubling, going from 1 bit to 2, 4, 8, 16, etc. So if you're a company like Nintendo, and low-density code just bloated your game past the 8 meg mark, you now have to spend more money publishing it on a 16 megabyte cartridge. Since Nintendo was talking to Dave in 1994, it's clear they were interested in using an ARM processor in their hardware, and it gives merit to those Atlantis 32-bit ARM processor rumors from the 90s. We think this also makes it pretty clear that Atlantis was using ARM 7. And about 28 years ago, someone else thought so too. In Electronic Gaming Monthly's 83rd issue, one of their sources claimed that Atlantis used an ARM 710 processor. Next Generation magazine, on the other hand, claimed that Atlantis used a strong ARM SA110 processor, which came in 100, 160, and 200 MHz clock speeds. Even if Nintendo went with the weakest version of 100 MHz, that would have put Atlantis' CPU on par with the Nintendo 64's CPU. And frankly, a mid-90s gaming handheld rivaling the most powerful home console at the time sounds like, well, a load of old bollocks. It seems like EGM's source was closer to the truth, but the ARM 710 wouldn't have resolved the code density issue, and Nintendo needed a processor that wasn't going to balloon their games and push them onto bigger, more expensive cartridges. While on a train in February 1994, Dave designed a 16-bit ARM architecture on a napkin based on the architecture in his college thesis. He realized that ARM could have two instruction sets, the 32-bit set ARM already used and a 16-bit set he named Thumb. Basically, Thumb's instructions are encoded into 16-bit as opposed to 32-bit, requiring half the bus width and occupying half the memory. And although some tasks would require more instructions to complete, overall, a program written in Thumb code took up just 70% of the space that it would in ARM code. This is exactly what Nintendo needed, as it meant games could be better optimized to fit on small ROM cartridges. And the first ARM CPU made that could use Thumb, the ARM 7 TD-MI, is what made its way into the final Game Boy Advance. Dave goes over some other interesting tidbits in the interview, like how it's generally believed that Nokia commissioned development of the ARM 7 TD-MI, because the Nokia 6110 used it a few years before the GBA released, but it was actually made for Nintendo. And that the NSA wanted to put a backdoor in the processor. Yeah, really. But that's about all Dave said. At least, that's about everything relevant to this video. So let's get back to that 64 Dream interview. The team wraps up their anecdotes about the Game Boy Color, bringing up how they were only given about a year to finalize its hardware. But even during this hectic time, and despite the failure of Atlantis, their minds wandered, contemplating a true successor to the Game Boy. Something more advanced. And the team would get their chance after work on the Color wrapped up. When designing the Game Boy Advance, one of the first details the team had to nail down was the screen size and aspect ratio. Kenichi Sugino says they could have just kept the screen the same size as the Game Boy Color, but that wouldn't have been impactful. They wanted the Game Boy Advance to have a sense of, it's gotten bigger, and it's changed. But this wasn't the only reason. The Game Boy got tons of home console ports over the years, but their visuals were heavily compressed, and even worse, they were all cropped to fit the incredibly square Game Boy display. The Advance screen had to be wider. The Game Boy Advance screen ended up being closer to the 4:3 aspect ratio of most TV screens at the time, but even more comparable to the 16:9 aspect ratio of increasingly popular widescreen TVs. The team experimented with different button layouts and screen positions, starting out with some long designs similar to the OG Game Boy. But the designs all ended up being too ugly or too big, and the size made it difficult to reach the L and R buttons on the shoulders. The team tried to fix the issue by moving L and R down to the back of the device, and even considered completely ignoring button layouts from past handhelds and trying something new. But Game Boy games had to be playable on the Game Boy Advance, so the button positions had to be at least somewhat similar. The team realized they had to switch to a horizontal layout to keep the design neat and compact, which also left the Game Boy button layout intact. After tinkering with two Game Boy Advance prototypes that used a smaller and a larger screen, then making some optimizations that reduced cost and improved battery life, they finally let game developers take it for a spin. But developers had a problem with it. It was too low in memory. And the team actually took the criticism on board. Ryuji Umezu said, "In the end, what we made was a 2-chip composition with the CPU and a separate 2 megabit memory. That increased the cost, but also had a lot of advantageous side effects, like being able to download programs into the memory. This made it possible for 4-player modes using only one cartridge. It also allowed us to connect to the GameCube, download data, and run it. We kept coming up with more and more ideas like that. Interestingly, the GameCube had a small influence on the Game Boy Advance's design: its color. Sugino says the reason they made the main Game Boy Advance color violet was to tie it in with the cube. He goes on to say, the GBA was displayed in silver at Space World because we didn't have the mold ready in time and had no choice but to paint over it to hide the surface treatment. We made over 40 different samples like red and yellow, but we really didn't want to use the same colors as previous Game Boys. With it being a new product, we wanted to release it in colors that hadn't been seen before. The GBA is a bit high-priced and higher tech than before, so we wanted to give it more of an adult coloring, and that's why one of the launch colors is Arctic White. Now, behind-the-scenes info about Nintendo hardware development is always fascinating, but it's about time we looked at some actual games. First, we're going to take a quick look at a Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga tidbit we've never heard before. It comes from the December 2003 issue of Japan's Nintendo Online magazine, which has an interview with a few Alpha Dream developers about their work on Superstar Saga. We had it translated, but unfortunately it was mostly old news, except for this one bit of info. In the game's final cutscene, Toadsworth and Lady Lima share a friendly embrace after basically not interacting with each other for the entire game. According to the game's scenario writer and lead field designer, Hiroyuki Kubota, he wanted these characters' relations to go beyond friendship. Kubota said, "I like Lady Lima. She's got such a sharp tongue. If I had more leeway in development, I would have wanted to add in a romance between Lady Lima and Toadsworth. That could have been either very cute or very weird." Time to move on from Superstar Saga, but that's not the last of our Mario trivia. Another interview we had translated comes from the August 2001 issue of Nintendo Online magazine. This one's all about Mario Kart Super Circuit, the GBA's best-selling title outside of Pokémon Generation 3. The previous Mario Karts were both made in-house at Nintendo EAD, but Super Circuit's development would fall to longtime Nintendo partner Intelligent Systems. So this interview gathers Intelligent Systems' Takeshi Ando and Yukio Morimoto, who co-directed Super Circuit, as well as programmer Kenji Matsumoto and Nintendo's Hiroyuki Kimura, one of the guys who oversaw development and gave feedback. And these four divulge some pretty interesting details about how Super Circuit came to be. Hiroyuki Kimura kicks things off by saying that when the team first learned about the GBA's actual hardware, they thought about how the hardware might perform, and Mario Kart seemed like a good fit. Nintendo's past handhelds lacked the power to deliver a satisfying Mario Kart experience, but they could pull it off on GBA, and even have 4 players at once. When the team began testing their ideas, they started porting over Super Mario Kart from the SNES and incorporated some elements from Mario Kart 64. Things developed quickly from here. Kenji Matsumoto mentions how time-consuming it was to make tracks early on, with the team barely scraping 3 courses together for Space World 2000. The game was first revealed here as Mario Kart Advance, a name Nintendo decided to keep for its Japanese release. But it seems scarcity turned into surplus, with Matsumoto saying that after Space World, we created a tool that made things faster. We actually made a lot of other courses that didn't make it into the final product. Then Kimura chimes in, revealing something pretty interesting. At first we had courses under the sea as well, but Miyamoto said no to them. He said karts don't work underwater. Despite Miyamoto's initial resistance to underwater karting, the series would eventually embrace the idea a decade later in Mario Kart 7. To make the courses, Morimoto would draw them out on paper, then have a graphic designer create a test map. His designs were random at first and didn't factor in how the karts handled, but he got a feel for drawing more interesting curves that better fit the game as development went on. All in all, the game's tracks would be reworked 5 to 10 times to get them just right. Interestingly, Morimoto seems to say the team made the course graphics first, like backgrounds and floor tiles, then made the courses after. The team soon realized that a handheld Mario Kart would have some unique differences to its console cousins. While multiplayer in Super Mario Kart and Mario Kart 64 used split-screen multiplayer, on GBA, everyone would have their own screen. In Super and 64, you could see what items people had, resulting in, as Takeshi Ando puts it, pressure and bargaining amongst combatants. At one point, the team wanted to maintain this aspect of multiplayer, and even tried squeezing all 4 players' point of view onto the Game Boy Advance screen. The GBA's resolution is only 240 by 160 pixels, so each player's chunk of the screen would render gameplay with just 120 by 80 pixels. That's half as many pixels as an OG Game Boy game, which sounds horrible and is probably why the idea was dropped. They ultimately let each player enjoy their whole screen and flipped the script by letting players take advantage of what others couldn't see. The resulting lack of screen sniping and bargaining changed the balance of the game, so the team altered the appearance rate of items to compensate. Each player using their own GBA in multiplayer led to another issue, one that Matsumoto says was the hardest part of developing the game's multiplayer. Multiplayer was achieved in past Mario Kart games by plugging up to 4 controllers into a single console, meaning all the player inputs were sent to a single system. But if a multiplayer setup uses 2 or more handheld consoles, every participating device will receive user input, and all those inputs need to be synced up. The team struggled to get all the GBAs communicating with the right timing, and this struggle continued late into development. In fact, they were troubleshooting it all the way into the debugging stage. Despite this, the team decided to expand multiplayer further in late 2000 by adding support for the Mobile Adapter GB. This Japan-exclusive device would link the GBA to a cell phone and use the phone's wireless capabilities to play with others or even download new data for games. For example, Mario Kart players could download ghost data of the 10,000 fastest racers using the service. They were ranked on both national and regional leaderboards, where top players could earn titles like Kyoto Prefectural Champion. There were also ranked time trial contests and regular mobile GP tournaments held by Nintendo. These could have all kinds of custom rules that challenge players, like limiting the number of coins you can collect, maybe having only mushrooms appear for items, or even making it so players can only enter the tournament as Luigi. The interview ends with the team letting everyone know that a new tournament was underway titled Mario Kart Advance GP 2001, and that the finals would take place at Space World 2001. Mario Kart games weren't originally intended to be played on a handheld, but the next series we're looking at was born on and refined for handheld. Let's dive back into the same issue of Nintendo Online Magazine for another interview we had translated. This one's for a game fans still hope will get a true sequel someday, Wario Land 4. The interview features such developers as the game's director Hirofumi Matsuoka, designer Takehiko Hosokawa, and programmer Goro Abe. Near the start of the interview, Matsuoka reveals that early on, the team decided Wario Land 4 should be designed for playing in short bursts, seemingly to capitalize on the GBA's portability. But some balance issues had to be addressed as well. Takehiko Hosokawa had played a key role in the development of every Wario Land up to this point. And while looking back at the series he helped create, Hosokawa realized the series had adopted what he believed to be a design flaw. With the exception of Wario Land 3's final boss, not a single enemy in Wario Land 2 or 3 can defeat Wario and trigger a game over. Enemies in those games just temporarily impede Wario's progress. It might seem like Wario's near godlike immortality would have few downsides, but Hosokawa came to see it as a huge disadvantage. Simply put, if Wario can't die, the game has no stakes and no real sense of urgency. So Hosokawa began thinking about how he could add that missing sense of urgency, and decided to tinker with Wario Land 3. He ended up adding a countdown to the game, which forced him to beat it within a time limit, and it worked. Hosokawa had found that missing sense of urgency, and the team decided to insert a time limit into every level of Wario Land 4. It's kind of funny they ended up slapping a health bar on Wario in the final game anyway, but yeah. In early builds of the game, a countdown would be triggered as soon as Wario entered a level, and you'd have to collect treasure within the time limit. This would be expanded upon with the switch system in the final game. The team wanted to cram as many stages into the game as possible, but ended up having to reel in their expectations in order to hit deadlines. When development first started, the team looked at Wario's movement in Wario Land 2 and 3 on the Game Boy, and recreated it on GBA as a starting point. As work progressed, the team was surprised by how much detail they could squeeze into the GBA's graphics compared to Game Boy Color, and took every advantage of this while animating Wario. The team gave Wario almost twice as many frames of animation for his GBA debut than in Wario Land 3, letting them work far more character into his movements and mannerisms. In Wario Land 3, if you leave the game alone for long enough without pressing a button, Wario will kinda just fall asleep, or scratch his ass if you're on a ladder. But in Wario Land 4, he'll do things like pump dumbbells or jump rope. According to Hosokawa, these idle animations were never actually planned. The animators just threw them in for the fun of it. You can see the various quirks of the staff in the graphics they created, like the dumbbell and jump rope. Those weren't ordered by the director, but came from the staff drawing Wario, thinking that instead of standing still, it would be better if he was doing something, then putting that in. He also implies the game originally had even more animations and content that were cut, saying, "We made the game by packing in a ton of different elements and then shaving off what was unnecessary at the end." You can tell the team had a lot of fun making Wario Land 4. They even put themselves into the game's sound room in full Wario cosplay and all. Matsuoka says this was to demonstrate as creators what's possible on the Advance. Another point brought up in the interview is that Wario Land 4's bosses all have, in the dev's own words, grotesque designs. This was apparently done because Wario is pretty popular in the United States, and the devs wanted to make the game seem more American. They even gave Wario an American-looking car. Goro Abe says this stateside cultural pivot was to change Wario's image. According to Abe, earlier games in the series gave the impression that they were just for dedicated fans. They saw this as an issue, and wanted to give Wario more mass appeal. A slightly Americanized Wario would be more relatable to Westerners, and Japanese people tend to see American things as kinda cool. On paper, it's a win-win. Another way they made the game feel more American was by regularly using audio samples of people talking and singing in English. That doesn't seem too strange today, but Hosokawa recalls there were some concerns that Wario Land 2 and 3 veterans might feel weird about the music, and this sentiment was echoed by Nintendo's own Mario Club playtesters when they were checking the game. But in the end, Wario Land 4's audacious soundtrack was well received. With the conversation winding down, the interviewer asks, what appeal does Wario have that Mario doesn't? Matsuoka reckons Wario's mischievous nature is something he has over Mario. He's rare for a Nintendo character, in that he's wild. Even the game manual is a bit questionable, but because it's Wario, it's okay. We don't recall Wario Land 4's manual saying anything too risque, so we checked the Japanese game manual, and yeah, it goes a bit harder than the North American and European booklets. Besides Wario's diary entry going into gross detail about his boogers and mentioning poop, the Japanese manual also has Wario saying he's gonna crap his pants from a fear of heights.
The 3DS was released in 2011 and boasted a somewhat divisive feature, 3D functionality. While most users would turn the console's 3D function off, the system would go on to lead the handheld gaming market race, with Sony's PlayStation Vita lagging behind. This was mostly due to each system's lineup of quality games, which the 3DS had plenty of. One of the most acclaimed and best-selling 3DS titles is Pokémon Sun and Moon. A new addition to these games were the Alolan forms of existing Pokémon, which were introduced by developers in order to illustrate that Pokémon are living, changing creatures. The team wanted to show that Pokémon who had migrated to the Alola region would follow a different evolutionary path to their original counterparts, similar to the way real animal species in the Galapagos Islands followed their own unique evolutionary paths. Certain Alolan forms caught more attention than others, with Executor arguably standing above the rest. What's interesting is that there is evidence that Executor actually hails from the Alolan Islands in the first place. Its Pokédex entry in Pokémon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and their remakes, states the Executor originates from the tropics. Funnily enough, Alola is the first tropical setting in the series, and features its own version of the creature. Executor's Pokemon Crystal Pokédex also states that in a good environment, it will grow more heads, as is seen on its Alolan form's extra branch. And Pokemon Sun's Pokédex states that Alola is the best environment for this Pokemon. The creature's design may also be a nod to artwork for the Japanese Jungle trading card booster box, which depicts Executor with an elongated body. Speaking of Pokemon, Nintendo once held a contest surrounding Pokemon Art Academy, an educational game designed to teach players how to draw a variety of Pokemon. The competition involved creating artwork with the chance of it being featured on a Pokemon trading card. The prize turned out to be 100 copies of the card, specifically the only 100 copies of that card to ever be printed. 3 separate contests were held for different regions: Japan, North America, as well as Europe and Oceania. The contests had 2 categories: Dress Up Pikachu and Your Favorite Pokemon. Each category had 5 winners in Japan and 3 elsewhere. In total, the contest resulted in the printing of only 2,200 cards, making the final products extremely limited, and thus likely to fetch a decent price to collectors. Another of the 3DS's most popular first-party games was Nintendogs and Cats, which followed on from Nintendogs on the DS. Nintendo had considered a follow-up from Nintendogs after its successful sales figures, and came up with a variety of ideas on how to build upon its foundations. The obvious choice was to change direction from the household pet of a dog and moving to animals ordinarily not found in the home, such as horses or dolphins. However, after many fans of the game requested a version that included cats, the team went as far as to create test builds of the game which would replace the models of dogs to those of cats entirely. These earlier builds simply replaced the character models, and not their animations or behavior, meaning that cats would behave more like dogs, such as wagging their tails when happy. Shigeru Miyamoto was reluctant to create a follow-up with cats, as it didn't seem like a move Nintendo would typically make, whose ideas tend to come out of left field. However, it was revealed in 2009 that Miyamoto had actually got a cat of his own. Nintendo would often keep the private life of Miyamoto secret, as his hobbies would lead to inspiration for future releases, such as his interest in weighing himself leading to Wii Fit, his interest in gardening resulting in Pikmin, and of course, his caring for a family dog leading to the first Nintendogs. His newly found love for a household cat, and in particular how both his dog and cat would get along with one another, reminded him of the 1963 Disney film The Incredible Journey. The film saw Luath the Labrador, Bojet the Bull Terrier, and Teo the Siamese cat journeying across the Canadian wilderness to make their way home, later remade as Homeward Bound. This led to his decision to make a new pet simulator involving cats. Miyamoto stated, "Making a game called Nintencats just didn't seem right for Nintendo. But people all over the world love cats, so I wanted to put cats in a game somehow. But when I actually got a cat, I realized there just aren't as many things to do with a cat as there are with a dog that we may use in our entertainment. I concluded that showing how dogs and cats interact would be just right." Another first-party Nintendo game which changed direction based on the real lives of developers was Super Mario 3D Land. During a talk at the Game Developers Conference in 2012, lead director of the title, Koichi Hayashida, revealed several ideas the team threw together during the planning stages of the game. These included concepts such as Mario changing sizes dramatically, and even replacing Princess Peach's face with a photograph of the player's girlfriend. None of these ideas had passed the early conceptual stage, but one thing that Hayashida would continue to bring up was his inspiration from Miyamoto, particularly his desire for players to find happiness and his philosophy of enjoying everything, including the work of creating games. Hayashida went on to remind the audience of the traumatic events of March 11th, 2011, when a powerful earthquake shook the northeastern coast of Honshu, the main island of Japan, causing widespread devastation and damage across the country, initiating a large tsunami which triggered a major nuclear accident in a power station located on the coast. This was the largest fault slip ever recorded, shifting planet Earth on its axes, resulting in 5 million tons of debris washing into the Pacific Ocean and a death toll exceeding 15,000. The Super Mario 3D Land team are based in Tokyo and felt the effects of the quake, the aftershocks, and the general state of panic across the country. Hayashida was unsure on whether he would ever be able to return to enjoying work with this tragedy hanging over him. But soon, the team became recommitted to the project with the belief that they could deliver something to a nation that needed happiness now more than ever. Hayashida considered his mission successful, quoting one player who stated, "This game has been like a light finally shining into what has been such a depressing time. I feel like this game has given me the power to go on living." Yet another game that shifted direction, though for less emotional reasons, is Bravely Default. During the early stages of development for the 3DS, the game started its life as a sequel to Final Fantasy: The Four Heroes of Light for the Nintendo DS. Square Enix decided to repurpose the game, however, in order to change it from part of the Final Fantasy series to a new IP entirely. This was to not confuse modern-day Final Fantasy fans, as the direction the game had taken was particularly different from the more recent iterations of the Final Fantasy series, being closer in style to older installments. During these earlier stages, the game played like a standard RPG, more akin to Final Fantasy 3 and 5, but when the game took on a new IP, concerns were raised. The decision was made to allow players to default on their turn, effectively storing up points that could be used to unleash more attacks in subsequent turns. Director and head of development for the team at Silicon Studio, Kensuke Nakahara, stated, "We were discussing something in the battles that would be simple yet provide deeper strategy, such as the charge command in the Dragon Quest series. With this gameplay system, I felt like it really had the chance to turn the whole game around." Another RPG on the 3DS is Project Cross Zone, which saw the crossover of characters from several publishers in a singular game. In an interview with Weekly Famitsu, producer of Project Cross Zone, Kensuke Sukanaka, spoke about the name of their game. He explained that the team originally considered choosing something which incorporated all three of the names of the publishers involved: Bandai Namco, Capcom, and Sega. However, this name was considered to be too long, unsurprisingly. He also brought up the Japanese exclusive Namco Cross Capcom, released on the PlayStation 2, and that if this game had been a sequel, they possibly could have used the company names in the title. But because the game was a new IP, they wanted to differentiate the series. Another idea that never saw fruition comes from Project Cross Zone 2. The team had approached Hideki Kamiya, director of Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, asking to include Bayonetta within the title. Kamiya, however, refused. In a tweet, he explains that he said no because he wanted to create the game which would see both Bayonetta and Dante cross over himself, on his own terms. After considering the fans of both series, he now somewhat regrets the decision. However, if Project Cross Zone 3 does ever come out, he would like her to join the roster. Making a game appeal to an audience is important, and many developers believe that the audience likely knows what best appeals to them. Before the release of Epic Mickey Power of Illusion, Disney asked their fans to vote on which version of the game's box art should be used, one that showed the game's villains and one which did not. Ultimately, the audience chose the design showing the villains, though this brought with it a remnant of earlier ideas. Wonderland, the world of Alice in Wonderland, was originally going to make an appearance in the first Epic Mickey, and again in this sequel, but it ended up being cut. However, this didn't stop the Queen of Hearts appearing on early versions of the front cover, despite never showing up in the game itself. She was later replaced with the Mad Hatter, who actually does feature in the game, though not as a villain. And now it's time for this episode's random piece of trivia. Today we're talking about Johnny from the classic SNES RPG Chrono Trigger. Johnny is a cyborg from the future capable of transforming his body into a motorcycle. It's believed that he's based on the character of Danny Zuko, the leader of the gang T-Birds from the 1978 film Grease, played by John Travolta. Johnny's tire extensions also feature the brand name Bad Year, a parody of the real-life tire manufacturer Goodyear. Johnny actually goes on to make a reappearance in Chrono Cross, albeit in a small cameo form, demonstrating his untimely demise. Johnny's broken body can be seen along the roadside in the Dead Sea, near the Highwayman.
It was a simpler time back in the mid-2000s. If things were tough, you could just reach over for the perfect tool to help you de-stress, playing Nintendogs on the Nintendo DS. This compact bad boy boasted 2 screens, that's twice as many as a television in case you didn't know, and it could even fold for supreme portability. The console wasn't exactly pushing graphics to the next level, but that wasn't what was needed when you had games designed around the system's unique features, or games that were just designed to be great. Mario Party and Kart DS, Nintendogs, and the DS Zelda titles certainly used the system's unique qualities, but then Chrono Trigger or Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, not so much, and that doesn't mean they aren't bloody brilliant. For our first piece of trivia, we're going to be taking a look at a game that made a little bit less of a splash than the rest of these, despite still being pretty decent. Glory of Heracles. This title is part of a series, but this release is the only one to be published outside of Japan. Originally owned by Data East and sold off after the company filed for bankruptcy, the franchise was bought by both Nintendo and Paon, co-owning the copyright between them. This meant that the game was able to introduce some fun references to other Nintendo titles. Just like when the game's hero is trying to come up with an alias for himself, where one of the names suggested for him is Pit, in reference to Kid Icarus. Though this quote doesn't even sound Greek, so it is dismissed. Another reference pops up in the forest where an earth nymph will say, "Hee hee, this path, it's secret to everybody," referencing the popular phrase from the Zelda series. And when the town of Heaven's Haven is destroyed, talking to an item shopkeep, she will respond, "Buy something and support my rebuilding plans, will ya?" Another Zelda nod, referencing the phrase, "Buy something, will ya?" spoken by the merchant in Zelda 1. Another nod can be found when the party attempts to sneak aboard the Trantian giant horse headed for Troy, and Princess Piazza will lie to get the party passage on board. "I am Princess Piazza, representative of Trantia's ally nation of, Arcania." The name of this nation, Arcania, is actually the homeland of Marth from Fire Emblem. Nintendo loves referencing their other games, but it isn't too often that they reference their literal selves, the people behind the company and the games. In Nintendogs, however, when walking your dog, it's possible to bump into a random dog walker named Shiggy and his dog, Pick. As you might have guessed, this is actually Shigeru Miyamoto, along with his real-life dog, Piku, which makes this reference rather sweet and a bit meta in some ways, as Pick was actually the inspiration for the whole game's creation. Before Spirit Tracks, there was of course another Zelda on DS, Phantom Hourglass. References to earlier Zelda titles can be found throughout the game, including the character of King Muto, who shares his name with Muto, the carpenter boss from Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and the Minish Cap. Not only that, but the other carpenters from these games and the Cobble Knights from Phantom Hourglass are very similar. Bremor, Brent, Doyle, and Mac in Minish Cap, Bremure, Brant, Doylan, and Max in Hourglass. There's more interesting secrets behind the characters' names in Phantom Hourglass, though sometimes these might not be so obvious. Bellum is the main antagonist of the game, a squid-like creature, while Linebeck, captain of the SS Linebeck steamboat, serves as a companion to Link to guide him through the world. At one stage in the game, Linebeck becomes possessed and must be defeated. It is this possessed form that has an unseen name, referred to as Bellumbeck in the game's official guide, though the name can also be found within the game's code, suggesting it is in fact his name in this state, but the developers simply forgot to insert the boss's name when the battle begins. Bellum is actually an interesting character alone, particularly his relationship with the Ocean King. The contention between them may be a reference to the natural conflict between sperm whales and squid, with Bellum taking the appearance of a squid, while the Ocean King's true form being that of a whale. Some of the DS's ports introduced intriguing new elements, be them intentional or not, like with Chrono Trigger, which made one particularly challenging element of the game slightly easier thanks to what is likely a bug. Towards the end of the game, the player can choose to battle the Dream Devourer found at the Darkness at the End of Time, a boss which boasts a staggering 32,000 hit points. However, this invokes a slight oddity, as the game's HP value is stored in the code as a 16 signed integer, meaning that it cannot be any higher than 16 bits, with one of those bits indicating the sign of the number it represents. This is a little complicated if you don't know about how computers calculate number values, but suffice it to say, it's possible to wreck this boss by helping him out, and the game won't know what to do. After fighting this boss and getting past the first phase of the battle, the second phase initiates with the Dream Devourer absorbing magic. resulting in magic damage healing the boss rather than harming it. This is where the tech brain comes into play. By making the boss soak up an absolute ton of healing, giving it more health than it initially started with, it's possible to push the boss's health above 32,767, the maximum HP limit in the game. This results in the game's health count being above its limit, and so it will overflow and loop back to the beginning again. This means that the boss will ultimately heal up past its upper limit and breach the lower limit, healing to a negative number. As the boss is then read as having less than 0 health, the battle will end, and the boss will be determined as dead. Though we suppose it's more like more alive than it can handle. Staying on the subject of great DS games that don't make too much use of the DS's unique features, there's a fairly refined secret within Mario Kart DS that was never used, though it can be reinserted. The code in question can be found in the game and re-enabled through the use of a cheat code, which utilizes display capture and blurs the player's screen whenever they use a boost to give the illusion of speed. The final game does actually try to enable this effect, but because the blur doesn't initialize, it winds up not being displayed. The code makes use of a coprocessor utilized in the game's multiplayer modes, so while it can be enabled, it is unlikely that the code would have worked in anything other than single-player modes. Why the code went unused is unknown, but inconsistency across single-player and multiplayer modes would have been a contributing factor, along with the fact that it could have been considered too distracting. More references can be found in another Mario game on DS, Mario Party DS. This time around, the reference can be found in the minigame Goomba Wrangler, and is a nod to another game created by Nintendo, Pokemon Ranger, a spin-off of the Pokemon series. The game involved the player drawing circles around Pokemon to capture them, similar to Goomba Wrangler. The French name for this minigame actually serves as a fairly on-the-nose reference to Pokemon Ranger, with it being called Goomba Ranger. Another interesting part of the European release of the game came with the website which listed the game's various boards. Wiggler's Garden was given a different name, being listed as P.T. Piranha's Greenhouse. While this original name may appear to make sense with it featuring a piranha plant at the top of the board, it falls short when you realize that P.T. Piranha doesn't actually appear in the game at all. Never mind the fact that the board is clearly based on a garden and really doesn't look like a greenhouse. And now, we make our way to the inevitable, talking about Pokemon for a Nintendo handheld. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are some much beloved entries in the franchise, and with them came a number of new Pokemon designs, some of which were never actually seen. One of the designs that does appear is a spiky-eared Pichu, which requires the player to have obtained a Pikachu-coloured Pichu from an event in a copy of Pokemon Diamond or Pearl, and then trade it to Heart Gold or Soul Silver as to unlock a unique event. But this spiky-eared Pichu was originally supposed to be a white variation of Pichu, but this was changed during development thanks to Shoko Nakagawa, the Japanese voice actress for Spiky Pichu. In her autobiography titled Shoko Nakagawa, Pokemon Taught Me the Meaning of Life, Nakagawa claims, "So originally, spiky-eared Pichu was going to be white Pichu instead, and I heard they were even thinking about making a brand of white cream stew to go along with it and everything, but they eventually went with spiky-eared Pichu instead. The white stew in question was likely a product to sell as a pun on White Pichu's Japanese name, as it sounds very similar to white stew, Hawaito Pichu and Hawaitu Sichu. The change from a white Pichu to a spiky Pichu, however, is the result of Nakagawa often making a spelling mistake in her blog, where she will accidentally use the word spiky like she is saying spiky happy instead of mega happy, inspiring Game Freak to use this concept for Pichu and have Nakagawa be the voice of the new creation.
The Nintendo DS was revolutionary. It's as easy as time moves on to overlook the importance of a system when it comes to the wider popular culture. But for Nintendo, the DS was easily one of the most important steps in the video game giant's history. The device isn't unbelievable because of its innovative dual screens or touch controls, but because of its overall ease of access and just how easy it was to develop games for. This meant hardcore gaming fanatics and casual noob-turned gamers could all rejoice together in perfect harmony across the DS's lifespan. It appealed to both players young and old, and welcomed many new people into gaming with its massive library of games. Speaking of which, we've got some all new facts for you from DS Classics, but first, some new info on Halo DS. With the DS's popularity, it's no surprise that other companies, who would usually compete with Nintendo, took interest. And Xbox was one of them. Having created titles for the GBA already, the company looked to continue this unexpected support with the DS, and their affiliated studios pitched Xbox their ideas for various dual-screen outings. In 2007, IGN editor Matt Casamassina wrote that he played a Halo game for the DS, but a few months later, Bungie devs denied ever making said game. Halo fans badgered Casamassina for the next year, many accusing him of making the whole thing up for clicks, until he finally proved his claim by playing Halo DS on camera.
We're going to talk about a little game called Halo DS. Once upon a time, there was this game that was in development. It wasn't created by a garage developer. It was actually done by a major studio, major publisher, AAA publisher. And, at one time, they were really hoping to bring it out. Unfortunately, for reasons we can't discuss, it never came to be. Obviously, you're not playing it right now. However, we are. Yeah, and, we figured there was a lot of doubt about this game, whether or not it really existed. And we figured what better way to, shed some light on that than just to show it to you. So we're going to do that now.
Eagle-eyed fans noticed the game's similarity with GoldenEye Rogue Agent, the first FPS ever released on the handheld. So a theory emerged that Halo DS was made by the same team at N-Space. With only 50 employees, they weren't exactly AAA, but otherwise, N-Space being the devs seemed plausible. That theory was unconfirmed for the past 15 years, but we got in contact with a couple of N-Space devs who said it was true. One wanted to remain anonymous, but said, yeah, that was us, probably late 2005, early 2006. It was much more than a GoldenEye mod though, with a lot of effort and care taken to craft something that looked, sounded, and felt like Halo. IGN's few seconds of gameplay only showed a version of Halo 2's multiplayer map Zanzibar. The anonymous dev told us that they remember there was also a single-player map not seen in the IGN footage. We asked if Halo DS was going to be a handheld version of Halo 2 or its own unique experience. He said, in these kinds of pitches you want to keep all options on the table, but every other game N-Space made back then were original works and not ports. So Halo DS probably would have followed suit. Halo DS VFX artist Jim Inciello was willing to go on record and told us a few more details, some that weren't previously known, like that it had 6-player multiplayer, drivable vehicles like warthogs and ghosts, grunts who shot blasters and threw grenades, and elites with one-hit kill energy swords. The demo was made in a pretty short time frame, so it would have been a lot more if it became a full game. N-Space put a team of about 5 guys on the project for approximately 3 months and then pitched it to Bungie and Microsoft. It's long been believed that they rejected the pitch, but the truth is, they actually approved it. Jim told us, the sad part is that the game was almost greenlit, but about a month after it got approved on the Microsoft Bungie side, it was Nintendo that shut it down. There was speculation that they were unwilling to front some advertising money on a first-party development side, just as they had originally done with Geist, a GameCube game N-Space developed and Nintendo published a few years earlier. But we wound up needing Nintendo's help finishing Geist, so maybe they were a bit annoyed at us. Still, Halo DS would have sold in the millions as a portable online multiplayer in 2006. With the benefit of hindsight, Halo DS probably would have sold like gangbusters, since the DS went on to sell over 150 million units and became the second best selling system of all time. No one could have known that was going to happen back in 2006 though, not even Nintendo. If they had, maybe they would have fronted the funding N-Space needed, and who knows, with Halo on DS, maybe Master Chief would be in Smash Brothers by now. With all that backstory established, that leaves one last question. Would Halo DS have been any good? Casamassina said the demo was, quote, pretty good. The devs we talked to acknowledged that the DS wasn't the ideal system for FPSs, mostly because it lacked analog sticks. N-Space's other DS shooters received fairly average reviews, 7 out of 10s mostly, and this game probably would have scored similarly. Halo DS was on course to be a decent game with an original campaign, Wi-Fi multiplayer, and very importantly, it would have felt like Halo.
But there you go. It's, it's Halo. It plays like Halo. Looks like Halo. Sounds like Halo.
Unfortunately, it never got past the prototype stage, so N-Space ended up making Call of Duty DS games instead. Half a decade later, some of the same guys worked on another Halo game, codenamed Project Hagar, for the Xbox 360, aimed at a younger audience, but it ended up being canned as well. Making a hit game can be difficult in itself, and even when you've pulled it off and now you have a solid foundation, making a sequel can sometimes be even harder. After all, trying to expand upon or outdo a hit game can be quite the challenge. In our search for trivia, we stumbled upon an interview with the developers of Mario & Luigi: Bowser's Inside Story. The interview is from the March 2009 issue of Japan's Nintendo Online magazine, which we had translated into English. Within, former writer and game designer for Alpha Dream, Hiroyuki Kubota, expressed that he felt a degree of uncertainty about how he'd create a new gameplay experience on the same hardware as the game's previous entry, Mario & Luigi: Partners in Time. Many of Kubota's existing ideas had already been completely exhausted after Partners in Time, but he was still limited to the same control inputs and specs. The pressure was on. The team initially envisioned Bowser as one to attack by jumping on his enemies, but they chose to focus on his fire-breathing technique instead, along with regular punching attacks. This was because the team wanted to put emphasis on the dynamism between the King of the Koopas and the Mario Brothers, giving both a distinctly different moveset. Part of the initial proposals for the game was that Bowser would become gigantic, but how this would be visually portrayed within the game was a tough act. One of the original ideas was that rather than making the Bowser sprites become larger, they considered simply shrinking the backgrounds, but they didn't find this option to be particularly impactful. Other struggles amongst the team included the late development decision to introduce vertical orientation for giant Bowser battles. The choice for this new orientation resulted in panic amongst the team. From a technical perspective, they found it tough getting Bowser's movement to look smooth and dynamic, and wrestled with degrees of graphical compromise, like having rougher outlines on the sprite when they rotated to maintain decent performance on the handheld. At first, a designer from Nintendo, Tomomi Sano, took on the duty of creating the graphics for Giant Bowser as a result of staff shortages, making a rare occasion of collaboration between Nintendo, the game's publisher, and the development studio for the game, Alpha Dream. Several interesting elements were cut from the game too. A number of enemies can be found within the game's data which went unused as a result of the overall vibe not fitting within the game's concept of inside Bowser's body. Despite being interesting designs, they simply wouldn't fit with the general concept of the game's plot, so they wound up going unused. One concept that wound up being left completely abandoned relates to how Bowser would have been utilized in gameplay. It was initially conceptualized that Bowser would take on the form of a sort of tank, or Zord for you Power Rangers fans out there, while Mario and Luigi would steer his body. The team further developed on the idea of Mario and Luigi being inside his body to be able to better utilize Bowser as a character, with his personality and behavior shining through. With this in mind, the team put extra effort to make sure Bowser didn't take on the form of a full-blown ally for the plumbing duo, making sure to maintain his role as the primary rival of the series, but also ensuring that his goals aligned with those of the Mario brothers. According to Kubota, there wouldn't be much of a plot if Mario and Bowser had different goals. The first idea was to have Mario and the rest use Bowser like a tank. The story about being sucked inside his body came as an end result of trying to figure out how to use Bowser as a character. The game's producer, Akira Otani, added that we were coming up with ideas with Alpha Dream on how to avoid breaking with Bowser as Mario's rival. The hardest part was keeping it from being a game where you become friends with and cooperate with Bowser. Inside Story's difficulty was clearly a huge part of the team's refinement efforts. The devs wanted to ensure that the game was accessible to new players, but also offered a challenge to those with experience. Kubota said, with the difficulty level, it took the longest time to balance it in any game in the series. We had a lot of people play it and fill out surveys, then responded to everything they were dissatisfied with, so I think it ended up the most well balanced as well. As the creators, we're used to it so it isn't difficult anymore, but that's not the case for customers playing for the first time. And it seemed like Iwasaki, who was in charge of battles, had a lot of stress, so we had him make the Battle Coliseum as an outlet to relieve his stress. Only a few people in the company can beat it. The bosses that appear in the story are mainly ones that have to be beaten to finish the game, but I wanted to leave in the fun that comes with facing harder bosses. Another point of consideration was how the team were going to depict the internal anatomy of Bowser. When it comes to the internals of any character, it's easy to go too hard in terms of realistic designs, leading to unsettling feelings and grotesque detail. Instead of going for a realistic look for the character's innards, the team opted to utilize a bright pop art style that remained consistent with the overall Mario universe. Background graphics lead Koichi Fukazawa made sure to focus on creating the environments within Bowser's body to be both visually appealing but also fitting for the location, avoiding overtly lifelike details such as bones or blood vessels. While Bowser's inside story could have wound up being a little more gross with its details, one game that lets the grossness take center stage was freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land, a title that many US gamers never had the opportunity to play as it was released in English but wasn't published in the United States. We have unearthed details about the game from a pretty weird 10-page developer interview that we had translated from another issue of Nintendo Online Magazine from September 2006. The interview reveals fascinating insights into this quirky title's development, like how work began in 2003 with a rather unconventional pitch that fell flat. As developer Suda explains, "At first, I proposed a character that wanders around half asleep, and I felt that Nintendo gave me a cold stare at that. The project found its footing when the team struck upon a unique gameplay hook." Producer Kensuke Tanabe recalls, "We felt forced to put out something similar to previous games, and as we were hardening on it being in the RPG genre, the topic came up of, wouldn't it be fun if you could solve everything with money? And at that, the sluggish mood of the meeting turned to excitement. This money-centric approach became the game's core concept. Rather than following traditional RPG progression, where characters grow stronger through experience, Tingle was designed as a character who doesn't really grow at all, instead taking advantage of people's desire for rupees to hire mercenaries and gather information. Early development discussions ventured into even stranger territory. Planner Jun Suda revealed, "At first, we also talked about Tingle capturing people in the town, making them wear Tingle clothes inside his Tingle house and forcing them to work. People were hung up or sat down in chairs or forced to do various jobs." During these discussions, the game was still being considered for release on the Game Boy Advance before focus transitioned over to the Nintendo DS, a decision that extended the development quite considerably. This long development was marked by frequent changes in Nintendo's supervisors, introducing a certain level of instability and distrust. Mari Shirakawa, who became the 6th supervisor on the project, recalled a frosty reception at developer Van Pool. "When I first came to Van Pool, it was a pretty harsh reception, like, who the hell are you? As with any game involving some pretty crazy concepts, not every wild idea made it into the final release. Designer Kazuyuki Kuroshima shared one particularly bizarre cut concept. The chef is just in town in the final game, but at first, we had it so he was buried in a field with only his chef's hat sticking out. And when Tingle pulled it away, he got angry and said, 'I was trying to learn how vegetables felt.'" It wasn't just unconventional gameplay concepts considered for the title, but also a number of marketing strategies that would reflect the money-driven themes of the game. Director Taro Kudo said, "We had a lot of ideas for selling the game itself, like making the price not 4,800 yen, but 5,000 rupees, and you'd have to use Nintendo Club points to buy it. They also contemplated splitting the game into multiple versions, parodying Pokemon's dual releases with titles like Freshly Picked Tingle Left and Freshly Picked Tingle Right, or even North, South, East, and West. This was likely a way of poking fun at the money-driven tactic of selling 2 Pokemon games to die-hard fans instead of combining everything into one, a somewhat grounded and comical take on the company's own money-centric decision-making. Considerations were made regarding Tingle's design within the game's release, especially for the Western audiences who had demonstrated a noteworthy distaste of the character in the earlier Zelda games. The team understood that many Western fans weren't keen on Tingle as a whole, even claiming that many American players actually hated the fanciful fairy. Tanabe wanted American Zelda fans to come to accept him in whatever way he could, which led to special attention being given towards the graphics and other characters within the game being more palatable for Western tastes. The game's distinctive voice acting came from an unexpected source. Kurashima himself provided Tingle's voice after Kudo's initial attempts were deemed insufficient. At one point, there was even a rejected concept to have Kurashima use his normal speaking voice, as Tingle's design temporarily resembled the artist. Whether that is something Kurashima should feel honoured about or not is really up to you. Development for the game took place within Van Poel's rather modest office space. When Shirakawa was first introduced to the offices, she was quite surprised, and initially mistook it for somebody's house instead of a game development studio. It is a result of this more intimate team environment that Van Poel's distinctive style could flourish. As Suda explained, "Our way of doing things is to look at each other in the face when we make things." This casual atmosphere sometimes led to culture shock, as Shirakawa recalls being surprised by team members wearing shorts to meetings. "I was so nervous at first and wore a dress I prepared, and I was greeted by leg hair." The game's distinct visual style was extended beyond the title itself and also landed with the supplemental material that came with it. Comics and skits were specifically designed to look as though they were homemade and cheap, with multiple artists being brought on to contribute. The team wanted to make sure they prioritized fun within the product as a whole. Not an overly refined Nintendo product, but something that had many people having fun with it behind the scenes. While the creation of Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land was riddled with chaos, something that one should probably come to expect with anything involving Tingle, Kurashima's dedication was evident, as he even jokingly complained, "I'll be thinking of new material while I'm pissing blood every week." Through all the challenges, Van Poel managed to create a game that balanced the company's unique style and Nintendo's expectations, resulting in perhaps one of the DS's more distinctive titles. In celebration of Animal Crossing New Horizons' release on the Nintendo Switch, we're taking a look at the villager-centric life simulator. Fans of this series love it for the small moments and little details, so we're going to start with some small or sly references hidden within the series' games. One of the newest obscure references in the series can be found in New Horizons. The character Gulliver is known for dropping references to big Nintendo franchises like Mario and Zelda in his dialogue. However, sometimes the character will give a sly nod to some lesser known gems in Nintendo's back catalogue. At one point while using a cell phone, Gulliver will say, "I haven't gotten reception this sweet and bubbly since I washed up at old Coral Cola." This is a reference to the tropical village of the same name within Nintendo's tragically underrated 8-bit action-adventure title, Star Tropics. The game is rarely referenced in Nintendo games, likely because it was never released in Japan. Another couple of little nods that can be found in this latest title are references to another huge Nintendo franchise, Splatoon. Keen members of the Splatoon subreddit have revealed that when fishing in New Horizons, upon catching a squid, the player may claim, "I caught a squid, it's off the hook," a reference to Pearl and Marina from Splatoon, who go by the name Off the Hook. It's also possible the player will say, "I caught a squid, I had an inkling I might." This is of course a reference to the humanoid squid hybrids from Splatoon, the Inklings. As we were just saying, part of Animal Crossing is about the details, like decorating your home. A recurring piece of decor that can be found in the series is the large space console. While the buttons and dials on it may seem randomly placed at first, there is actually a reference hidden in plain sight. On the far right of the console, there are 4 buttons arranged in a diamond shape, coloured blue, green, yellow and red. This is a nod to the Japanese Super Famicom and European Super Nintendo controllers, which had multicoloured Y, X, B and A buttons. Another reference in the series involves the now iconic gyroids. In the Japanese game, they're called Haniwa, after the terracotta figures of the same name that were made for ritual use and often buried with the dead. The reference we're talking about, however, is in their sales price. Gyroids are worth 828 bells. This could be a bit of fun Japanese wordplay, as in Japanese, 828 can be pronounced Haniwa, as the number 8 can sometimes be read as ha or wa. So its sales price is essentially also its name in Japanese. As well as buying and selling, Animal Crossing bolsters its collection aspects by getting players to obtain some items exclusively through activities they can perform. This includes digging up fossils, which you can use to either decorate your house or, if you're feeling particularly generous, display them in the museum for your townsfolk to enjoy as well. The fossil of the mighty Seismosaur was first introduced in Wild World, and viewing it at a museum will prompt the curator and scholar Blathers the Owl to inform the player that the Seismosaurus is the longest of all known dinosaurs. However, the fossil was later renamed in New Leaf to correspond to the reclassification made by real-world paleontologists, who now believe that the sauropod remains were not actually evidence of a new genus, but more likely an abnormally large Diplodocus. Nintendo's dedication to scientific accuracy is pretty darn impressive considering Animal Crossing's population of walking, talking cartoon animals. Animal Crossing as we know it today is steeped in culture on a global scale, with changes made to items and world events during localization to ensure that the game remained accessible to players outside of Japan. However, many uniquely Japanese aspects remain. For example, Dharma dolls are egg-shaped wishing dolls available to buy from Tom Nook's shop to furnish and decorate the player's home. They are also a direct reference to real-world Daruma dolls, symbols of good luck and perseverance. The mustachioed and monocled faces painted on the dolls represent the founder of Zen Buddhism, Bodhidharma, who practiced meditation and self-realization. Players will note that the eyes of Dharma dolls are blank when purchased, but interacting with them will fill in one eye. Traditionally given as a gift, real-world Daruma doll eyes are also blank when sold. The recipient then fills one eye when they undertake a goal, and then the other one once they have achieved it. Once both eyes are filled, the Daruma doll becomes a symbol of enlightenment and achievement. Dharma dolls as a furniture item adhere to the Animal Crossing's feng shui mechanics, increasing the player's luck if they're placed on the east side of a room. Placing a Daruma doll in your home promotes spiritual peace and becoming one with nature, which is fundamentally what Animal Crossing is all about. We mentioned on Did You Know Gaming before that Luna and her dream suite is a reference to the Baku or Dream Eater, but it seems Blanca, the genderless, faceless feline that appears sporadically throughout the series, is likely to join Luna in the roster of Animal Crossing characters based on Japanese folklore. Blanca is a trickster by nature and will take the form of existing villagers in their homes during New Leaf's April Fool's Day event, leaving players to guess which version is fake. This minigame mimics the behaviour of the Noperabo, a faceless ghost that often uses its ability to disguise itself by impersonating someone familiar to the person who encounters it. Its facelessness can assist in its pranks. Character wardrobes are also afflicted by the occasional reference as well. One such clothing item was glimpsed in New Leaf's tourism trailer, the Team NTDO shirt that players could purchase in-game, NTDO being an abbreviation of Nintendo. This shirt is also emblazoned with the year 1889, which is the year Nintendo was first founded by Fusajiro Yamauchi in Kyoto, Japan. At this time, Nintendo was a small-time playing card company, and only began their shift into the toy and video game industry in the mid-60s. In the original Animal Crossing, a villager will tell the player that someone borrowed their Pokemon Pikachu and hasn't returned it, then requests that the player assume the role of a one-time repo man and take it back. This does not actually refer to the Pokemon itself, but rather Nintendo's own answer to the Tamagotchi, released in 1998 and featuring the electric mouse himself. Rather than encouraging the player to provide basic care for their virtual pet, the Pokemon Pikachu adopted Pokemon Yellow's progression of befriending Pikachu over time. The built-in pedometer would reward the player with watts every 20 steps, a currency used to buy Pikachu gifts and, weirdly, to gamble with. Another reference can be found in Animal Crossing's music. The song KK Condor was originally named Peru no Uta, or Song of Peru in the Japanese games. This may have been changed to avoid referring to a real-world country. Despite this, the piece sounds very similar to Song of the Condor, a traditional song of the Andean people who lived in what is now Peru. One of the lesser known pieces of Animal Crossing software is the Animal Crossing Calculator DSiWare and eShop app, although the app isn't much more than just a calculator, it does contain a few Easter eggs of its own. If the user enters an equation and the result is a sequential number, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, Tom Nook and some flowers will appear from the bottom of the screen after the player presses equals. And if the resulting number contains the same digits, such as 777, Nook and a corresponding number of balloons will float up from the bottom of the screen.
Did you know? At the 2009 Game Developers Conference, Nintendo hardware designer Masato Kawahara showed off an unreleased successor to the Game Boy. This device was a precursor to the Game Boy Advance, and was codenamed Project Atlantis. The Atlantis name was chosen because the system was planned to release during the 1996 Olympics, which was taking place in Atlanta. This system had comparable specs to the Game Boy Advance, and would have been an incredibly powerful handheld for the time. British hardware designers ARM Holdings were contracted to create a power-saving ARM 710 CPU for Atlantis. This chip would have allegedly been so efficient that batteries could power Atlantis for up to 30 hours. However, the ARM CPU turned out to be inefficient for the device's needs, which caused performance issues. The device's internal components and form factor also led to its large size, which was ultimately the project's downfall. It was so huge that it couldn't fit inside the average pocket. While Nintendo were developing Atlantis, they allegedly made a game alongside the system titled Mario's Castle, though nothing on this game exists publicly, and it's unknown if the title was transformed into another game. Nintendo went back to square one on their Game Boy successor, but this left them with a problem. It would take several years to develop a replacement for Atlantis, and the Game Boy was already nearly a decade old. Both gamers and developers were expecting Nintendo to release new hardware that was closer to the performance of rival handhelds. Nintendo decided to develop an updated Game Boy with a faster processor and color display that would satisfy these needs until a true Game Boy successor came to market. In August 1999, word leaked that Nintendo was working on a new handheld system known as the Advanced Game Boy, and just 1 month after the rumors first spread, Nintendo formally announced the Game Boy Advance. After going back to the drawing board, development of the Game Boy Advance took about 2 years. It also took Nintendo just over a year to decide which CPU the system would use. A system's CPU needs to be powerful enough to process the amount of information being displayed on screen. Because of this, Nintendo explored several different screen sizes while deciding on the Advance's CPU. According to designer Masahiko Ota, the team even considered making the Advance's screen vertical instead of horizontal. They also looked into making the device itself vertical like previous Game Boys. Nintendo wanted the system to be comparable to the Super Nintendo in terms of power for easy porting of games, but with some additions. Their desire to essentially make a handheld SNES can be seen in the Advance's early dev kits, which had SNES controllers wired onto their circuit boards. Nintendo also stated that cell phone connectivity would be a major focus for the new system. They claimed that by connecting a cell phone to the Game Boy Advance, players would be able to download and play multiplayer games, enter chat rooms, and read email, all on the Advance itself. In August 2000, Nintendo released more information about the Game Boy Advance, including its design, battery life, and price. Nintendo of America board member Peter Main announced the system would have some kind of modem, but no other information was given. By that time, developers had advanced development kits in their hands, and there wasn't a shred of any internet or network support for the system. The final look of the Game Boy Advance was made by French designer Gwenel Nicolas and his studio Curiosity Inc. This wasn't the only shape Nintendo experimented with, however. Even before the original Advance was finalized, Nintendo tested a clamshell design similar to the Game Boy Advance SP. The hardware team temporarily abandoned the clamshell, believing it to be too thick. One thing the team refused to abandon was backwards compatibility. Nintendo literally checked every single Game Boy and Game Boy Color game on the Advance to make sure it was fully backwards compatible. Hardware designer Ryuji Umezu said, "We're checking all of the previous Game Boy games for compatibility. There are a lot of titles, so that is pretty difficult. We have Nintendo employees along with part-time staff checking all of them." The Game Boy Advance was programmed to switch over to Game Boy Color mode when it detected the contents of a Game Boy or Color cartridge. However, Nintendo Research and Engineering General Manager Satoru Okada couldn't get this code to work. Okada then asked engineers to make a physical switch in the system's cartridge slot to change modes instead. The Game Boy Micro lacked this physical switch, and therefore lost the ability to play Game Boy or Game Boy Color games. The Game Boy Advance had instant and continued success, so much so that Nintendo released a redesigned system called the SP, which was an abbreviation for Special. Former Nintendo president Satoru Iwata wanted to include a sleep mode on the SP, but it couldn't be implemented within their timeframe. Having learned from his mistake, Iwata demanded a sleep mode be included in the Nintendo DS from the start. Nintendo also experimented with a touchscreen panel adapter for the SP, which would also be included as standard in the Nintendo DS. Nintendo even tried using 3D LCD tech with the SP, but they weren't happy with the results. The resolution was too small to produce a pleasing 3D image, and the processing power of the Advance struggled to render stereoscopic images. After the SP, Nintendo launched the Game Boy Micro, but this wasn't the last piece of Game Boy Advance hardware to be released. The Vistian Dockable Entertainment featuring Game Boy Advance was released in 2006, and was a DVD player that could play Advance games. The device was portable, and meant for traveling in a car or other vehicle. Because of its specialized nature, the Vistian system couldn't be purchased at general retailers, and was instead sold at car dealerships. Vistian was apparently interested in creating similar products using hardware from the DS and Wii, but neither of these projects came to fruition. Speaking of unusual Game Boy Advance hardware, there's an Advance add-on that was specifically made to help young people with diabetes. The Gluco Boy has 2 full video games and mini arcade stored on it. Whenever the user tests their blood levels with the Gluco Boy, they earn points that can be used to unlock games or purchase in-game items and features. The add-on was made after its creator, Paul Wessel, noticed his son wasn't testing his blood levels as often as he should be. Wessel decided that since his son loved playing his Game Boy Advance, he'd make something that incentivized the boy to check his blood levels more often. Similar to how the Super Game Boy allowed Game Boy games to be played on a TV through their SNES, the Wide Boy 64 allowed gamers to play Advance games on their TV through a Nintendo 64. These adapters were made for private use, and allowed developers and publications to view games on a bigger screen. The Wide Boy 64 was developed by Intelligent Systems, who also created the Fire Emblem and Paper Mario series. However, the term Wide Boy is a generic name for adapters that allow Game Boy family games to be played through a console, and have been made for several Nintendo consoles. In fact, 2 other Wide Boy adapters were made for the Nintendo 64 specifically to play Game Boy and Game Boy Color games. Much like the Super Game Boy, the Wide Boy 64 has almost all of the components of a Game Boy Advance inside it, besides the screen and buttons. Game Boy Advance games also came to other consoles via emulation through the Virtual Console. What's interesting about this is that the Game Boy Advance emulation on the Wii U wasn't even programmed by Nintendo. It was instead developed by the company M2, who are best known for their work on the eShop's 3D Classics series, as well as the Sega Ages series. This isn't the only Advance-related tech that wasn't developed by Nintendo. The technology in the system's Game Boy Advance video cartridges was actually developed by 4Kids Technology. These video cartridges were manufactured by Majesco Entertainment, with the exception of the Pokemon video cartridges, which were made by Nintendo. Using its established franchises, Nintendo made several tech demos to illustrate the Game Boy Advance's visuals, including a Zelda 2 and Yoshi's Story demo. However, other companies have used Nintendo characters as placeholders in their own tech demos. One of these demos is Mario Kart XXL by Daenerys Entertainment Software. The demo has Mario driving around a course with some interesting visuals. The purpose of the demo was to show how multiple background layers can be used to create the illusion of vertical.
Today we're checking out trivia for games with an extra dimension. That's right, we're talking about secrets and Easter eggs for Nintendo 3DS titles. If there's one thing that gaming struggled with before the 3DS, it was making stereoscopic 3D a viable option. You either had to make substantial practical and technical compromises, as with the Virtual Boy, or be willing to throw down literally thousands of dollars on a 3D screen. And yet, despite this great selling point and clear advantage, some of the arguably best games on the 3DS weren't all that 3D. In fact, the first game we're talking about is all about becoming 2D, The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds. The game actually had some pretty noticeable differences between regions, some of which have been documented by professional translator Clyde Mandolin on his website Legends of Localization.
One of these changes tells us a little about the perception of body image around the world. In the Japanese version of the game, the Zora Queen's smooth gem is not the source of her power. In this version, the gem is actually the secret to her beauty, and when it goes missing, she becomes fat. After the gem is stolen in the Japanese version of the game, one of the Zora in Zora's domain says he's fond of the queen being fat, but in the US release, he just says that they have to get the gem back. When the player gets the gem back to Auron, that same Zora will be disappointed that Auron becomes slim again. Another Zora also mentions the queen's beauty returning when she becomes skinny again. After completing the House of Gales, Azora says that he was swimming with the queen, but that he couldn't keep up. He implies that he lost her because she was so slim, reinforcing the idea that her losing weight has improved her. These references to beauty and body weight were all cut in the North American version of the game. It's no secret that Nintendo of America has slightly more strict guidelines for its localizers than the developers have back in Japan. Over the years, it seems NOA have become more aware of issues relating to weight and body image. After all, it wasn't too long ago that Nintendo came under fire for calling a 10-year-old girl fat in Wii Fit. The company probably wanted to avoid a repeat of this controversy, and take a more responsible approach that didn't tie Queen Auron's worth to her physical appearance. Another popular 3DS Zelda release came in the remake of Majora's Mask. The game made some interesting changes over the original N64 release, adding many noticeable differences like updated models and streamlined gameplay, but it also added a few features that can't normally be seen. In the original N64 version, the Moon Children never show their faces, something that the developers no doubt had planned, as they didn't bother to texture under the children's masks, resulting in faceless character models. It's possible that this could have been to save space, but the savings would have been extremely small, making it a bit doubtful. When it comes to the 3DS release, however, it seems the developers decided to go the extra mile and give the children faces, though these are not visible in-game and can only be seen by reverse engineering the game's files. Rather than creating a brand new face for the children, however, the developers decided that the children should all share the same face as the title's Happy Mask salesman. It's not clear if there is a great reason for this, or if it's just a little Easter egg. One of Nintendo's other blockbuster franchises, Super Mario, also got a lot of love on the 3DS. Super Mario 3D Land took the two different branches of the Mario franchise, 2D and 3D, and crammed them together to make a new type of Super Mario title. But of course, it kept a lot of the old standards, like the series Goombas. Speaking of which, the YouTuber SwankyBox discovered a strange oddity within the game's first stage when experimenting with how many Goombas could be killed in a single ground pound. It was discovered that a Cheep Cheep can do damage to a Goomba that is within or has previously been part of a stack. However, it can't harm a solo Goomba that was never stacked, nor any other enemy. With this in mind, Swanky tried out other Goomba types to see how they would interact with Cheep Cheeps. When introducing a giant-tailed Goomba into the first stage, the Goomba would instantly leap a considerable distance off screen, then swipe its tail while out of view. Everything on screen would then take damage, and Mario would warp across the scene, and the giant-tailed Goomba would then die. While continuing to experiment, when moving it to a new location, when the giant-tailed Goomba attacked, not only did everything on camera take damage, but it would also, for some bizarre reason, make almost everything on screen completely disappear. This includes all stage elements, the HUD, and even Mario himself. This resulted in the inability to even quit the stage, likely as it considers Mario to not be touching the ground, which prevents players from leaving the level when paused. Another Mario game which takes yet another different form is the RPG sub-series Mario & Luigi, specifically Mario & Luigi Bowser's Inside Story plus Bowser Jr.'s Journey. If you guys actually bought this remake, you may find that you're part of a very small minority. Nintendo decided to remake Bowser's Inside Story, which was originally released on the DS, after their success of the 3DS remake of Mario & Luigi's Superstar Saga. Interestingly, the development team said they actually remade this game for the 3DS instead of Nintendo Switch due to timing, but also wanted to retain the dual screen aspect of the original release. They also mentioned that they skipped remaking Partners in Time as they only wanted to focus on the most well-received games in the series. Though many reviews for the Bowser's Inside Story remake were positive, the game is actually not just one of the worst-selling titles in the Mario & Luigi series, but even one of the worst-selling Mario games of all time.
The game's launch was so poor that it's only beaten in its abysmal sales by the games released for the Virtual Boy. This is in direct contrast to the original Bowser's Inside Story, which remains the best-selling release for the Mario & Luigi sub-series. In Japan, the remake sold just under 9,500 units in its first week, with Famitsu's sales tracker reporting under 35,000 copies sold in its lifetime. If that number doesn't mean anything to you, let us put it in perspective. This remake failed to sell so much that it actually sold over 18 times worse than the Virtual Boy console did in Japan. Shortly after the remake's release, Alpha Dream filed for bankruptcy, closing down entirely. Though it's never been directly stated, it's generally believed that the remake's poor sales resulted in the closure of a company that produced some of the most respected RPGs in Nintendo history. From one Mario title to kind of another but not quite, Puzzle & Dragon Z Super Mario Bros. Edition was a pretty strange 2-for-1 offering, which unsurprisingly combined the Mario series with the Puzzle & Dragon series, a game that at one time seemed set to take over the gaming space with some serious force. And as with most popular games, it has some noteworthy curiosities hidden within. One thing that caught our eyes while exploring the game's files is that it's possible to find a rather bizarre unused graphic where most of the graphics for the game's monsters are found. The image is unlike any other in the game, and it's actually a photograph rather than drawn artwork. The image depicts a man wearing rather fetching purple garb, clutching a staff donning the head of a rather happy dragon considering his decapitation. This photo is likely a member of the game's staff and would have been used as a placeholder. Another surprise hit on the platform was Fire Emblem Awakening, which proved that Nintendo was wrong to assume Western audiences couldn't get on board with story-driven tactical RPGs. Fire Emblem is a pretty complex franchise, strewn with references to classical mythology. From Greek to Roman to Norse, each game references myths and legends within its locations, classes, and even characters. These nods are as prominent during development as they are in the finished product, as seen with Fire Emblem Awakening's Priam. Anyone familiar with Homer's epic poem The Iliad will immediately clock the name, which the character shares with its benevolent ruler of Troy, who stood against Agamemnon in the Trojan War. Moreover, Priam is otherwise known as Paris in the Japanese version of Awakening, another Homeric reference to King Priam's foolhardy son. While these names may seem like they've been chosen at random on the face of it, they're apt once you consider the character's backstory. Fire Emblem's Priam claims to be a descendant of a fan favorite Ike, the protagonist of Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. In terms of the game's lore, Ike had ascended to legend in his own right, elevated by divine power and granted with the title of the Radiant Hero. It makes sense that the character claiming to be descended from divine heroes would be given the name of a mythological prince, and yet the two couldn't be more different. Homer's Paris incited the war on Troy and is portrayed as a coward deeply unskilled in close combat. Fire Emblem's Priam, however, is a seasoned warrior, disciplined to a fault, and rejects the offer of recruitment unless the player can defeat him and his band of mercenaries. We can't know for sure, but perhaps the name was changed from Paris to Priam in the localization so that he could share a name with a Homeric figure with a more honorable cultural standing. Presumably, the ideal substitute would have been the name of Priam's older, wiser son, Hector, but the name had already been given to another beloved Fire Emblem protagonist years earlier.
Did you know? The Nintendo 3DS wasn't the first system Nintendo wanted to make 3D. As well as the obvious Virtual Boy, Nintendo tried to implement 3D in several other consoles. However, none of these attempts progressed well enough for them to publicly announce the hardware. A 3D screen accessory for the GameCube got very far into development. The device even had a 3D version of Luigi's Mansion running on it. But plans to produce the screen were put aside due to high costs. Nintendo secretly displayed this 3D screen at E3 2002, but left it in 2D mode and neglected to tell anyone that it was actually capable of 3D. Interestingly, it displayed footage of Luigi's Mansion, Metroid Prime, and an early version of Phantasy Star Online Episode 3, perhaps suggesting that all three games had 3D iterations. Nintendo also tried using 3D LCD tech with the Game Boy Advance SP, but they weren't happy with the results. Former Nintendo president Satoru Iwata told VentureBeat, "When we saw 3D images on the Game Boy Advance SP, we saw the resolution wasn't good, and the parallax barrier display available wasn't functioning well. The graphical processing power of the GBA also wasn't good enough." A parallax barrier is a filter placed in front of a screen to achieve 3D without glasses. With this kind of 3D, a screen will show two different images from slightly different angles. These images are broken up into vertical columns of pixels and then interlaced. A parallax barrier blocks one set of columns from being viewed by the left eye and another set of columns from being viewed by the right eye, and because of this, each eye sees a separate image. The brain then processes these two images in the same way it processes depth in the real world, creating the illusion of 3D. Although simple and effective, this technique also has its shortcomings. All LCD displays have a fixed pixel resolution, so when two images are interlaced on screen this way, the horizontal resolution is effectively cut in half. With 3D, the Game Boy Advance's resolution of 240 by 160 pixels would have seemed more like 120 by 160, which is fewer pixels than the original Game Boy. One way around this would have been to double the resolution to 480 by 160, but this would mean rendering twice as many pixels and putting more strain on the hardware. Creating 3D images by layering 2D games also sharpens the edges of objects, which would have made the Game Boy Advance's low-resolution sprites seem even more pixelated. Despite this, Iwata seemed to be fond of the Game Boy Advance prototype, as he kept it in his personal drawer. 3D was important to several members of Nintendo's management, including Gunpei Yokoi, Shigeru Miyamoto, and Iwata. In fact, the first project Iwata and Miyamoto worked on together actually featured 3D. It was a Japan-exclusive racing game starring Mario and Luigi called Famicom Grand Prix 2 3D Hot Rally. Co-developed by Nintendo and HAL, it utilized the commercially unsuccessful Famicom 3D system. In an Iwata-asks interview, Miyamoto described the 3D feature as having universal appeal, and believes this appeal is why Nintendo tried so many times to make 3D work. Nintendo's main concern with 3D was the consumers. They might not own a compatible TV or be willing to purchase expensive equipment to play 3D games. And if Nintendo were unable to bundle the necessary accessories for a 3D console at launch, not everyone would buy the required hardware. This would negate the point of designing games with 3D in mind, and is what ultimately stopped them from producing 3D products. Miyamoto has stated that Nintendo tried to work 3D into all of their hardware after the Virtual Boy up until the launch of the 3DS, but this apparently wasn't the case for the original DS. According to Iwata, they never thought of doing 3D with the DS, partially due to their previous failed experiments. They were also focused on the dual screen and touchscreen concepts and couldn't focus on or afford to implement anything else. The natural power increase of the 3DS helped Nintendo embrace 3D. The device was powerful enough that they didn't have to deal with the issues that halted the 3D Game Boy Advance prototype. Similar to the unused GBA prototype, the 3DS uses a parallax barrier to present 3D. Nintendo tried to implement 3D with both of the 3DS screens, but ran into problems with the touchscreen. Iwata explained, "As we experimented, we realized that finger marks and other smudges reduced the 3D's impact, and so did the decreased transparency of the touchscreen itself. In other words, a touchscreen and 3D screen do not get along very well." Screens were originally tested using a 3D render of Mario and Luigi, but were later tested using a special 3D version of Mario Kart Wii. Nintendo also tried to innovate outside of 3D. There was actually a 3DS prototype where the D-pad and circle pad could switch positions. For a time, Nintendo considered putting this functionality into the final product, allowing players to physically move the inputs around. Unlike the DS, engineers made the 3DS as small as possible from the outset, which is why the system never received a smaller revision such as the DS Lite or DSi. Surprisingly, the most difficult part of the 3DS to implement may have been the cameras. Although they aren't high-end, the cameras needed to be very precisely aligned. If even one of the cameras was slightly off angle, taking 3D pictures just wouldn't have worked properly. The 3D depth slider on the side of the 3DS was first suggested by a Nintendo engineer and then personally requested by Miyamoto. Since people have varying levels of visual impairment and comfort, having a fixed amount of 3D could cause eye strain for some players. Miyamoto also wanted a physical slider on the outside of the device so players could change 3D without opening a system menu. He even suggested its importance would be equal to a volume control slider. Nintendo took every precaution necessary to protect its customers' health. They warned that children 6 years old and younger shouldn't use the device's 3D mode, and even added a parental feature to restrict 3D. Despite Nintendo clearly stating any possible health risks, there was still backlash, and many parents were concerned. Several experts weighed in on the issue, with Karen Sparrow of the Association of Optometrists stating, "Children need a clear, sharp image in each eye in order for their vision to develop properly. If a child spends excessive time using a device such as the 3DS, it could effectively act as a negative exercise, causing a lazy eye." Nintendo eventually created a version of the console without 3D, the Nintendo 2DS, to fully address these concerns. However, experts from an entirely different organization believe the 3DS may have medical benefits. Michael Dunas of the American Optometric Association said the 3DS could help identify depth perception issues in young children. If a child has trouble perceiving the 3D, they may need vision therapy, and the issue is much easier to fix if caught at a young age. Interestingly, Nintendo didn't announce the 3DS at E3 or a similar press conference. Instead, the company unceremoniously disclosed its existence at an investor meeting. The timing of the announcement was curious, as it drew attention away from Nintendo's recently launched DSi XL. Several news outlets speculated that Nintendo revealed the 3DS early to circumvent impending leaks before E3. However, despite Nintendo's efforts, some features of the 3DS were leaked over a year before it was officially announced. In February of 2010, an anonymous third-party developer told CVG that the DS's successor would have motion sensing technology similar to an iPhone. Although new to handhelds, this feature was actually considered for the original DS. Miyamoto told the New York Times that he wanted to include some sort of tilt or gyroscopic technology in the DS, but left the functionality out to focus on the dual screens. The Street Pass capabilities of the 3DS were inspired by similar features in Nintendogs and Dragon Quest IX for the DS. The 3DS has other more obscure inspirations. In 2006, the Shiguriden Museum was founded by former Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi. The museum presents an anthology of 100 classic Japanese poems using modern technology, and the museum can even be toured using the Nintendo DS. When Shiguriden was being set up, Yamauchi wished that the exhibits could jump out at the visitors, and from his desire, some experimentation was done using 3D displays. Yamauchi had a reputation of being somewhat of a visionary, and even came up with the original idea of having 2 screens on the DS. Yamauchi's desire for 3D exhibits would eventually come to fruition, only not at Shiguriden. The Nintendo 3DS Guide Louvre is an app designed for visitors of the Louvre Museum in Paris, and has been available since April of 2012. It was originally intended only to be installed on rentable 3DS units at the Louvre, but a home version was also released on the eShop in 2013, and a physical version was made available at the Louvre's gift shop. Interestingly, this application is the only software on the Nintendo 3DS that is region-free, with Nintendo reasoning that since the artwork at the Louvre didn't need an age and content rating, it didn't need a region lock either. Though the 3DS has gone on to be a successful system, selling nearly 60 million units worldwide, the console initially struggled to sell. In an attempt to attract more gamers to the handheld, Nintendo cut the price of the 3DS from $250 to just $170 in the US only 6 months after its release. Its failure hit the company so hard that Iwata took a 50% pay cut, with other key members of staff taking 20 to 30% reductions in pay as well. The company also introduced the Nintendo 3DS Ambassador program to compensate early adopters who bought the console at full price. This offered them a set of free NES and Game Boy Advance games from the Virtual Console. The 3DS also has several secrets and Easter eggs, some of which are rather strange. Inside the 3DS, there's a stereoscopic image of a rhinoceros skull. This image was likely used for testing purposes, and can be found in the system's Debug MPO folder. Another 3D image can be found in the data for the Street Pass Me Plaza, again likely used to test the 3D. The 3DS eShop also contains the title theme for Mario Kart Double Dash. The exact purpose of the music is unknown, but it has some relation to testing Street Pass.
Did you know? Before Nintendo became the video game powerhouse they are today, they produced toys and playing cards. Even legendary video game designer Shigeru Miyamoto's first project at the company was making package designs for a Disney-themed board game. But this business model would be drastically altered after the creation of the Game & Watch series, Nintendo's first successful entry into the handheld video game market. After the 1964 Tokyo Olympics, Nintendo's tried-and-true business model was in dire trouble. They struggled to stay afloat, with then-President Hiroshi Yamauchi experimenting with a variety of business ventures such as taxis and love hotels. While these ventures weren't successful, Nintendo saw some potential in the toy market, especially since they had some experience in the industry with themed playing cards. Gunpei Yokoi, who at the time was an engineer at Nintendo, brought one of their earliest successes, the Ultra Hand, an extendable arm that grabbed things from a distance. The Ultra Hand would go on to sell 1.2 million units, and Yokoi was eventually promoted within Nintendo to lead Research and Development 1 Group. One day while Gunpei Yokoi was traveling on the bullet train from Tokyo to Kyoto, he noticed a passenger near him using a calculator as a toy to pass time. That's when Yokoi began to wonder if a portable gaming device would have a market. His epiphany led to the creation of the Game & Watch series, Nintendo's first portable gaming system. Yokoi's pitch to Hiroshi Yamauchi for the Game & Watch was a series of lucky coincidences. Yamauchi's personal driver was sick one day, and Yokoi was asked to drive Yamauchi's Cadillac. Yokoi loved foreign cars, and was one of the few people at the company who could drive it. During the drive, Yokoi pitched his idea for Game & Watch to Yamauchi, who didn't seem particularly enthusiastic. Days later, executives from Sharp came to Nintendo, and Yamauchi enthusiastically brought Yokoi on to develop the idea. Nintendo ended up partnering with Sharp, known at the time for their work on calculators, in order to make the Game & Watch. For the series, Gunpei Yokoi wanted to create something that was small and could easily fit in people's hands and pockets discreetly. This is because Yokoi felt that businessmen would be embarrassed to pull out a big gaming machine in public. This led the team to focus on a small, rectangular design that could be inconspicuously held in their hands. However, this origin story might not be entirely accurate, and is actually up for debate. In an interview with Retro Gamer, Satoru Okada, who worked with Gunpei Yokoi closely, stated that the MB Microvision directly inspired Nintendo's Game & Watch series. Okada and Yokoi enjoyed playing games on it, but they didn't understand why it was so big. Even with different games on the MB Microvision, the graphics and gameplay were basically the same due to its 16 by 16 pixel display. The two imagined a smaller device with better graphics, and eventually settled on a calculator-like screen for the device. Since the events surrounding the Game & Watch's creation occurred over 40 years ago, and Gunpei Yokoi is unfortunately no longer with us, it's unlikely that we'll ever know the true origins of the series. The game Ball was the first title in the Game & Watch series, and went on sale on April 28, 1980, selling around 250,000 units. In Ball, players control a nondescript person who juggles balls. Ball has been re-released and remixed several times over the years, most recently with the Game & Watch Mario. One of the more surprising inclusions was with a Japanese exclusive DS title called Rakubiki Jaiten DS, which was an electronic dictionary developed by Nintendo. By typing in Ball or Game & Watch in the dictionary, players can access the game Ball within the software itself, as well as the game Manhole. While playing, the games will even display the current time on your system, a nod to the game's original functionality that wasn't present in some of the re-releases on the Game Boy. Players can also use the control pad or the touchscreen to control both of these games. One of the last official Game & Watch titles was actually a 1991 game titled Mario the Juggler. It was the only Game & Watch released in the 1990s, and features a vibrant, colorful screen. Lakitu and a Hammer Bro make an appearance in this version, with both helping out Mario juggle the balls. Another interesting callback to Ball comes with the Game Boy camera. With the Game Boy camera, players could take a picture of their own face and superimpose it on the character from Ball, then play the game. Back when Gunpei Yokoi proposed the idea for the Game & Watch to Hiroshi Yamauchi, Yokoi was told that he needed to come up with multiple titles, as Nintendo wouldn't do just one. Ball was the first game Gunpei Yokoi envisioned, but he needed more, so he quickly threw together a whack-a-mole style game called Vermin. Despite the rushed design, Vermin became one of the best sellers for the initial batch of titles. Yokoi looked to anime and Japanese folklore for inspiration for the game's designs. Turtle Bridge was partly inspired by the Hare of Inaba, a story about how a rabbit tricked sharks in order to cross a body of water. Yamauchi would put intense pressure on Gunpei Yokoi in order to come up with ideas. In the Gunpei Yokoi's Game Museum book, Yokoi reflects on this pressure, saying, "Creating those new backgrounds was itself very challenging, and the president would just casually walk over and say, 'It's that time again, Yokoi. Make me another 3 Game & Watch games.' I found the casualness of those requests exasperating, and privately I thought, come on, it's not that easy. Consider the guy who actually has to think all this up." The Mario series in particular saw several releases on the Game & Watch. Mario Brothers was a Game & Watch multi-screen title released in 1983. The multi-screen design would later play a part in inspiring the DS line of handhelds, but with the difference being that the Game & Watch would open horizontally like a book instead of vertically. In the game, players control Mario and Luigi as they package cakes. If the player loses, Mario is scolded by his boss. Mario Brothers for the Game & Watch would be re-released several times in the Game & Watch Gallery titles, with Bowser and Wario even making an appearance while the two brothers do the heavy lifting. Some of Nintendo's most important series also had entries in the Game & Watch, such as Donkey Kong, Balloon Fight, and The Legend of Zelda. In Game & Watch Zelda, players control Link as he fights 8 dragons through 8 dungeons. He gains pieces of the Triforce of Wisdom in order to save Princess Zelda and the world. Like many Zelda titles, if Link's hearts are full, he'll shoot a beam from his sword. Donkey Kong Circus was a 1984 title that actually serves as an unofficial prequel to the arcade Donkey Kong. In this title, Mario forces DK to juggle objects while balancing on a barrel. The game has colorful graphics and features Mario in a very similar style to the arcade game's art. The Game & Watch series re-released and reused a lot of concepts throughout its run. Donkey Kong Circus, which itself was a remake of Ball, was also a reskin of an earlier title called Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse and Donkey Kong Circus are so similar that Nintendo even swapped the product numbers during production. Mickey Mouse's product number is DC95, while Donkey Kong Circus is MK96, with the MK possibly referring to Mickey. Both titles are part of the Panorama Screen sub-series for the Game & Watch, but that wasn't the Mouse's only appearance on the handheld. Disney would see 2 other Mickey Mouse titles for the Game & Watch. Mickey Mouse was released within the widescreen sub-series, and Mickey and Donald were different versions of 2 other Game & Watch games titled Egg and Fire, respectively. Since the Game & Watch series ran for quite some time, it had a number of interesting sub-series. The Nintendo Versus series, which were arcade versions of Famicom titles with 2-player support, might have inspired the Micro Versus line of games for the Game & Watch. 3 titles were released for this series: Punch-Out!, Donkey Kong 3, and Donkey Kong Hockey. With Donkey Kong Hockey, the players control Mario and Donkey as they square off in hockey. This Game & Watch title would be the first ever Mario sports title, predating the NES Open Tournament Golf by 3 years. It's also interesting to note that Mario wasn't even the main star of the title, instead being relegated to the Player 2 spot. The Crystal Screen series were later iterations of Game & Watch, featuring a transparent screen. Climber is an interesting title that was never released in Japan, and would release in the United States 1 year after Ice Climber debuted, and it's possible the series was meant to be a spiritual sequel to Ice Climber. After the Game & Watch's success, there were a number of knockoffs and imitations. While shopping one day, Gunpei Yokoi heard the beeps from Vermin in a Taiwanese knockoff. When he purchased the unit and pried it open, he discovered that the knockoff soccer design just replaced the Vermin screen, with the internal system being exactly the same. However, Yokoi wasn't angry, just very surprised. Yokoi said, "Thus, when I see a knockoff of something I made, it's proof that my work has made a big impact, and that makes me very happy." Yokoi drew the original Game & Watch characters, but eventually entrusted the design process to a staff member who had skill in drawing manga. The Game & Watch character would be immortalized in the Super Smash Bros. Series from Melee onwards. Director Masahiro Sakurai would utilize a number of different Game & Watch titles within the character's moveset. When designing the character for Melee, Sakurai initially wanted to make his movements move frame by frame, but it was too jarring. Instead of actually being a 2D sprite with lo-fi animation, Mr. Game & Watch is a 3D character that's squished down on its Z-axis. When developing Mr. Game & Watch for Melee, Sakurai borrowed the original systems from the Asakusabashi branch of Nintendo for research. For the stage, Sakurai wanted techno-sounding music, which Hirokazu Ando, a musician at HAL, provided. One reference that was added to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate ended up getting cut before the game's release. This is because the forward smash attack initially included a culturally insensitive reference to a title called Fire Attack. In Fire Attack, players would control a cowboy who must hit Native Americans with a hammer in order to prevent them from lighting the cowboy's fort on fire. When the game was included in Game & Watch Gallery 4, the Native Americans were updated to be less in line with racist stereotypes. Nintendo changed the move before Smash Ultimate was released. Did you know? The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening for the Nintendo Switch had been successfully emulated on a PC before the game even released in the USA. Using an Australian dump of the game's files, developers of the Yuzu emulator managed to get the game booting up past the title screen in mere hours. While it's still early days for the emulator, this was no doubt an impressive feat. Besides its already impressive games library, one of the Switch's most defining features are its Joy-Cons. The Nintendo Switch Joy-Cons were originally going to be sold in same color sets, but this was changed when someone at Nintendo accidentally snapped two different color Joy-Cons onto a Switch. General producer of the Nintendo Switch console, Yoshiaki Koizumi, stated, "We actually weren't thinking about having two different colors on the same console at the same time in the beginning. This was until someone slipped on one of each color Joy-Con onto a single console, and suddenly everyone gathered around and said, 'Oh, that looks great.' So at first it was red and red or blue and blue, but sometimes mistakes happen and they end up being the right mistakes." The Joy-Cons would also originally attach to the console using magnets, but this caused a few issues. Besides the risk of magnets interfering with the system's hardware and Wi-Fi signal, the console itself would often detach from the Joy-Cons and fall onto the lap of whoever was playing it. One relic of this iteration can still be seen in the final console, however. When the magnets attached, they made a snapping sound. This was found to be a very satisfying sound and was implemented with the final Joy-Cons. Nintendo also tried having the Joy-Cons connect to the Switch by attaching them via dish-shaped parts. All in all, around 5 prototype versions of the Switch and Joy-Cons were made before the final form factor was decided on. Joy-Cons were inspired by the Wii Remote, but not just in function. During the Wii era, Nintendo received a lot of feedback from players of Wii Sports and Wii Fit, asking for a smaller version of the remote that could be strapped to the body. Nintendo held on to this feedback and set out to make a smaller controller. Engineers realized a smaller Joy-Con-sized controller could attach to a handheld device, leading to the Switch's main innovation of being a hybrid console. The Switch has interesting secrets surrounding its creation, but it also has several secrets within the system itself. Data miners who dug around the Switch's internal files found some curious details. Lines of code referring to a VR mode were discovered while examining the system's 3.0 update in June 2017. By tinkering with the settings related to the mode, it was found that the Switch had the option for a virtual reality dual display. This was nearly 2 full years before the release of the Nintendo Labo VR kit, which finally made use of stereoscopic 3D. This isn't the only secret within the Switch. In September 2017, an emulator called Flog was found hidden in the system's code. The emulator was programmed to activate only if the system's internal calendar was set to July 11th, at which point it could be used to play the NES game Golf. Golf was one of the first games made by Satoru Iwata when he was working as a programmer, and July 11th was the date he passed away in 2015. In order to actually access the emulator, players would have to hold a Joy-Con in each hand and extend their arms outward, recreating Iwata's signature pose from the Nintendo Direct presentations. In an interview with Kotaku, Nintendo of America's then-president Reggie Fils-Aimé said, "It was identified by folks playing around in the firmware. We've got nothing officially to announce for that content or what the plans are for that content. So that's that. Certainly anything that pays respect to my friend Mr. Iwata is something that is near and dear to me personally. But in terms of that execution and what it was meant to do or what the plans are, we've got nothing to announce." Some Japanese fans likened the presence of the emulator to an omamori, a type of charm often used for protection or good luck. Further data mining found the emulator only worked on Switch systems with older firmware. Eventually, all references to the emulator were removed from the Switch's code as part of the 4.0 system update in December 2017. Another far more bizarre Easter egg was found in the Switch's photo album application. If a player hasn't taken screenshots yet, several demo images can be seen in the album, including one of a man looking at a phone. This particular image bears an uncanny resemblance to a popular Japanese meme. What's bizarre about this is that the original source of the meme is a screenshot from a Japanese adult film called A Midsummer Night's Lewd Dream. This raised eyebrows for many and seems a very strange thing to be referenced in a Nintendo product. The Switch enjoyed great success in the months following its launch, but this wasn't without controversy. In August 2017, tablet developer GameVice filed a lawsuit accusing Nintendo of patent infringement. Previously, GameVice had released a gaming tablet equipped with a detachable controller known as a WikiPad, a design they claimed Nintendo illegally copied with the release of the Switch. The lawsuit asked for both monetary damages as well as a ban on all future sales of the Switch. The case was voluntarily dropped 2 months later, but a second infringement lawsuit filed by GameVice in March 2018 asked the United States International Trade Commission to completely block imports of the Switch into the US. Sales of the Switch weren't affected by GameVice's lawsuit, and in October 2019, it was ultimately decided that Nintendo hadn't infringed on the patent. The Switch has seen an influx of ports from other systems, but some complain these multi-platform games often cost more on the Switch, which led to some coining the phrase Switch tax. While compiling data on the Switch's library of games, Nintendo news site Switcher compared the prices of games available on both the Nintendo eShop and Steam, and discovered a notable discrepancy in the price of multi-platform games. Digital-only games on both services generally cost 7.2% more on the eShop than on Steam, while games released both physically and digitally cost 17.8% more. Overall, games cost roughly 10% more on the eShop than they do on Steam. The main cause for this is the manufacturing cost of the Switch cartridges, which are notably more expensive to produce than the discs used by other systems, which in turn means the games are usually more expensive to purchase. Nintendo's policy also mandated all Switch games that get both a physical and digital release must have the same price in both formats. As physical Switch games are more expensive than physical games on other platforms, the digital versions are also more expensive on the eShop than they are on other digital storefronts, resulting in a sort of Switch tax. While some games had their prices changed for the system, other games had their content changed. The game Super Real Mahjong PV, which originally released on the Sega Saturn, came to the Japanese Switch eShop in March 2019. The game is a simple mahjong puzzle game, with a gimmick of rewarding players via anime nudity. However, the game was removed from the eShop shortly after its arrival due to some risque scenes that had insufficient censorship. Nudity in the game had been covered with a white bar of light in an attempt to avoid a Sero Z rating, an 18+ rating that usually leads to low sales due to a limited audience. However, the light bar hadn't been aligned properly, and some nudity could still be seen in the final game. This resulted in the game being temporarily removed from the eShop until a patch was developed to sufficiently cover up the nudity. Interestingly, this isn't the only adult mahjong game to be censored on the Switch. Zero Div's Tyson Hot Gimmick Cosplay Jan previously released on the PC and PlayStation 2, but was ported to the Japanese eShop in 2018. The game's release went off without a hitch, but a little while after, fans noticed the eShop page had changed. The game's splash image on the storefront had been swapped out for an edited, less lewd version. Another Switch title was found to be censored somewhat before it even released. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate leaked over a week before its street date, which led to a large chunk of the game's content being revealed on social media. This included parts of the game's Spirits mode, which celebrates a large number of gaming franchises. Not all of these franchises were represented in the same way as in their original games, almost certainly because of the game's low age rating. Art for several female spirits had their usual artwork censored to be less revealing. This included Mithra from Xenoblade Chronicles 2, who had her legs reshaded to look like she was wearing black tights, and her top was extended to cover more of her chest. Camilla from Fire Emblem Fates was also altered, with her chest being covered by her hair instead of it falling to the sides. Although some fans were annoyed at this, it's hard to deny that the changes were appropriate for an E10+ rated game. Despite this, Nintendo seems to be against censoring games. At a shareholders meeting in June 2019, Nintendo President Shuntaro Furukawa was asked about his stance on games being censored by gaming platform giants such as Nintendo. Furukawa responded, essentially saying he believed the ratings board is enough, along with the parental controls Nintendo offers. He even went as far to say that arbitrarily editing games could be damaging to the industry. This statement was noteworthy, as Sony had recently censored sexual content of games on their platform. Senran Kagura Burst Renewal, Nekopara Volume 1, Date Alive Rio Reincarnation, and Senran Kagura were all affected by Sony's policies on sexual content in games. Although Nintendo's stance seems to be anti-censorship, one of their most high-profile titles of 2019 was altered after its release. In September of this year, news circulated that a line spoken by the character Bernadetta in Fire Emblem Three Houses had been altered. Specifically, her English B support conversation with Byleth had been seemingly toned down in the title's 1.02 update. Translation enthusiast and Fire Emblem fan Cantopia was curious if this was really a case of censorship and investigated the updated dialogue and compared it to the original English and Japanese versions. Surprisingly, the language used in the English 1.02 update was closer to a literal Japanese translation. However, translating from Japanese is rarely this simple. Cantopia went on to explain how, although the literal idea of Bernadetta being tied to a chair as a training method to make her a good wife was intact, some of the nuance was lost. The original English was made more intense to convey Bernadetta's implied feeling on the matter, which would have been lost with a direct translation. Whether or not this can be called censorship seems to be up for debate. Some fans believe the updated text either doesn't change the intent of the line or is more authentic to the original Japanese version, while others believe toning down the English text is censorship regardless of what the change was for, and that it lessened the impact of the conversation with Bernadetta.
Within 10 months of its release, the Nintendo Switch sold more units than the Wii U sold during its entire lifespan. By comparison, the Switch sold 14.86 million units in the first 10 months of its release, while the Wii U sold only 12.5 million units from its launch until it was discontinued in 2017. Although this is partly due to the Switch's unique and quite useful gimmick of functioning both as a home console and a handheld, its game library has no doubt been a big factor in its sales. Pokémon Sword and Shield certainly had a rough run up to its release, but upon players getting hold of the title, many have come to enjoy it. It's also become the fastest selling Switch game so far, selling more than 6 million copies in its opening weekend. And as you might expect, the game has quite a few interesting secrets that have already been found. One secret is that there's a very slight chance that a wild Pokémon will come to the player's Pokémon camp while they're playing in it and ask to join the player's team. If the player picks the yes option, then not only will the Pokémon join the camp, but the player will have also caught the Pokémon, and it will go into one of the player's Pokéballs. Another incredibly popular Switch game is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. The plot of the game's World of Light adventure mode sees Kirby as the sole survivor of a cataclysmic invasion, leaving the Pink Pudge to rescue the other fighters one by one. Interestingly, this was actually director Masahiro Sakurai's original vision for the plot of Super Smash Bros. Brawl's Subspace Emissary. This early storyline was mentioned during a 2008 Iwata Ask segment, where Sakurai said, "I had envisioned more of a serious tone for the story, something with some misfortune like a single character escaping total annihilation of his squadron and then fighting back while rounding up his allies." According to Sakurai in an interview with Famitsu, the reason why Kirby was the only one that survived Galeem's attack was because he was the only one who could plausibly escape using his Warp Star. This also made the character accessible to starters or newcomers to the game as a result of his speed and attacks. Some have pointed out that others should logically have been able to escape due to similar skills involving tremendous speeds, and that Sakurai, as Kirby's creator, may have just been a little biased in his choices. Another unused element from Brawl which was used in Ultimate was a voice clip for Snake. There! The voice clip in Ultimate for when Snake plants some C4 went unused in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, but is believed to have been used in the same way before it was cut. Kirby's Star Allies received middling reviews, being praised for its art style, soundtrack, and overall gameplay, however being taken to the cleaners over its apparently incredibly easy difficulty. Despite that, one interesting Easter egg actually comes from the difficulty settings of one of the sub-games, the Ultimate Choice. Once the player has beaten the 6th difficulty, Fiery Showdown, or higher, the Soul Melter difficulty is unlocked. In the menu, with each increase in difficulty, Kirby's reaction gets more intense. The face he makes for the spiciest of difficulties is actually a reference to the episode Frog Wild from the Kirby anime series, Kirby Right Back At Ya. In the episode, Kirby is possessed by a demon frog that turns him evil. A fairly new addition to the Nintendo Switch's library is Platinum Games' Astral Chain. The game's sci-fi aesthetic is one of its more visually defining features, but the title originally started out with a fantasy setting. The initial concept had players use magic, but after the development team realized that there were lots of other games with fantasy settings, it was reworked into a more cyberpunk-inspired setting based on animes that the game's creator, Takahashi Taura, enjoyed watching, such as Ghost in the Shell and Appleseed. Another more recent Switch title was the fairly well-received Yoshi's Crafted World. A lot of attention had clearly gone into the design of the game's world, even more than would be apparent by just playing the game. In an interview with Nintendo Dream that was translated by Nintendo Everything, the game's director, Masahiro Yamamoto, confirmed that the entire game actually takes place in a kindergarten class within the Mario universe. This also informed the themes each level had, with elements in the game being based on what you would find in a school for young children, such as a sandbox. Yoshi's Crafted World also has quite the range of Easter eggs and secrets. One noteworthy nod references one of Mario RPG's outings, Mario and Luigi's Superstar Saga. In the game, a can of Starbean's iced coffee can be spotted in the flipside version of the stage Poochie's Magma Run. This is a reference to the Starbean's Cafe, which was prominently featured in Superstar Saga. One game that took Nintendo and Sega fans by surprise was Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020. The surprise in question was an entire game mode based around the 2D games that defined the franchises involved. Another piece of news that took gamers by surprise came on October 2nd, when it was revealed that just one day prior, Superstar Saga developers Alpha Dream had filed for bankruptcy. The company cited sluggish revenues and high development costs as the reason for filing. After the news broke, Liam Robertson, who creates Game History Secrets here on Did You Know Gaming, tweeted that he knew of one last project Alpha Dream worked on. Alpha Dream's involvement in the project hadn't yet been revealed, but the mystery game turned out to be Mario and Sonic 2020. This would be the last game Alpha Dream ever worked on, contributing to development alongside Sega and a few other studios. Another studio that's known to aid with development on large projects is Bandai Namco. As well as helping develop Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the studio also aided Nintendo with the development of Mario Kart Tour, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and ARMS. This was recently revealed on the company's website, which stated they'd partially implemented in-game and 3D visual assets for courses and characters for Mario Kart Tour, and that they'd produced about half of the game's bonus challenges. The site also states that Bandai Namco produced about half of the visual assets for courses and characters in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and that they made about half of the visual assets for stages and fighters in ARMS. One Nintendo Switch game that's hot off the presses is The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. When the game was initially revealed, some fans were torn over the game's visuals. That said, they proved to be a selling point for many, who found the cute aesthetic with a heavy depth of field very alluring. The game's director, Eiji Aonuma, has shed some light on why the game looks the way it does, explaining that the tilt-shift effect was inspired by the original Game Boy version's vast but small world on the console's 66mm screen. Aonuma said, "When I played the original Game Boy version, it was a small screen, and it felt like a small world, but very vast. And so it kind of had this tilt-shift perspective, so that's why I thought this diorama-like art style would be perfect for the remake." Moving from one Switch Zelda title to another, it's no secret that Breath of the Wild has an incredible amount of Easter eggs and references within it, and this goes for the game's downloadable content as well. Just a heads up, this is a minor visual spoiler for the end of the DLC. Inside the last room in the Sword Monk Shrine, after completing the Trial of the Sword DLC, there are 7 monks with their arms in different positions. The pose of each monk represents poses of the 7 sages from The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Zelda's pose is taken from the final battle against Ganon, and the other 6 sages' poses are from inside the Chamber of Light after defeating the corresponding temples that release each sage.
Did you know? A microscopic image of a dolphin appears on a computer chip hidden deep within the GameCube's system. This is in reference to the Nintendo GameCube's codename, the Dolphin, which is also referenced in many of the console's games. In one of the system's launch titles, Pikmin, the main character Captain Olimar pilots a spaceship called the Dolphin, and in Super Mario Sunshine, most of the game takes place on an island in the shape of a giant dolphin called Isle Delfino. Some speculate that the water-centric themes of Mario Sunshine as well as Legend of Zelda Wind Waker tie back into the Dolphin's name as well. The machine's GPU was even given the Dolphin-inspired name Flipper by the hardware design company ArtX, who helped with the GameCube's creation. Prior to this codename, the successor to the Nintendo 64 was internally referred to by Nintendo as N2000. Unusually, the GameCube has an abbreviation GCN in the West, despite the fact Japan uses the more sensible NGC abbreviation to stand for Nintendo GameCube. What's also interesting about the GameCube's development is that Nintendo developed and patented an early prototype motion controller for the console. The motion controls went so far into development that the game developer Factor 5 experimented with them for potential use in their launch titles. A similar situation occurred with Nintendo and Factor 5 during the development of the Nintendo 64. Factor 5 wanted to use the Nintendo 64 expansion pack to improve Star Wars Rogue Squadron's graphics, but Nintendo only wanted the pack to be used with hardware peripherals. After seeing the graphical benefits that the expansion pack gave to Turok 2 Seeds of Evil, however, Nintendo decided to allow Factor 5 to use the expansion pack. The GameCube itself released after about 4 years of development and was helmed by Dr. Wei Yen, a graphical engineer who had been the head of Nintendo Operations SGI, the department responsible for the Nintendo 64's fundamental architectural design. The GameCube's final design strangely has code referencing Nintendo 64 peripherals, such as the rumble pack and memory card, and even obscure peripherals such as the keyboard and mouse. Chunks of text containing these strings can be found as leftovers in various games like Wario World. A version of the GameCube service disc can also detect Nintendo 64 controllers. Nintendo created a variety of tech demos during development of the GameCube in order to show off its upgraded graphical capabilities to game developers. An interactive demo released in 2002 takes place in a new version of Princess Peach's castle, specifically showing off things like large textures, lighting and shadows, anti-aliasing, and a large number of polygons on screen all at once. Earlier in the year 2000, during the gaming event Space World, another tech demo shown was Meowth's Party. It was an animated music video with 3D Pokemon character models and a more detailed model of Meowth holding an electric guitar. Fans initially theorized that this was a teaser for a new Pokemon game, but that seems not to be the case. It was likely based on an ending sequence for the Japanese dub of the Pokemon anime series, which aired almost a year earlier than the tech demo. A similar sequence was seen again many years later in the GameCube game Pokemon Channel, as the final part of an exclusive anime episode titled Pichu Bros in Party Panic, where Meowth's movements are different upon each viewing. Meowth's Party was also referenced in Super Smash Bros. Melee as a trophy. The GameCube was the first major console in Nintendo's history to not launch with a game where Mario is the protagonist. Instead, Luigi's Mansion was developed as the system's Mario Universe game. After the GameCube's worldwide release in 2002, players began to unlock some interesting secrets found right in the system's startup screen. The most well-known of these secrets can be triggered by holding down the Z button on the controller while the startup intro animation plays. However, another set of sound effects will play when holding down the Z button on 4 controllers plugged in at once, with an old-fashioned Japanese-style flair to it. The soft reflections on the logo's graphics also share a fun secret. The texture mapped onto them is the same texture used for all shiny objects, and the Nintendo 64 logo in the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. When on the menu screen itself, a slow ambient tune is heard in the background. Speeding it up by about 19 times normal speed reveals the slow series of tones is actually the Famicom Disk System startup jingle. Nintendo has a history of unique and interesting marketing campaigns for promoting their new consoles. The catchphrase used during the GameCube's official reveal at E3 was the Nintendo difference. The purpose of the phrase was to distinguish themselves from the competition as an entertainment company first and foremost. Later, advertisements pushed the slogan Born to Play, and commercials for upcoming games featured a rotating cube animation that morphed into the system's logo and ended with the voice that whispered, GameCube. In what was possibly the most bizarre piece of advertising was a contest titled What Would You Do for a Nintendo GameCube, where fans were picked to perform stunts that they'd chosen in order to prove themselves as the most dedicated Nintendo fan. The 5 finalists who made it to the competition on November 1st, 2001 in San Francisco had a collection of incredible acts. They included a man from Illinois who proposed to his girlfriend while they were dressed up as Mario and Princess Peach, a man from New York who juggled several Nintendo systems while dressed up as Mario while whistling the Mario theme, a little boy from Wyoming who painted a Nintendo GameCube logo out of condiments only using his tongue, a girl from Arizona who ate a Nintendo GameCube-sized replica of uncooked Spam, chocolate syrup, and cat food. And finally, the grand prize winner, Corey Olksberry from Texas, who shaved his head, painted himself blue with a leaf on his head to look like a Pikmin, and ate a bowl of worms and crickets. Olksberry won a prize pack including a GameCube, a Game Boy Advance, a collection of games, and $5,000 for his act.
For today's episode, we'll be looking at trivia from a handful of Nintendo Switch titles. At the time of making this video, the Nintendo Switch is the latest of all current generation consoles. On top of that, it's the fastest selling console of all time in both Japan and the United States, selling just short of 3 million units in the first 3 months of release. More than anything, these record figures have been attributed to a high quality of exclusive titles on the system, such as Breath of the Wild, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and Mario Odyssey. With that said, let's start off by looking at one of these powerhouses, Super Mario Odyssey. In Odyssey, there's a Koopa that asks the player to trace the shape of an object around them by walking. The Koopa appears 3 times in the game, first asking the player to draw a circle around them, then a triangle, and finally a circle again. This seems odd, as you might expect the third shape to be something more difficult, as a triangle is harder to make with the game's controls than a circle. YouTuber Skelix found that the challenge was indeed originally more difficult. They found data for an objective in the game where the Koopa asks the player to draw a star around them instead. With the star's more complex geometry, it proves to be far more challenging. The difficulty of the objective may have been the reason it was replaced with the initial circle challenge. Jumping from a classic franchise to a wholly new IP, the fighting game ARMS wasn't always intended to be its own series. An early concept for the game was to feature a number of staple Nintendo characters from the company's popular series, such as Link and Mario. Issues arose when the team felt the game's aesthetic clashed with these characters, so they decided to create a new cast of characters instead. Designs began with the character's arms, and the team worked backwards from there to design a character that would make use of the various types of arms created. There are some exceptions to this rule, however. To begin with, the team considered characters using external devices, not their own limbs, in order to hit their opponents. However, this was eventually dropped. Another early idea was to make the game stand out amongst the crowded space of fighting games by positioning the camera directly behind the characters instead. This caused its own issues, however, as it became harder for the player to judge distances on the screen. This was solved by simply making characters' arms extend dramatically to hit their opponent, leading to the game's unique design concept. For Xenoblade Chronicles 2, writer Tetsuya Takahashi wanted to have the popular Square Enix artist and director of Kingdom Hearts, Tetsuya Nomura, on his team. Takahashi's desire to work with Nomura has existed for 20 years, so when the opportunity finally arose for a collaboration, Takahashi jumped at the chance. He told Time, "At the time, there was someone who was directing the Final Fantasy series, Mr. Yoshinori Kitase. Mr. Kitase was handling Final Fantasy, and I was doing Xenogears, and I wanted to work with Mr. Nomura. So I was waiting for the final call to be made, whether he was going to be working on the Final Fantasy series, or on this new title of mine. And then Mr. Hironobu Sakaguchi, the creator of Final Fantasy, came and said, Tetsu is going to do Final Fantasy. So I thought, okay, I've got to find myself a new designer. After our discussion with Nintendo went through and Xenoblade Chronicles 2 was a go, I went directly to Square Enix, thinking that I'd be denied, asking if I could work with Tetsu. To my surprise, it was approved, and that's how it happened. Nomura ended up working on Final Fantasy VII, leading to manga artist Kunihiko Tanaka taking on the mantle of character designer for Xenogears and its follow-up Xenosaga. 20 years later, Tetsuya Nomura ended up designing the Torna organization for Xenoblade Chronicles 2, the primary group of antagonists in the title. Influences for a game's design can come from unexpected places. The crossover tactical RPG, Mario & Rabbids Kingdom Battle, first took its inspirations from Nintendo's Mario Kart. Director Davide Soliani stated, "We thought that tactical games are known to be slow-paced, and they tend to be a little niche, so why not try to have something very dramatic and colourful and fast-paced? That's why our first reference was Mario Kart. How cool would it be to try to translate that kind of action into the combat of our game?" Surprisingly, for such a major collaborative effort between Ubisoft and Nintendo, the hero of the Rabbids' origin, Rayman, doesn't make any appearance throughout the game. The team did talk about including the hero in the game, but they decided against it after considering the Rabbids as their own franchise separate from Rayman. They saw the Rabbids as a blank canvas of sorts, which allowed the team to design characters that would fit with the Mario heroes closely. Miyamoto even encouraged the team to explore the crazy side of the Rabbids, wanting the team to involve more of their humor and flair. Another of Nintendo's biggest franchises saw its return on the Switch with Pokémon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Both versions of the game have numerous references to other media from Pokémon and beyond. The two Pokémon trainers Lass Ayuki and Lass Aoi are references to voice actors from the titular Pokémon. Lass Ayuki, the Pikachu Master Trainer, refers to Ayuki Otani, the iconic voice of Pikachu. Similarly, Lass Aoi, the Eevee Master Trainer, references Aoi Yuki, the actress for Eevee in the game. These aren't the only trainers whose names are references though. The Zubat and Golbat trainers are named Scientist West and Scientist Keaton respectively. These are of course taken from the names of Batman actors Adam West and Michael Keaton. The list of references from the Pokemon Masters goes on, with the Ghost Masters, Psychic Aaron, Danny and Ross, all referencing our boys over at Game Grumps: Aaron Hansen, Danny Avidan and Ross O'Donovan. And finally, the Birdmaster trainers could potentially be references to the hugely popular animated series The Simpsons. Though just speculation, the bird keepers Barney, Seymour and Moe could be named after the Simpsons characters Barney Gumble, Seymour Skinner and Moe Szyslak. More references to other Media and Switch games can be found in Splatoon 2's Octo expansion. The names and taglines of every single level in the DLC are references to songs, films, and trends between the late 70s and the 90s. Just to name a few, Stick and Move Station is a reference to the 1979 film Rocky II, when Apollo Creed's trainer instructs him to stick and move.
You can't be on point, you understand? Now stick and move!
The tagline for this stage is also a reference to boxing legend Muhammad Ali, and his iconic quip,
"Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee."
Maverick, Goose, and Iceman stations are all references to the 1986 film Top Gun. As well as this, all three stages feature taglines that reference Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone, the big banger from the movie's soundtrack. Labyrinth Station and its tagline both reference Jim Henson's bizarre Labyrinth movie from the same year. Splat Magic Splat is a parody of the line Dance Magic Dance from David Bowie's Magic Dance, which he performed in the film. Whack Fu Station alludes to the 90s fighting game Shaq Fu, with the tagline also being a reference to the Shaq Attack phrase. Another video game reference, this time for a Nintendo property, is Ink and Watch Station, of course referencing Nintendo's first line of handheld games, Game & Watch. Changes had to be made with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, as it includes every character in the series' history. This even includes the guest characters of the past, such as Snake. With Konami having gone through a rather unpleasant series of events between the release of Brawl on the Wii and Ultimate, it may not come as a surprise that this would affect their contribution to the game. In Brawl, Snake's series emblem was that of Metal Gear Solid's Fox Unit logo. With Ultimate, this was changed to the exclamation mark which appears after a soldier sees the sneaky sausage that is Snake.
Stop kidding around.
It's very likely that the reason for this change in emblem comes from the unfavorable departure of Metal Gear Solid creator Hideo Kojima from brand owners Konami. During Kojima's tenure with Konami, the former subsidiary, Kojima Productions, began using this logo as their own. It's possible that Konami had requested that the Fox logo be changed in order to disassociate the character from Kojima. The team behind Nintendo's Labo clearly wanted to show their love of detail within the software side of the package. In the game's digital tutorials on how to build the title's external cardboard devices, 3D models of the Switch's controllers, the Joy-Cons, are shown. Despite the fact that it is almost impossible to view, the 3D models of these Joy-Con are actually fully modeled on the inside, only being visible to players who would orient the software's camera to clip inside one of the devices.
Did you know? The character Wilbur will occasionally spell out words in the NATO phonetic alphabet, where words are used to communicate a letter. But there's a sly secret in his dialogue. When Wilbur spells out the word now, he says November Oscar Whisker. In real life, the NATO phonetic word for the letter W isn't whisker, it's whiskey. This was clearly changed to remove any reference to alcohol. But this isn't the only secret surrounding Wilbur. Wilbur and his brother Orville are clearly named after Orville and Wilbur Wright, inventors of the airplane. Wilbur's birth date is even December 17th, a reference to the day the Wright brothers conducted the first ever flight of the Wright Flyer in 1903. However, their names in the Japanese game reference something else entirely. Wilbur's Japanese name is Rodri, a shortening of Rodriguez. This is the name of an island which was once home to a relative of the dodo, the Rodriguez solitaire. In Japan, the Rodriguez solitaire is known as the Rodriguez dodo, strengthening this connection. Orville's name, on the other hand, is Mori, taken from the word Mauritius, an island nation where dodos once roamed. In the Spanish version of New Horizons, the villager Raymond is named Narciso. One interpretation of the word is a Spanish name for the ancient Greek figure Narcissus. Narcissus was self-obsessed, and is the origin of the word narcissism. The game's Spanish localizers may have included this reference due to Raymond's smug personality. The villager Sherb also has nods to Greek mythology and other languages. In the German game, he's called Morpheus, referencing the Greek god of the same name associated with sleep and dreams. CJ's Italian and French names, Castorino and Pollux respectively, also reference mythology. They're named after the twins Castor and Pollux from Greek and Roman mythology, who are considered the twin sons of Zeus or Jupiter. Interestingly, Castor is also the scientific name for the beaver genus. On the flip side, CJ's name in Japanese is Justin. This would make him Justin the Beaver, likely a nod to Canadian singer-songwriter Justin Bieber. On top of this, beavers are often associated with Canada, as is Justin Bieber. The villager Sid is named Ponkasu, or Punks in Japan. This name seems to have influenced a few references in other versions of the game. Firstly, his name in the English, Russian, Dutch, German, and Italian versions is likely a nod to punk rock star Sid Vicious of Sex Pistols fame. The Spanish version of the game takes a different direction, however, naming him Ramon, after punk rock band The Ramones, and perhaps its lead singer, Joey Ramone. Audie's name is a variation of Monica in most language versions of New Horizons. This isn't the case with her English name, however, which is likely a nod to a real-life person, and this time, someone in the Animal Crossing community. Audrey is an 87-year-old grandma who went viral on Twitter in early 2019 after her grandson tweeted out her impressive 3,580-hour playtime in Animal Crossing New Leaf. In the game, Audrey adopted the username Audie as she played. Since this is such a unique name, it's highly likely that someone at Nintendo wanted to reward her dedication by referencing her in New Horizons. There are some other interesting secrets about the franchise's villagers. In an interview with GameCult, New Horizons developers explained that when brainstorming ideas for new characters, the team thinks about the character's role in the game before any designs are made. After landing on a role, they choose the most appropriate species of animal. This is how it was done even in the first Animal Crossing, with one example being Blathers. Since owls are often associated with wisdom, the museum curator role was made an owl. Production on Animal Crossing New Horizons began right after the release of Animal Crossing New Leaf in 2012, before the team even knew the Nintendo Switch existed. The first decision made was to set the game on a deserted island. According to New Horizons director Aya Kigoku, this was meant to shake the series up. Kigoku said, "When we started developing New Horizons, we felt that if we didn't change the elements of players moving to a village, nothing would really change. Even the interaction with animals wouldn't change either. This wasn't the only thing they wanted to shake up. In older games in the series, there wasn't much for players to do at night, as shops would close and villagers would go to bed. This was one reason crafting mechanics were added to New Horizons. Because the mechanic can be used at all hours, players would have more to do even while shops and characters were inaccessible. Another reason was to give players more customization options." During development, the team also learned that in prior Animal Crossing titles, some fans would reset their game multiple times until they found a town layout that they liked. In light of this, the team added the ability to terraform the island. Just like crafting, terraforming was designed to be accessible at any time of the day. These mechanics push players to engage more with the island as a whole, rather than focusing on just their homes or villagers. Another change was the inclusion of Nook Miles, which were designed to slowly introduce each of the game's mechanics so as not to overwhelm new players. They were also designed to tempt existing players out of their old playing habits and experiment with playing the game in different ways. Tying the game to the real-time clock enables players to time travel, where a player changes their Switch's clock to skip ahead in the game and access future events early. For New Horizons, however, Nintendo chose to add seasonal events as DLC, instead of having the events built in. This means players can't time travel to access seasonal events, which led many to assume that Nintendo implemented this change to curb time traveling. This doesn't seem to be the case, however, as both Kigoku and New Horizons producer Hisashi Nogami have gone on record saying they don't consider time traveling cheating. These developers also explained how some features were inspired by the failings of past Animal Crossing games. The local multiplayer mode in New Horizons, Party Play, is an idea the team wanted to have in City Folk back on the Wii. After the Wii game was released, the team realized they could have included some sort of simultaneous play on a single console with two Wii remotes. When it came time to make New Horizons, the team made sure to include this decade-old idea. Although there were some concerns that New Horizons sales numbers would be hurt by the COVID-19 pandemic, the game sold a stunning 1.88 million copies in Japan within its first 3 days. This beat out the Switch's then record holder, Pokemon Sword and Shield, by roughly 500,000 units. This doesn't even include digital sales of the game. New Horizons also bumped up sales on Nintendo Switch and Switch Lite consoles in Japan by over 585%. Worldwide, New Horizons launch week sales beat those of all other Animal Crossing game launches combined. Although worldwide sales were high, New Horizons hasn't been approved by the Chinese government to be officially sold in the country. This didn't stop retailers and resellers on Chinese auction sites from importing copies of the game, however. Initially, sales seemed to be accepted by the Chinese government, but due to the COVID-19 situation, many pro-democracy protesters in Hong Kong couldn't continue their demonstrations in public. Instead, the protesters began using New Horizons as a digital space to facilitate their protests and communicate with other protesters. In response, the Chinese government banned stores from selling New Horizons in early April. According to reports, the ban also covers New Horizons themed Switches and the game's merchandise. But Hong Kong and Chinese gamers haven't let that stop them. They've resorted to buying New Horizons from Nintendo's eShop digitally through different regions. Some have even privately reached out to sellers to buy copies of the game under the table. They aren't the only group taking Animal Crossing seriously, however, with New Horizons' turnip market becoming just as serious as Wall Street's to some. For those unaware, players can buy turnips in New Horizons every Sunday, which can be sold throughout the week, ideally for a profit. However, turnips will rot the following Sunday, making them worthless. The buying price of turnips changes twice daily, leading to a high-stakes game where players can land huge profits or losses. The uncertain nature of the market has prompted players to band together in an attempt to game the system. For instance, the subreddit r/AC turnips allows users to post their town's turnip prices and set up visits to sell turnips, usually in exchange for tips in the form of bells, items, or Mystery Island tickets. Others, like Tom Riley and his co-workers, use Slack, an app designed for employees to communicate online. Riley's server has a customized bot that alerts everyone if a member's turnip prices are over 200 bells. Continually updating turnip prices on Slack has become part of the daily routine for many members of the group. Opening your island's airport to fellow turnip traders isn't without risk, however. Some players have experienced turnip traders stealing items from their island or have been scammed. To combat this, some players have actually hired others to act as security guards on their island. Crowdsourcing good turnip prices is only one tactic players have used. Others have turned to coding price prediction calculators, such as acturnip.com, in hopes of forecasting their town's turnip prices in advance. New Horizons was intended to bring friends and their communities together, and managed to bring two specific communities together in a way that shocked its developers. Fan art depicting Animal Crossing's Isabelle with the main character of the Doom series flooded the internet in the days leading up to New Horizons, and Doom Eternal's shared March 20th, 2020 release date. Even Doom's official Twitter account joined in on the fun. When the phenomenon came to the attention of New Horizons' team, they were awestruck by the creativity and popularity of the pairing. Nagami celebrated what the Isabelle and Doomslayer crossover meant for gaming at large, telling IGN, "Obviously the game's genres are completely different. It's so great to see that two different fandoms are coming together and hyping up the gaming community and gaming culture itself. It's a really great thing to see." The Doom Twitter account wasn't the only one won over by New Horizons. Xbox's official Twitter account posted custom Xbox-themed Animal Crossing clothing for fans to download and wear. This followed Microsoft's Executive Vice President of Gaming, Phil Spencer, sharing a tweet of Twitter user iGazeGirl, aka Becky. Becky is an ambassador for Special Effect, a charity focused on leveling the playing field for gamers with disabilities. Becky had connected an Xbox adaptive controller to her Nintendo Switch, which allowed her to remap the Switch's controls to allow her to play New Horizons using just her head.
Did you know? During the Wii U's development, possibly none of Nintendo's senior staff were aware of how Xbox Live or the PlayStation Network functioned. An unnamed third-party developer told Eurogamer that working with the Wii U prior to launch, and working with Nintendo in general, was a rather trying experience. Nintendo had issues setting up a large network infrastructure like Xbox Live, even after announcing their online platform and its features. The developer explained, "This was surprising to hear. We probed a little deeper and asked how certain scenarios might work with the Me Friends and networking, all the time referencing how Xbox Live and PSN achieved the same thing. At some point in the conversation, we were informed that it was no good referencing Live and PSN, as nobody in their development teams used those systems." The apparent reason for the day one patch on the Wii U was that most of the network features on the OS weren't even on the console yet. Everything regarding the development process leading up to the launch ran slower than expected. Their team received multiple dev kits up until launch, which is standard procedure, but the kits were colored differently and didn't include clear explanations as to how they were different from earlier versions, outside of the obvious hardware adjustments. When issues running the actual game on the Wii U arose, they reported to Nintendo support, but the team ended up having to wait around a week to get a reply for each report thanks to time zones and translation issues. The Espresso multi-chip module microprocessor utilized in the Wii U offloads some of the troubles from the CPU onto other chips, but due to how different this was from existing systems like the Xbox 360 and PS3, the team didn't know how to properly make use of the feature and compensate for the underpowered CPU. The Wii U's hardware development cycle was completed in 4 years, having started just 2 years after the Wii released. The Wii U team experimented with a second screen very early on, before solidifying the concept of the console. They affixed the screen to the end of the Wii Zapper to simulate the screen moving one-to-one with the player's movements. 2 developers who worked on Wii Sports and Resort, Takayuki Shimomura and Yoshikazu Yamashita, were exploring ideas from Wii Sports to find new angles for the Wii U. Shimomura said, "We tested gameplay that involved moving the Wii Zapper and having images from the Wii move in sync on the monitor in your hands. It was fairly well received. The team was almost immediately taken with the concept. Before it could be applied to the Wii U, Miyamoto decided the idea worked best for the 3DS in the form of the built-in gyro sensor for the handheld, which was in the final stages of development at the time. Shimomura added, "Thanks to this prototype, however, we were able to explain the structure of the Wii U, having a screen in your hands, and it being more compelling." With the Wii Zapper prototype no longer in play, the team moved on to a new prototype model. The model was simply an LCD screen with 2 Wii remotes fixed to either side. Initially, the gamepad's design was much more reminiscent of handheld tablet devices. It featured circle pads instead of analog sticks, and the whole device was flat, opposed to the final design, which has a protrusion on the back and grips on either side. The Wii U's outward appearance was motivated by the same idea of the Wii. This explains the initial minimalistic flat design that made it seem as though it belonged in the living room. Nintendo hardware developer Masato Ibuki spoke about developing the gamepad. "We didn't know how tacking grips on the back of a square pad-like device would make it easier to hold, so we made a bunch of designs. I carved them by hand, adjusted them with clay, did that day after day for a long time. Went to have it checked by those involved, and got told it was difficult to hold. No matter how perseverant you are, that may break your heart. I thought, come on, this is pretty good, isn't it? But they flat out said it wasn't, so we repeated that process. I think that was the hardest time for me." Nintendo made roughly 30 software prototypes for the Wii U while still using the work-in-progress gamepad. The programs ran through 2 Wii consoles, which were used as simulations for the Wii U. These software prototypes led to the idea for a Nintendo theme park, which eventually became one of the Wii U's launch titles, Nintendo Land. Miiverse is a sort of spiritual successor to the Japanese Wii channel called Wii no Ma. The channel was billed as a living room communication channel, which allowed users to shop, watch on-demand video content, and featured a variety of entertainment channels. According to Miiverse director Kiyoshi Mizuki, "We updated it every day, but depending on the users on the receiving end, sometimes they would find what we distributed to be interesting, and sometimes it wasn't. So it was very challenging to try and satisfy everyone with a limited amount of content we could produce. So instead of making everything ourselves for users to enjoy, we thought that we could maybe set up user-generated content so that more people could participate." Then Nintendo president Satoru Iwata referred to the concept as an empathy network. The entire program was designed to elicit empathy between its users. This is why instead of the commonly implemented system of likes used in most social networks, Miiverse uses yes, and the posts are attached to a specific game for the purposes of shared interest. When you turn on the Wii U, the main screen is called Wara Wara Plaza, but originally it was called Mii Wara Wara. The idea of having Miis come out and bustle around in a crowd, or Wara Wara, came from the 3DS Street Pass Mii Plaza lacking any social experience outside of the actual act of street passing. The developers behind the Dolphin GameCube and Wii emulator reverse-engineered the Wii U gamepad in an attempt to get the Wii U emulator working on PC. Piero Pordon told Eurogamer, "We started working on the Wii U gamepad as soon as we got our hands on it. The gamepad is actually not a very secure device compared to the Wii U. The device firmware is stored in an unencrypted flash, which allowed us to reverse-engineer the binary code pretty easily. It's also using almost standard 802.11n, which made things easier to experiment on PC. We also found the system can support 2 Wii U gamepads simultaneously. This is actually built into the system's firmware, implying Nintendo were going to use this feature, or at least allow other developers to use it." There are a few fun Easter eggs featured within the Wii U's menus. When game data is transferred from the Wii to the Wii U, the icons of the transfer data are carried by Pikmin. The Mii Maker music features the Great Fairy Fountain theme, as well as the theme to Super Mario Bros. 3 Waterland. On top of this, if you access the Wara Wara Plaza on your birthday, music will play and your Miis will clap for you.
Did you know? Before Amiibo even existed, Nintendo had the chance to make a game using toys and RFID technology, the same tech found in Amiibo. Publisher Activision approached Nintendo about a partnership for a new RFID-based project which would include toys coming to life in a video game. Nintendo was initially interested in the offer, but ultimately turned it down. The venture was developed into the Skylanders series, which has gone on to gross over $3 billion. Skylanders developer Paul Ritchie told Polygon.com, "They were just like, we have never seen anything like this before." I've always wondered about the full meaning of that comment. Clearly they have properties well suited to this world. Why it is they didn't rush in here will probably haunt them for the rest of their days. Though the Skylanders toy line had huge success, Nintendo's Amiibo currently has a greater market share than Activision's product. Amiibo were not Nintendo's first attempt at a toys-to-life video game. The downloadable title Pokémon Rumble U was their flagship attempt at using the Wii U's near-field communication RFID technology. The game did relatively well, debuting at the #1 slot on the Wii U eShop, though it was considered a critical failure. Roughly a year after the release of Pokémon Rumble U, Nintendo showcased a prototype Mario figurine at an investors meeting. The platform was codenamed NFP for both NFC featured platform and Nintendo figurine platform. The toys were said to work across multiple games, and gamers were told they'd be given more details about the project during E3 2014. At their E3 event, Nintendo officially unveiled Amiibo to the public, along with Amiibo functionality in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Currently, around 15 million Amiibo have been sold, with the Super Smash Bros. Link figurines selling the most units. Nintendo did not expect Amiibo to sell anywhere near as well as they have been. Nintendo UK's James Honeywell told MVC, "Right from the outset we hoped Amiibo would be strong, but even our expectations have been smashed. Amiibo supply has never been on par with demand, as seen with the gold Mario figurine. Target stock of that Amiibo sold out in just 15 minutes. Nintendo's lowballed expectations might also explain why Amiibo stock has been so scarce. That said, some outlying factors have made the situation worse. One strange example is that a truck carrying Splatoon Amiibo was stolen in the UK. Retailer Games said that due to the robbery, it wouldn't be able to supply the special edition version of the game. The special edition came with the Squid Amiibo, and buying this version was the only way to get the Squid figurine in Europe. Nintendo sent out extra stock to make sure consumers could find a copy of the actual game, and Game offered a £10 discount, equal to $15 to affected customers. It's not currently known if the truck was a random case of theft, or if the robbers targeted the vehicle because of its rare Amiibo cargo. Fans have been notably upset about persistent Amiibo shortages, but they aren't the only ones criticizing Nintendo. Executive producer of Disney Infinity, John Vignacchi, criticized Nintendo over Amiibo stock shortages, saying it is irresponsible and rude to your hardcore fans. Nintendo has apologized for the shortages and promised that more Amiibo will be manufactured to meet the demand in the future. The soon-to-be-released Amiibo cards are also intended to address the figurine shortages, as the cards are easier to produce. One lesser-known detail about Amiibo is that the font used in the brand's logo is Bohos 93. This is the same font used in the title screens for Super Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros. 2, and the new Super Mario Bros. Series. It's not known if this is a reference to Mario or if Nintendo just likes the Bohos typeface. Several logo designs were developed before Nintendo decided on a final Amiibo logo. In the 2015 Nintendo Company Guide, variations of the Amiibo logo and some completely different packaging were shown off. These images also showcase a different design for both the Bowser and Mario figures. Early models from Nintendo's E3 digital event appeared to be much more detailed than the publicly available toys, leading many fans to be disappointed with the quality of the figurines. That said, it's apparently a common occurrence in the toy market for high-quality samples to be revealed, followed by less detailed mass-produced figures hitting store shelves. Speaking of toy production, prototype Amiibo have been smuggled out of Chinese production lines and put up for sale on Chinese and American auction sites. These Amiibo are generally molds that lack paint and in several cases were unfinished prototypes. One model was a Mii Sword Fighter Amiibo, which at the time had not even been announced yet. And that's not the only Amiibo leak that's taken place. In February of 2015, Nintendo of America accidentally leaked safety documents showcasing gold and silver Mario Amiibos months before their official reveals. Nintendo have also experimented with the idea of making Amiibo focused on objects rather than characters. During an interview at E3 2015, Shigeru Miyamoto told IGN that he wants an R-Wing Amiibo. Earlier, we talked about how the 3D model of the R-Wing will actually transform into a two-legged walker in the game. We have an actual model, and we're thinking how much it would actually cost to make when it's transformable. Can we actually do that? Whether or not this transforming Amiibo will make it to stores is yet to be seen, but it wouldn't be the first conceptual Amiibo Nintendo abandoned. While making Majora's Mask 3D, Nintendo wanted to make a Skull Kid Amiibo. Zelda developer Eiji Aonuma told GameSpot, One of the things that was really difficult was, because this was a remake of the game, we didn't have the opportunity to build the kind of gameplay that would connect to using an amiibo in this way. Ultimately, and unfortunately, we had to back off of that idea. This might be why Nintendo released a collectible Skull Kid figurine along with the game. There's also been some fairly interesting results from using amiibo in games. A Fox amiibo took 3rd place in a Super Smash Bros. Wii U tournament against real humans in Richmond, British Columbia. The amiibo was named Waveshine, and it made it all the way to the losers finals, but was ultimately knocked out of the contest by one of the best Smash players in the region, Firefly.
In this episode, we'll be looking at the dark sheep of Nintendo's modern lineup of systems, the Wii U. While the Wii U left many gamers unsatisfied, in retrospect the hardware was interesting and held its own, and it has a surprisingly well-rounded library of games. During an interview for an Iwata Asks segment in 2011, Satoru Iwata claimed that development of the Wii U began in 2008, only 2 years after the release of the original Wii, 3 years before the system's reveal and 4 years before it was ultimately released. While the console was considered a major flop for the company, many concepts from Nintendo's time working on the system can clearly be seen with the release of Nintendo's far more successful Nintendo Switch. With The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, some features were actually dropped altogether as a result of Nintendo wanting both the Wii U and Switch versions of the game to be more or less identical. During an interview with Game Reactor, producer Eiji Aonuma revealed that the team had regrets over holding back on some elements which could only have been possible using the Switch's HD vibration feature. He wanted to allow the player to experience the same touch as Link, such as holding certain objects and feeling a sense of how it may feel in the player's hands through vibrations. He said that it would add a sense of realism, but would have also required the team to work on scenes specifically revolving around this feature, something which would have been impossible to replicate with Wii U hardware. He also claimed that now this constraint isn't held over the team, and with the Switch continuing to develop well with audiences, they would be able to use this feature in their next Zelda release. However, whether this will happen due to the introduction of the Switch Lite, which has removed the HD Rumble feature, is yet to be seen. The Wii U initially had a lot of support from third-party developers, including Capcom. One of Capcom's offerings was Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, an updated version of the Wii's Monster Hunter Tri. This version had a fair amount of new content, including a new set of quests. One of the new quests, called Avenge the Fallen Hunter, had a sly reference in its description, which reads, "My weapon bounced off its hide like a toy. That thing moved so fast. Before I knew it, I was not cold. The medicine man says it's just a scratch, but the pain, avenge my flesh wound." This seems to be a reference to the Black Knight from the movie Monty Python and the Holy Grail, which if you haven't seen it, you have to watch it, where the knight fights King Arthur and gets all of his limbs cut off, saying the lines,
"'Tis but a scratch." A scratch? Your arm's off.
And
Just a flesh wound.
Ubisoft also gave their support to the Wii U at launch. Their first game for the system was Zombie U, which was actually a reimagining of one of Ubisoft's very first games, simply called Zombie. Similar themes and mechanics are used in both games, such as if the character's health is depleted, they turn into a zombie and roam the room they died in. The main difference is that Zombie was set in a mall, much like George A. Romero's Dawn of the Dead, whereas Zombie U takes place on the streets of London. Originally, Zombie U was planned to be a Raving Rabbids game on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 called Attack of the Killer Rabbids from Outer Space. It was then changed again to an arcade-style FPS Wii U game called simply Killer Freaks from Outer Space, before becoming the reimagining of Zombie. Another show of support for Nintendo, even though Nintendo funded it, came from Platinum Games, The Wonderful 101. The game's cast wasn't initially set to be an original lineup of heroes, but rather an all-star cast of Nintendo characters. The title's gameplay was envisioned as a way of satisfying fans of each character, with the assumption that players would be drawn more towards some of their favourite characters over others, which is why the decision was made to introduce all of the characters at the same time. This would allow fans to pick and choose the hero they want from the get-go. After The Wonderful 101 was shelved as a concept for some time, the decision was made to drop the all-star lineup, creating a new roster of superheroes in their stead. Director Hideki Kamiya decided to base some of the heroes on a number of characters from his earlier works. By completing a series of challenges, the player is able to unlock Wonder Bayonetta, Wonder Jean, and Wonder Rodan. from the Bayonetta series. It's even possible to unlock Hideki Kamiya himself, who utilizes his sunglasses to attack opponents under the name Wonder Director. There are even references to Kamiya's earlier characters such as Poseman, who doesn't just have a similar appearance to Beautiful Joe, but strikes many of the same iconic poses, and even has a move called Heroic Forever, similar to Joe's Beautiful Forever. Wonder Cheerleader is also based on Sylvia from the same series, with a gun named after her technique, Desperado. Moving back to Nintendo's own projects, while the WarioWare series moved away from its more recognizable format, Game & Wario served its usual purpose for Nintendo hardware, providing players with a variety of play styles that used the entire console's functionality. This concept of using the game as a demonstration was at the core of the title's development. Nintendo even initially planned to include the game pre-installed on the Wii U console itself, giving the audience a free piece of software to get to grips with the console's gamepad. With the game having been developed in-house by Nintendo, alongside another team working on Nintendo Land, it's unsurprising that some of the same code would be used across both games. The voice used by the Adventure King found in the Pirate Solo game, alongside several other minor characters, used a modified version of the voice of Monita from Nintendo Land.
Hello there, Great One. I am the Adventure King.
Nintendo took real care with Monita's voice stylings, even changing the character's accent for PAL territories, giving her a British accent instead of an American one.
I am Monita, your park guide. I am Monita, your park guide.
Nintendo Land actually hid one particular feature. While many of the mini-games found within the digital theme park are exclusively touted as solo attractions, this doesn't mean they actually have to be played solo. If a second player makes use of a Wii remote, they are able to assist during gameplay. In Balloon Trip Breeze, player 2 is able to push obstacles and balloons. Yoshi's Fruit Adventure can be played by multiple players, with each additional player able to remove one piece of fruit from a stage. In Octopus Dance, a second player can restore lost hearts as well as interact with the game's background. For Donkey Kong's Crash Course, time bubbles can be created which slow down any moving objects, including the first player, allowing for more precise movements. Ninjas can be held and prevented from moving or attacking in Takamaru's Ninja Castle, and up to 50 obstacles can be removed from the courses of Captain Falcon's Twister Race. As you might expect, some Wii U games had mistakes in them, including Nintendo's own titles. With Paper Mario Color Splash, the company made a major mistake before release. On September 22, 2016, customers who pre-ordered a digital version of the title were given the ability to preload the game ready for its intended release date on October 7th, granting them immediate access on its day of launch. However, Nintendo managed to accidentally grant all of the players access to the preloaded data immediately, meaning that those who preloaded the game actually just fully installed it instead. This mistake was quickly fixed, with the preload being removed from the store within hours of the mistake being discovered. Xenoblade Chronicles X is another exclusive game that many consider to be deserving of more recognition. The game was actually slightly altered during international localization, in particular, the level of customization which could be made to the playable character. In Japan, the player had the ability to adjust a female avatar's bust size, though when released outside of the country, this feature was removed. That wasn't all, with the character Lin Li also having a particular outfit, a rather revealing bikini, removed from the game, likely due to her age being 13. When asked about the situation by Kotaku, CEO of Monolith Soft and executive director of the title, Tetsuya Takahashi, had this to say. As a developer, I do feel like it would be ideal to be able to adjust content so that it's culturally acceptable, whether it's in the US or in the EU. For example, there was a discussion about the breast slider. Jokingly, I said, well, would it help if we had a crotch slider for the male? Obviously this was a joke, but they responded, obviously it's not going to work out. I do realize there's a cultural difference between what Japanese people think and what the rest of the world thinks. I think what's important is that we make sure that the end user who actually plays the game doesn't have a bad experience. If that change is going to help alleviate that, then I think we should definitely make it.
We loved the Nintendo 64 and its pool of high-quality exclusives, but not everyone did. Even in its heyday, the system was seen as a misstep by many and was the beginning of the Nintendoom mentality. Many developers shifted away from Nintendo and moved instead onto Sony's newest competitor, the PlayStation. This was primarily because Sony's system was substantially easier to work with, and its disc-based games were much cheaper to produce. The PS1 was also seen as more mature, catering to an adult audience who had disposable income, with Sony being more comfortable with adult content like blood or violence in their games. That isn't to say that the Nintendo 64 didn't have some incredible games, but it was definitely a period when Nintendo were not leading the industry in sales or user mindshare. However, one area Nintendo excelled at in this era was gameplay innovation, and the games they released for the N64 almost always set the benchmark of quality in their respective genres. High-octane racing games like F-Zero X and 1080 snowboarding, the birth of 3D platforming in Super Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie, epic adventures like Ocarina of Time, party time classics like Mario Party 2 or Smash Bros, and even film tie-ins like Star Wars Racer or Rogue Squadron can all be found on the system, and we'll be talking about many of these games in today's episode. We'll start with arguably the most extreme of these games and hit the dusty slopes of 1080 snowboarding, Nintendo's answer to the SSX franchise. 1080 snowboarding has its fair share of cameo appearances, not that surprising for a Nintendo game. The Big N wanted to include some of their iconic characters within the game's tundra, and as such, added their iconic mascots, Mario and Luigi, among the crowd of spectators within the game. Mario and Luigi can be seen in a fairly realistic depiction, donning their signature colored overalls. They are so incredibly well hidden. A perhaps lesser-known character from Nintendo's history also makes an appearance on the Golden Forest track, though this is incredibly easy to miss. Hidden off to one side, watching the player cruise down the mountain, is a man donning what can either be some fishing or hunting gear, alongside his canine companion. This same graphic makes an appearance in Wave Race 64. These cameos are so incredibly well hidden, it's almost surprising anybody actually wound up noticing them at all. Another well-hidden secret can be found stored away in the data of Super Mario 64. Before the release of the final game, a demonstration was made playable at the Shoshinkai 1995 trade show, an event that would later be renamed Nintendo Space World. Nintendo clearly created a simple level select menu for this event, made ready only a month before the show took place. Normally, data created for the sole purpose of a demo wouldn't be found in the final retail build of a title, but located at the start of the game's text data in all localized versions of the game are the remains of this basic level select. This is a separate level select from a fully functional one created for the purpose of the developers debugging the game, with the levels not having their final names and instead using much earlier ones. These are Mountain, which became Womp's Fortress, Fire Bubble, which became Lethal Lava Land, Snow Slider, which became Cool Cool Mountain, Waterland, which became Dire Dire Docks, and Koopa Number 1, which became Bowser in the Dark World. The N64 also had some top-notch third-party titles. These Star Wars video games aren't by any means a bad bunch, with titles like Episode 1 Racer being fondly remembered. But the game wasn't always going to simply be called Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, but rather Star Wars Episode 1 Pod Racer, as would be a much more fitting title. However, it was unfortunate that there was already another sci-fi racing game out at the same time for Windows PCs published by Ubisoft, called Planet of Death, which was abbreviated to POD for the North American market. With this, Ubisoft had actually trademarked the word pod in any form of interactive entertainment, so the team behind Episode 1 Racer decided to play it safe and turn Episode 1 Pod Racer to just Episode 1 Racer. Another Star Wars title on the Nintendo 64 was Rogue Squadron, which released before the film's Episode 1 prequel. But this didn't stop the team from inserting some secrets that wouldn't be seen by players, and even a good chunk of the game's development staff, until after the Phantom Menace's release. By entering the password Halifax ? And then Ingve ! While also ignoring the incorrect password entry noises, it's possible to unlock and play as a Naboo starfighter from The Phantom Menace. Having been published 6 months before the prequel, the code had to be kept secret, only being revealed to the public after the film was released. As for the second code of this unlockable, Ingve, this was taken from the Swedish musician Yngwie Malmsteen. If anybody knows why this is, however, we're all ears, as this seems like an entirely random choice. From pod racing to a different kind of futuristic racing, it's time to talk about F-Zero X. The Giga Leak of 2020 revealed a whole lot of weird data for a good bundle of Nintendo games, but one of the things revealed from this leak is related to F-Zero X. 2 pictures can be found within a set of early graphics for the title, which seem entirely unrelated to Nintendo, never mind the F-Zero series. The first of these images is of Beavis from the animated show Beavis and Butthead, specifically the head of a 1998 More Action Collectibles toy of the character. The second image is simply the same as the first one, slightly enlarged, and with its colours inverted, because if anything is going to scream the 90s at you, it's not only Beavis and Butthead, but also an image that uses the fancy new visual effect of inverted colours. But even the final build of F-Zero X has a hidden secret within its data that can be used with the help of an additional piece of hardware, a DYKG favourite, the Nintendo 64 DD Expansion Kit. By attaching this expansion to the N64 console and playing F-Zero X, a completely unique musical track will play on the Rainbow Road level. This is a specially composed, alternative arrangement of the Mario Kart 64 Rainbow Road theme. Glorious. Now this next piece is so quintessentially British that it couldn't come from anywhere but Rare. Gruntilda is the primary antagonist of the Banjo-Kazooie series, but the origin of her full name may escape many. Gruntilda Winky Bunyan. The Gruntilda portion comes from the series composer Grant Kirkhope, who would sometimes be referred to as Grunt instead of Grant. Simply slapping a tilde on the end for a more feminine name makes sense. As for Winky Bunyan, a surname that is only revealed during the boss fight in Banjo-Tooie, some Brits may have already clocked the name. This name is based on British slang for both a penis and a wart, respectively. Winky and Bunyan. Despite this fact, however, the game was still given an E rating by the ESRB, perhaps having missed the rather crass reference. Rare seemed to enjoy the term Winky around the office, as they would even sometimes refer to Steve Malis as Winky Boy. Another secret nod to the team can be found in Banjo-Tooie, where the combination code to obtain the Jiggy belonging to Super Stash the Safe in Cloud Cuckoo Land's central cave is 1984, a number which the safe describes as a rare date. This is indeed a rare date, and references the year Rare as a company was founded, 1984. Mario Party 2 has a huge number of references to not just pop culture, but even real-life culture sprinkled throughout. If the player refuses Wiggler's hootenanny offer, she will say, "Y'all come back now, you hear?" A much-quoted line originally delivered by Jed Clampett in the TV series The Beverly Hillbillies.
Santa spell, take your shoes off. Y'all come back now, here?
Woody the Tree's Japanese name is also a reference, being Kinocchio, originating from the word ki, meaning tree, and Pinocchio, the famous story of a living wooden boy. This isn't the only famous old story referenced, such as with the Japanese name for the skeleton key, where it is called Akazuki-chan, which effectively translates into Little Key Riding Hood. Akazu, meaning do not open, ki, meaning, well, key, and Akazukin, meaning Little Red Riding Hood. In terms of references to the real world, the menu icon for the Mystery Land board seems to resemble the condor figure found at the Nazca Lines, a collection of ancient geoglyphs carved into the soil of the Nazca Desert, located in southern Peru. The Boo Bell may also be a reference to the practice of burying the dead with a bell tied to a piece of string, which would be tied to the cadaver with the bell kept above ground. This was so that if somebody was buried alive, they'd be able to ring the bell, and the gravekeeper would have been able to set them free. And of course, another N64 classic is Super Smash Bros. Goddamn, Smash is amazing, and nobody would have guessed how big this franchise would have become based on this first title. This initial entry into the franchise crossover series established Mario's fighting moveset, including a variety of special moves. These moves are based on the Shoto style of fighting game character, the general all-rounder, but more specifically than that, his primary selection of special moves are all in reference to Ryu from Street Fighter. Mario's attacks mirror those of Ryu, such as his Hadouken-like fireball attack with his neutral special. a jumping uppercut similar to Shoryuken in his up special, or a spinning tackle similar to Ryu's Tatsumaki Senpukyaku in his down special, the Mario Tornado. Mario's moves would evolve and adapt to be less Shoto-esque as the Smash game franchise went on, but alongside this, Ryu himself would also go on to be added into the Smash series, making his debut in Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS and Wii U.
Did you know? Nintendo may have originally planned to name the GameCube the Star Cube. Nintendo of America submitted 3 separate trademarks for Star Cube in 1999, and the name was even posted on the official Nintendo website for Sweden. However, Nintendo's American and Japanese offices denied any knowledge of the name. According to the Swedish site, the system's online network would have also been named Star Road, referencing an area of the same name in Super Mario World. Nintendo veteran Shigeru Miyamoto pushed for the console to keep its project name and simply just be called Dolphin. Despite his efforts, Miyamoto failed to gather support for this idea. Choosing the name GameCube and designing the system's logo was a collaborative effort between Nintendo's Japanese headquarters and Nintendo of America. This was to make sure the console's name and appearance would work internationally. Strangely, the GameCube is abbreviated as GCN in the West, even though it's abbreviated as NGC in Japan for Nintendo GameCube. This is likely because the abbreviation NGC is a trademark of the National Geographic Channel in the United States, and is generally associated with National Geographic. The channel even files trademarks under the company NGC Network US when registering new shows. Another possibility for the difference between regions is that NGC was close to the abbreviation for the Neo Geo Pocket Color, NGPC, and Nintendo wanted to avoid any confusion or association. When making the GameCube, Nintendo wanted to create a system that looked like the ultimate gaming console, and not just another entertainment device that sat on a shelf. Several early designs were flatter than the GameCube, and one design even looked like a UFO. These designs kept leading to dead ends, however, so Nintendo looked at how gamers actually interacted with their consoles. Research at the time showed that Japanese families preferred smaller electronics in their household, and this data influenced Nintendo's designs. Most families had multiple TVs at home, and Nintendo wanted the system to be easy to take from room to room, or even to a friend's house. They decided to make the system compact and easy to hold to fulfill these needs. This is also why the system has a handle on its back. Although the GameCube's design had a mixed reception, its controller is often praised. The GameCube controller went through the most revisions of any Nintendo controller before it. The controller took 3 years to develop and was updated on a monthly basis. At one point, the B button was kidney-shaped like the X and Y buttons, and there was even a prototype controller that lacked a D-pad. While designing the controller, Miyamoto wanted to focus on the recognition of the joypad's main button, and making sure the player immediately knew which button was most important for playing games. The controller was also designed to have different distinct shapes for each button. This was so that players could know which button they were touching without having to look at the controller. In 2008, Nintendo almost faced a ban that would stop them from selling GameCube, Wavebird, and Wii Classic controllers. Nintendo lost a case that appealed against a $21 million patent infringing lawsuit from a Texas-based company called Anascape. The patent seemed to be a generic patent relating to video game controllers and the application of analog controls, which Nintendo questioned the validity of. Because Nintendo lost the case, they were told that they would no longer be able to sell their controllers. However, they were allowed to continue selling their products while they took the case to the US Court of Appeals. The appeals court ultimately sided with Nintendo, and the company were free to continue producing and selling controllers. Nintendo had to deal with legal affairs of another kind early in the GameCube's life. Shortly before the console's release, Microsoft offered to buy Nintendo for $25 billion. Nintendo of America's then president, Minoru Arakawa, originally thought the offer was a joke, but once Microsoft's intentions were clear, Nintendo took the offer seriously and discussed the deal in Japan over 6 or 7 meetings. Microsoft wanted Nintendo to drop its console business and make games for the Xbox, but Nintendo's CEO at the time, Hiroshi Yamauchi, didn't like the idea and believed Microsoft lacked an understanding of the industry. Any chances of Microsoft's offer being taken died before the release of the GameCube. Although Nintendo turned down Microsoft's offer, they did forge business relationships with other gaming companies. After the GameCube's release, Nintendo and Sega teamed up to bring Phantasy Star Online Episodes 1 and 2 to the GameCube, complete with online play. However, their partnership led to some unintended damages. In October 2003, it was discovered that when used with Phantasy Star Online, the GameCube's broadband adapter could channel unauthorized programs and code to the GameCube. This included retail GameCube games copied onto a computer, which opened the doors for piracy. Hackers found that when playing Phantasy Star Online, they could change some of the connection settings and access locations on their own computer instead of the game's official servers. This allowed them to stream their own code directly onto the GameCube. In response to this, Sega released an updated version of the game that fixed the exploit, and made much of the game's online content available offline. Beyond online connectivity, Nintendo put an emphasis on Game Boy Advance connectivity while developing the GameCube. One game that would demonstrate the possibilities of GameCube and Game Boy Advance interaction was Stage Debut. Stage Debut was planned to work in sync with the Game Boy Advance's Game Eye add-on. The Game Eye was a camera which would allow people to take pictures and overlay these images on 3D models in Stage Debut. Although both Stage Debut and the Game Eye add-on were cancelled, the game inspired the creation of Nintendo's Mii characters, another unusual set of GameCube add-ons released exclusively in Japan. The game Ohenro-san, Hoshin no Dojo, came with an optional mat and pedometer. Ohenro-san was a literal walking simulator, and was made specifically for the elderly. The player could stand on a mat add-on and walk on the spot, causing the in-game images to progress in a Google Street View style fashion. Using the pedometer, players could also walk outside, then download its step count to the game to progress. Gamers would walk the grounds of 23 Japanese temples in the game. This was a sample of the 88 temples associated with the real-life Shikoku pilgrimage. As well as unusual add-ons, there was an entire GameCube console that wasn't produced by Nintendo. While developing the GameCube, Nintendo licensed the system's gaming tech to Matsushita, the company which owns Panasonic. This was part of a deal struck while Matsushita produced the optical disc technology for the GameCube. Because of this collaboration, Nintendo sanctioned Matsushita's development of the Panasonic Q. The Q was a Panasonic-branded GameCube capable of playing DVD movies. And although there was interest behind the idea of a DVD-compatible GameCube, the Q sold poorly and was discontinued in 2003. Due to the Q having a different shape to the GameCube, as well as legs on its base, the original Game Boy player couldn't be attached to it. Enough Panasonic Q owners complained about the incompatibility that Nintendo actually partnered with Matsushita to create a Game Boy player specifically for the Q. There was yet another device capable of playing Game Boy Advance games made for the GameCube. Dell made a third-party Game Boy player rival called the Advance Game Port. The device is largely seen as inferior to the Game Boy player, as many games have audio and video issues. However, the Game Port did have a built-in action replay feature for cheats, as well as a save slot feature for saving anywhere.
Did you know? At one point, the Nintendo 64 could have been the Sega 64. Plans for the N64 originated when Silicon Graphics Inc., or SGI, approached Nintendo with their new energy-efficient and cost-effective CPU. However, Nintendo were not their first choice. The processor was initially shown to Tom Kalinske, then CEO of Sega America. After some debate among Sega's hardware designers, the company declined SGI's offer. This was due to uncertainties about the chip's performance and associated manufacturing risks. Kalinske advised SGI founder Jim Clark to contact other manufacturers, which led to a successful pitch with Nintendo. The contract between Nintendo and SGI was signed in August 1993, and work began the following month. The time between the project's inception and its eventual release in June 1996 was fraught with delays. The setbacks came from Nintendo, who wanted to ensure enough games and a solid marketing plan were ready at launch. Inevitably, these delays brought trouble with them. To prevent impatient fans from buying other consoles during the 1995 holiday season, Nintendo ran advertisements well in advance of the N64's release. These ads boasted that the Nintendo 64 was well worth the wait. only if you want the best. Nintendo's confidence in the N64 partly came from a previous venture with Silicon Graphics technology, Donkey Kong Country. Country's visuals played a key role in its massive success and allowed Nintendo to compete visually with emerging 32-bit systems. And since Sega were recklessly diving into the next generation with the Saturn, Nintendo felt comfortable delaying the N64 by 6 months to ensure its quality. These delays inadvertently led to major developments in the World Wide Web. Jim Clark resigned from SGI in February 1994 and began brainstorming new ideas alongside a software engineer named Mark Andreessen. Encouraged by Clark's previous experience with Nintendo, their first idea was an online service for the N64. When they discovered the system wasn't intended to ship until late 1995 at the time, they went back to the drawing board. The next project they eventually settled on was the world's first commercial web browser, Netscape Navigator, which played a huge role in popularizing the internet as we know it today. Andreessen has himself speculated that the duo probably wouldn't have made Netscape had the Nintendo 64 released earlier than it did. The console was intended to launch under the name Ultra 64 in the West and Ultra Famicom in Japan. The Ultra title was possibly intended as a reference to the several toys Nintendo manufactured in the 1960s. The Ultra line of toys included the Ultra Hand, the Ultra Scope, and the Ultra Machine. These were an early success for designer Gunpei Yokoi, who would later work on the D-Pad, Game Boy, and Metroid. While the industry speculated that the Ultra 64's name change was due to legal trouble with Konami, Nintendo offered another explanation. Nintendo 64 was a simple name that united the console under a single worldwide brand. The name was created by Shigesato Itoi, best known internationally for his work on Earthbound. He chose the name after hearing that people used Nintendo as a catch-all phrase for a game console, similar to how the name Hoover is used when referring to a vacuum cleaner. Itoi fell in love with the confident simplicity of the name Nintendo 64. In an interview with the Japanese magazine 64 Dream, he explained, "Instead of rashly trying to envision the near future or the next generation, I was hoping to name it something that would just force its opponent out of the ring head-on. When naming cars and coming up with sedans or whatever, you can't even keep track anymore. Super Excellent Sedan. It's disgraceful. So I made it the most orthodox name there is." Nintendo received criticism for using cartridges with the N64 as the rest of the industry had moved on to CD-ROM technology. The lack of memory in cartridges made high-quality audio and full-motion video challenging to produce. This inevitably led to third-party developers such as Capcom, Square, and Namco to favoring competing consoles over the N64. Nintendo justified their decision, arguing that the popularity of plug-and-play consoles was proof that a lack of load times was important to consumers. They also stated that using unique hardware made piracy more difficult on the N64. But other companies and critics were skeptical, accusing Nintendo of trying to maintain leverage over developers. Former chairman of Nintendo of America, Howard Lincoln, strongly denied the accusations. Lincoln said, "I've seen speculation about how this was some plot to control third-party publishers. That's completely nonsense. There's just not a grain of truth in that thing. No discussion like that ever occurred. That was never an issue. It was strictly technology and counterfeiting." However, Lincoln believed that CD technology was still improving and Nintendo could change formats as soon as discs became the better choice. Eventually, talented developers were able to compress full-motion video and high-quality audio onto N64 cartridges. Angel Studios in particular managed to compress Resident Evil 2 from 2 CDs onto a single cartridge. The team had some difficulty doing this and severely underestimated what it would take to compress over 200 unique pieces of music onto a single cartridge. Under-budgeted as a result, they turned to Factor 5, a company notable for their ability to compress complicated audio onto N64 cartridges. Factor 5 previously helped with speech compression in Pokemon Stadium and even managed to include full audio commentary for every level in Star Wars Episode 1: Battle for Naboo. This commentary was regarded as one of the first of its kind in video games. Despite the efforts of Nintendo and their partners, the cartridge format had undeniable drawbacks. drawbacks. Cartridges were approximately 10 times more expensive to produce than CDs and took 2 to 3 weeks to manufacture, whereas CDs took 2 to 3 days. To counter this, Nintendo considered letting players bring their cartridges to participating Lawson stores across Japan and replace the software on the cartridge with another game. Dubbed the Game Kiosk, the plan was intended to offset both production costs for Nintendo and inventory risks for their stores. Nintendo had implemented a similar concept with the Famicom Disk Writer and the Nintendo Power kiosks in Japan, which allowed for data on Famicom discs and Super Famicom carts to be rewritten. Many Nintendo 64 games began as projects for the Nintendo 64's short-lived disc peripheral, the Nintendo 64 DD. Miyamoto himself has mentioned this fact, claiming that almost every new project he started for the console was originally for the 64 DD. Reasons for the peripheral's repeated delays have been kept vague, with Nintendo citing difficulties in developing both the drive and the discs themselves. Although the 64 DD was released exclusively in Japan, a collector and YouTube user known as Metal Jesus Rocks acquired an American 64 DD from an anonymous seller. The model is noteworthy not only because it's American, but also because of the stickers on its case. The labeling suggested that it was retail ready, or at the very least, a retail prototype. This means Nintendo was far closer to selling the 64 DD stateside than anyone had realized before. A version of Super Mario 64 has also been discovered for the 64 DD. This version was made for Nintendo Space World 1996 to promote the 64 DD and was discovered in a Japanese pre-owned game store. The game has few differences to the cartridge version and seems to omit more than it adds, such as Mario.
With the GameCube's library slowly being made playable on the Switch too, we thought now would be a good time to revisit some of the system's most iconic games. From Wind Waker to Metroid Prime, Kirby Air Ride, Animal Crossing, F-Zero GX, and more. GameCube was one of Nintendo's best consoles, but at only 22 million units sold, it's also one of its worst selling. It's weird to think about, but it's possible more people will experience GameCube on Switch 2 than ever did on its original hardware. As usual, we translated a bunch of old Japanese magazines and interviews looking for rare trivia for this video, but we'll keep the intro short and get right to it. In 2003, Nintendo Dream magazine interviewed Wind Waker's composer Koji Kondo and HAL Labs composer Shogo Sakai, who worked on Smash Melee and Kirby Air Ride. Sakai interrupts the interview at one point to ask Kondo, "Why did you make Link hold the Wind Waker baton in his left hand?" Kondo's like, "Well, Link's left-handed. He always holds his sword in his left hand. So what?" Well, Sakai frequently flies to Europe for opera and concerts, and says real-life conductors never hold the baton in their dominant hand, meaning Link should have held the Wind Waker in his right hand, not his left. Apparently, no one on the Zelda team knew that, and Sakai kinda breaks their balls over it here. Kondo says he's not as much of an orchestra head, and that in middle school, he was more into playing Deep Purple covers in his garage band. As a matter of fact, you can hear Deep Purple's influence in some of the music he makes for Nintendo. You can draw a straight line from Deep Purple all the way to Wind Waker 30 years later. Kondo was about to list more bands after Deep Purple, but Sakai cut him off mid-sentence, which is unfortunate, because we would have liked to hear more influences. But yeah, maybe Kondo not being so much into orchestra led to Link holding the baton in the wrong hand, but the music itself more than made up for it. Elsewhere in that same magazine, Sakurai talks about how hard it was to make Kirby Air Ride. It started out as an N64 game revealed at Space World 95, 8 years before its release. It took several different forms till eventually it got cancelled, then rebooted as an entirely different project on GameCube, which Sakurai says isn't the same game at all, except the title and the fact Kirby rides a star. Even after starting over though, the next year yielded few results, and the game continued to flounder in development hell. Eventually, he was able to finish it in 2003 with a soundtrack that had taken even more work than his previous game. Smash Melee took 3 composers 8 months, while Air Ride took just as long with 4 composers. Sakurai was so proud, he made the unusual decision to release part of the soundtrack before the game, as a free CD packaged with this very magazine. The music really is fantastic, and if you're someone who makes your own playlists of Nintendo music, Air Ride is definitely worth pillaging. Interestingly, he did the exact same thing again while this video was in production, releasing some Air Riders tracks on the Nintendo Music app before launch. The move is still unusual. Mario Kart World's currently 3 months old, for example, and still hasn't found its way to the Music app. Unfortunately, Air Ride itself wasn't well received back then, with average review scores around 6 out of 10, and only selling about 1 million copies. Compare that to Melee, which reviewed in the 9s and sold 5 times more. After that, Air Ride wouldn't get a follow-up till 4 console generations later. As we're writing this, the release of a Switch 2 sequel is imminent. Hopefully, it's received better than the original. In Nintendo Dream's 98th issue, Camelot Software's iconic Takahashi brothers talk about their work on Mario Golf and tennis. When Nintendo makes a Mario Kart, maybe they'll go on a one-day field trip to get a feel for driving real-life go-karts. But the Takahashis take their jobs a bit more seriously. They say back when they were making Everybody's Golf for PlayStation, they trekked to America and took a class on course design from Pete Dye, one of the top 3 golf course architects in the world. Then they played golf with his son, who taught them putting physics, and later sent him in-game courses to get his professional feedback. The Takahashis don't mess around, and they used all that experience to evolve Everybody's Golf into Mario Golf, which they say turns the gentleman's sport into a party game. Then they further improved on the N64 version by getting good in real life. The brothers explain that improvements in the GameCube sequel came from them golfing a lot, and learning how to actually do stuff, like put spin on a ball. Later in the interview, the magazine asks why they put, quote, that trans character in the game. They were referring to Catherine, who in the West we call Birdo. It's kinda controversial in the fandom whether she's actually trans or not, but in this interview, the Takahashi brothers do refer to her as trans. But anyway, they said there's 2 reasons they added her to the series. First, that Catherine originated in Doki Doki Panic, a game they loved, and got absorbed into the Mario universe when it transformed into Super Mario Bros. 2. But really, the main reason's because they wanted to give her some fun animations, like after she gets a hole-in-one. They also made her balls trail rainbows. She's been in every Mario Golf since, though she got demoted to an NPC in the latest Switch iteration. In Nintendo Dream's March 2003 issue, Yoshio Sakamoto and Kensuke Tanabe discuss Metroid Prime and Fusion's development. Americans remember November 18th, 2002 as the glorious day both games launched simultaneously, but in every other region, they released weeks and months apart. Today we'll mostly cover what they say about Prime and save Fusion details for a later video. Prime hit Japan 3 months after it came out in America, and Sakamoto says, quote, we changed a lot for Prime. There were things we had to give up in order to meet the release date for the US version, and we added those in the Japanese version. Back in those days, it was usually the other way round. Americans got games later and in exchange got a more refined product. But Prime was made by Retro Studios in Texas and took months to localize for Japan. Sakamoto says they removed a lot of hints from the Japanese version because the point of Metroid is to wander around. The American version's frequent waypoints made progression quicker, but robbed players of some of Metroid's essence. He says Americans only got as many hints as they did because the US marketing staff wanted to make the game easier. The difficulty was ramped up in other ways as well. Japanese enemies had higher HP and dropped fewer items like health pickups. A lot of Nintendo games are made harder for Americans, but Prime was a rare reversal of that policy. Japan also got a 1-minute monologue from Samus that got cut from the American version.
10 years ago, below the surface of planet Zebes, the mercenaries known as space pirates were defeated by interstellar bounty hunter Samus Aran.
Sakamoto says the guys at Retro didn't like it, but because Japanese fans couldn't understand the language, to them it sounded cool, and they just kinda assumed it was good. Like when Americans watch anime in Japanese and are ill-equipped to detect weird subtleties or bad acting. Japan also made the entire game world brighter. According to Tanabe, Retro's office was dimly lit, which made their TVs look brighter. Nintendo's office was lit better, which conversely made the game look too dark. So they cranked up the in-game brightness for the Japanese version. They also changed the phase-on suit animation. The Retro guys thought Samus's hand twitching was cool, but Nintendo thought it was dumb and changed it. We checked later re-releases and noticed the Japanese animation was also used in Europe. All Wii versions, as well as Switch remasters, which means the original phase-on suit animation only ever appeared in the American version on the Cube. Putting Japanese changes aside and talking more generally, Sakamoto says he kind of felt like the series ended with Super Metroid, as the death of the final Metroid made for a fitting finale. But when they eventually decided to make Prime, he felt as long as Metroid's in the title, they had to include the titular aliens. Quote, "I was certainly concerned about that when I was making Prime, but Metroid was absolutely necessary as part of the game's title, and changing it to Samus would have been lame. Ultimately, they made it a prequel, so Metroids aren't extinct yet. But it's weird to think if they had gone the other direction and changed the franchise name to Samus." He goes on to say Retro's passion for Metroid was, quote, "insane," and that he was seriously concerned about their health. The crunch was brutal, as we discussed at length in our History of Retro Studios video. Throughout the interview, Sakamoto talks about who Samus is. In his mind, she looks a lot like Charlize Theron. As for personality, Samus isn't macho, but actually rather feminine, with a passionate heart. He says for him, Metroid's a franchise that tells the story of Samus as a person, and that if the series continues, he'd like to showcase that more in the future. That desire would ultimately lead to Other M, a game most fans didn't like, in part because they'd always thought of their silent protagonist as more stoic and badass. And finally seeing her as Sakamoto saw her kinda gave him the ick. In an interview on Shigesato Itoi's website, Miyamoto says Pikmin was mind-bendingly tricky to make because it did things no game had ever done before, and Nintendo's programmers didn't think were possible. Like dozens of characters working together to carry one large object, for example. Miyamoto says, "It was difficult to get rid of preconceived assumptions, so I forbid the team from using game industry jargon. To free their minds of what was possible and how a game's supposed to be made, he banned words like random from the job site. Quote, I said, stop using those words. We tried to create a game without using terms like enemy, ally, or fight. If you've played Pikmin, you'll see this reflected in the game itself, where arguably you are the villain massacring local wildlife and their offspring who were just minding their own business, so you can harvest their corpses for your own personal benefit." Consistent with Miyamoto's design philosophies, he also says the story came late in the process. Like most of his works, the gameplay was cooked up first, then the simplest bit of story was wrapped around it to provide player context. Quote, "Some games go with the approach of starting with the world first, but making a game while grappling with an already established world isn't what we did with Pikmin. I wanted to create just the basic framework for Pikmin's gameplay, then figure out what kind of world would be more suitable and what would be needed as a minimum. So I added the shipwreck story because it was the simplest and easiest to understand." He wanted an isolated setting for the real-time puzzle gameplay, and a story about crash landing in space was the simplest, quickest way to make it happen. That's classic Miyamoto, and part of what sets Nintendo games apart from something like Naughty Dog's Last of Us or Bethesda's Fallout franchise. Itoi's website also has an Animal Crossing interview covering how the devs made a game that didn't fit any pre-existing genre. Games are usually made with everyone sectioned off to work individually, but for Animal Crossing, they tore down the partitions so everyone could talk to each other and exchange ideas. Then they put a big desk in the middle for everyone to gather at 5:30 and have snacks, and share some of their weirdest ideas. That's where Mr. Rossetti was born, at the snack desk. Despite all their weird stuff that did make it into the game, they say about 80% of their ideas were too dumb to include. One that barely made it in, though, was a shirt soaked in blood, but they changed its name to the Tomato Juice shirt to do away with the idea you're a murderer or something. When Animal Crossing was localized for the West, it got removed from the game entirely and replaced with the Fishbone shirt. In a 2003 issue of Nintendo Dream magazine, Hideo Kojima talks behind the scenes for Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. Nintendo was desperate to sign third parties at the time, and Miyamoto personally went to Kojima and asked him to make a GameCube Metal Gear. Kojima considers Miyamoto his master, so he obliged and decided to remake the PS1 original. But he gave the job of directing cutscenes to film director Ryuhei Kitamura. Kojima liked Kitamura's movies, and Kitamura liked Kojima's games, so it was a natural alliance. In this interview, Kojima says motion capture took 2 months, which is how long filming a lot of actual movies takes, and that Twin Snakes was the first video game to ever use an air ram. That's the thing that makes actors fly in the air when they get blown up. I'm sure you've seen it in action movies. Apparently, air rams were too dangerous and expensive to use in Japanese films at the time, but Kojima and Kitamura were thrilled to get their hands on one. Kitamura ended up casting Kojima as an extra in his movie Azumi, as one in a group of mercenaries. Although, honestly, we watched the scene he's meant to be in 10 times, frame by frame, and we can't spot him anywhere. Maybe he got cut out in editing, or maybe we're just blind. Let us know in the comments if you can spot him. And the last magazine we'll touch on features Toshihiro Nagoshi, the director of Super Monkey Ball and F-Zero GX. He was also head of Sega's studio Amusement Vision. After Dreamcast died in 2001, Sega dropped out of the console wars and developed GameCube's only third-party launch title, Super Monkey Ball. It's actually an expanded port of an arcade game Nagoshi made the year before, simply called Monkey Ball. After launch, Sega's customer surveys revealed 60% of the people who bought Super Monkey Ball were elementary schoolers and 20% were girls. Nagoshi said it came as a huge surprise, since girls almost never make up such a large share of a game's customer base. Super Monkey Ball also established a direct relationship between Nagoshi and Nintendo. Sega had long had a strong presence in arcades, but at this point, Nintendo didn't have much to speak of. We thought bringing GameCube games into the arcade market might be an option, says Nagoshi. And I thought I might as well make a new game for it too. So Sega, Nintendo, and Namco combined forces to make the Triforce arcade system. Basically, an arcade board based on GameCube. Nagoshi pitched several ideas for Nintendo arcade games, and the one they agreed to was F-Zero, which would ultimately release on GameCube as F-Zero GX, and in arcades as F-Zero AX. Fans could use GameCube memory cards to exchange data and unlock new vehicles and racetracks in the GameCube version. GX got the highest review scores of any F-Zero ever released, and many consider AX Nintendo's best arcade game of all time. So what were Nagoshi's other pitches? He refuses to reveal details, except that none of them were Mario. But we can try and infer some possibilities. Glancing through Nintendo's portfolio of IP, Wave Race and 1080 snowboarding would have lent themselves well to arcades, but Nintendo had just released a new Wave Race and were then working on a new 1080. So a more likely candidate's probably Star Fox, and it's fascinating to think what Nagoshi could have done with the series. Unfortunately, in the GameCube era, Star Fox ended up fading into irrelevance instead. Namco announced Star Fox Assault a few years later, along with a Triforce arcade version. Star Fox AX, essentially. But the GameCube release got low reviews and sold poorly, and the arcade version never came out. On a side note, Nagoshi didn't pitch any Mario games, but Namco made Mario Kart Arcade GP for Triforce Arcade a few years later, which was fantastic and spawned a few sequels over the next decade. Gaming Press hoped they'd get ported to Wii U, but that never happened, leaving an entire subseries quarantined to arcades, most of which are in Japan. Who knows, maybe someday they'll find their way to Nintendo Switch Online. As for Nagoshi, in this interview he says he tried taking the Nintendo entrance exam, so he could switch teams from Sega over to the Big N. They would have been lucky to have him, but when he found out he'd have to move to Kyoto for the job, he decided not to go through with it. After that, he created the Yakuza franchise and lots of successful sequels, then left Sega to form his own studio in 2021. Since then, he's been vocal about wanting to make a new F-Zero, but it seems Nintendo's not interested. GX remains the franchise high point, and aside from F-Zero 99, it was the last in the series ever released, over 20 years ago.